Okay, I'm back, gang. Going live a little early to let y'all gather in and get a little hyped. Okay, I got my notes already. I got all my pencils and my papers. Right, I got everything set. I think I've got a pretty strong argument. I feel. We'll see. Hmm. See how it goes. Christian nationalism is the only way these people might get a girlfriend. Maybe. State mandated. Okay. I think they'll have more luck with AI. Okay. Give him a what for, Wick? Well, we're gonna try. Okay. Look, I'm 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 debating how spicy I want to be. Okay. I'm debating how machismo I want to be. Like during the debate, I don't think I will be unless he opens it up. I'll let him kind of open that floodgate if he wants. I'm prepared to meme all day, okay? If that's what he wants to turn this into, that's what we can do, okay? And I can do it better than him, frankly. But I don't want that to be the discussion because I think that this is an important topic. And I think that, frankly, his arguments fall flat. But I guess we'll find that out, right? I guess we'll find that out. Let's start at 100 and see from there. Well, we'll see, right? We'll see. I've there are three kind of directions I want to, or three kind of vectors I want to kind of attack the statement from. So the debate prompt, the proposition is that Christian nationalism is better than the progressive status quo. I tried to get him to change it to the liberal status quo, but he threw a fit and wouldn't. So whatever. I still think the progressive status quo is better. But to be clear, I'm not a progressive. I'm a liberal. These are different things. They are not the same, right? I expect that his arguments are going to mainly focus on what he sees as the failures of progressivism, however he wants to define that. Look, let's be real. He's probably going to be like, it's the gays and the trans. They're going to trans your children and all these things. I'd be surprised if it was anything different. But regardless, I have three kind of attack vectors I want to kind of tackle this under. One, Christian nationalism is an oxymoron. I don't think nationalism is Christian. I think it's antithetical to the Christian ethos, and I think I can prove this. And I don't think he can prove that nationalism is compatible with the Christian ethos. I simply don't. Well, I guess we'll find out. The second thing is I want to attack nationalism as an ideology and show how it's failed its people, and it's generally been just a failure in general. That's too many generals there, right? And the third kind of vector I want to go down, okay? The third kind of argument line is that there's actually a better way. The liberal order is the ideal state. And it answers the question, how can differing ideologies live together without killing each other? So look, if you want to advocate for Christian ideals, that's all fine, right? But doing so within the liberal order allows it to happen without the sectarian violence that is so common, not just to Christian nationalism, but to nationalism in general, right? And I think that these are the kind of the 3 points I want to kind of tackle, but we'll see, right? Six Pack Chad says, I don't know why you decided to do this, but you're about to get destroyed. Ooh, you're going to need some tissues, buddy. Ooh, you're going to need some tissues. This is going to hurt your worldview. Andrew Wilson is a bad debater. Let's straight that right out the gate. He's not good at it. He gets dog walked by anyone. That's why he goes on the whatever podcast, because the only people he can actually have a chance against are e-girls who don't know anything. Okay? That's his whole shtick. Is he'll debate people he thinks doesn't know anything, right? And he looks smart, but as soon as he's pressed on any single issue, he gets dog walked. And I've seen this happen over and over and over again. He can't even beat a pickle jar. But we'll see, right? Maybe I will get destroyed, and maybe he'll finally take a W against me. I wouldn't bet money on it, but you never know. We'll see. Like I said, I'm going to make a prediction right now that he tries to he'll do one of two things. He'll either try to he'll avoid any kind of scriptural discussion. I'm predicting that right now. I'm calling it right now. Any kind of discussion on scripture, okay, show me how nationalism can be Christian, he'll just avoid that because he doesn't know the scriptures. He just doesn't. He's going to use the philosophies of men, and I will use the word of God, and we will see who winds up on top, okay? So that's my first prediction. The second prediction is that he's going to try to hammer my definitions, and he's going to try to poke holes in them, and he'll avoid discussion. He'll avoid as best he can discussing the substance of the debate prompt and the substance of what we're going after. That's my second prediction. My third prediction is that once he feels he is losing, will start to go machismo, start to declare victory, right, and start to insult, ad hom, etc. Talk about me calming down and say I'm spurging out. That's kind of how you know that when he starts losing, is when he starts using those things. So those are my three predictions. We'll see. If anyone has counter predictions, feel free. Oh, did I misspell it in the video title? I'm sorry, it's not on purpose. Oh, I did. Oh, that's my dyslexia at play. I'll fix that right now. Thank you for the correction there, buddy. Is it better now? Oh, KO's saying, I guarantee at some point he'll dismiss everything you say because you're loosely associated with Destiny. He might try. That's another way you'll know that he's losing, by the way, is he'll do this, right? He'll try to, instead of engage with my argument, he'll try to attack my associations, attack past debate performances I've had. He'll do anything but attack the actual argument I'm making. But we'll see. Schwengo says he's going to constantly accuse you of not answering his questions until you say what he's hoping you will say. Oh, okay, he can do that, but I'll just point out that that's not true if he doesn't like my answers or doesn't understand my answers. That's an issue, not an me. Okay, that's a him issue, not a me issue. Okay. KO Dave says, on the Raging Tomato, they're already predicting you'll spurg out. Well, yeah, that's because they know that that's the only way they're going to get a win. Okay? Is if they make me mad and they get a clip of me yelling and they'll say, aha, look, he was passionate. We win. And that's all that's going to do. That's all it is. How are you going to cut through the pseudo-intellectual philosophy bullshit? I'm just going to stick to the facts of the matter. Not hypotheticals, right? But history. Not different types of philosophies, but actual scripture, right? And we can talk about the scripture involved, right? What did Christ actually say? Not what did men say he said. Not what philosophies of men were created around what he said. Well, you can look at what he did and what he said, and we can see how that maps, right? We can also look at what nationalism actually contributed to the world, what it actually took from the world. We can look at these things. We can measure these things. These things are something that we can actually bite into, chew on, discuss, and deal with. We'll see if he does. Joseph Newton says, ha ha ha, already poisoning the well, sad. I'm just talking with my crew, bro. Yeah, KTC. They don't like me. But that's okay. Joe A says, is this for real? Yeah, it's happening in about 10 minutes. I drank from the well. Is this going to be a problem? Yes. Yes, it will. Mark T says, why does your voice sound like your balls are in a vice? Why are you imagining my vice? My balls, bro. Why are you thinking about my balls? That's a little gay. Look, Grinder's that way, buddy. Yeah, it's tonight, Peak. It's in about 10 minutes. Look, I have never seen, well, no homophobia, right? But I've never seen a bigger group of gay little F slurs than that group over there, right? They go and suck their daddy's little rhetorical dick and just kind of come and whine and cry when anyone stands up to him. It's kind of weird. Hey, no shame though. And it's kind of in the motif of being a Christian national, right? To be a closeted homosexual. I mean, look at the Catholic Church, right? It's on brand. That's all I'm saying. Look, notice how they won't talk my points. Notice how they won't actually come with anything of substance. They'll be just like, why does your voice sound weird? Why can't I get my dick hard when I'm imagining you? That's all this is going to be. Yeah, Andrew Steele, I'm going on The Raging Tomato in about 5 minutes here, and we are going to debate. He called me Destiny's little gremlin. Interesting. See, again, they can't deal with the substance of my arguments. They can't deal with the actual substance at hand. They're going to make ad hominems. This is how I know they're scared. They're worried. They're upset. Look, Andrew Wilson was already scared, and he's already proved he's scared of me. He challenged me to a boxing match, offered me $20,000 to go to the ring with him, 3 rounds. I accepted. I gave him a date, and he backed the fuck out. He's scared. I'm surprised he hasn't backed out of this, but we'll see. Alexander, hold on. Is that Alexander Rin? It's hard for me to see the way I got it set up today. Hold on. Yeah, Alexander Rin says, you gonna torch this fool? Don't let him stand on nothing while he grills you on the minutia. Yeah, well, that's the thing. I'm gonna notice that he has no foundation, right, to his argument. But, yeah. Anonymous Coward says, respectfully, you already lost. You're defending progressivism. Give it a shot, I guess. I'm not actually defending progressivism. I don't have to. He just has to prove while Christian nationalism is better. I don't have to defend a single thing. I can just see, yeah, progressivism, not good. Christian nationalism, infinitely worse. That's all I have to do. It's on him to prove that his ideology is better. I don't think he can. If we believe in a Christian ethos, which he claims to do, you cannot be a nationalist. It is antithetical. And I don't think he can square that circle. I don't think that he is able to show how nationalism is compatible with Christianity. And that is just one of the hurdles he's going to have to get over. But we'll see in about 5 minutes here, right? Is progressivism moral? Not really. Liberalism is. But progressivism is way less harmful than Christian nationalism. At least historically. AKA Batozai says that Andrew Wilson doesn't debate well. He usually goes up against people who don't even follow facts. Well, yeah, that's what I said at the beginning. He's used to e-girls on whatever podcast. Yes, Bill Bradley. Nationalism would not seem to be compatible. That is true. Mockery says, Whick, I want to believe, but Andrew is a debate perv, so I don't have hope. I will give you hope today. Have faith, brothers and sisters. Okay? Look, it will be harder than Monday. Monday was a cakewalk. Okay. Oh, what super chat did I miss? Oh, Schwango says, ask him if he's opened a jar of pickles yet. You should. I'll open one in front of him. I don't have a jar, unfortunately, to open. And I've already gotten him with the jar thing enough. At a certain point, it's like, okay, I've done the jar thing. I had a little video made of me opening like 10 jars in a row while he was struggling with that one. Did you guys see that one? We'll see, right? Is Whick a trans? I am not a trans. Nawson says, this world is so cooked when people like this spineless coward Whick TV can have a platform. True. True. Okay, let's move on over there. So give me a moment. There might be a little transition period here. Oh, speaking of trans. Let's see. The StreamYard link is right here. I might have to end my Discord thing. Hold on. I'll move to this. Can you guys see this? Oh, is it gonna... What's going on here? Here, let me see what I can do. Disconnect there. I'm gonna see my cam, thank God. Okay. Entering the studio. I'm here. We're ready. You guys excited? Can you still hear me? Still hear. AKA, but Tozai says I liked his debates better when he was Big Papa Fascist. Oh, I saw a couple of those. I mean, it's always been the same thing. He hasn't really changed it up. Andrew Steele says, I don't want to be mean, and maybe I'm wrong, but Wick is just like Tears Below Andrew Wilson. There are levels to this game. Well, I guess we'll find out tonight, won't we? Alexander Rinman says, when someone says the U.S. was founded on Christian values, you can ask which ones? Charity, for humility, forgiveness, or hierarchy, obedience, and divine right? Neza says, ask him why Thomas Jefferson removed all the miracles from his copy of the Bible. All these are good questions, but at the end of the day, this is the trick he's going to try to pull, I think, is he's going to be like, there's Christian values, therefore it's Christian nationalism. And no, that is not at all true. That is not the definition of, that's just liberalism, baby. That's what it is. Liberalism with Christian characteristics. Will there be an open panel? I don't know. Mooncake says, I had a lot of fun earlier. I had a lot of fun too. Thanks for coming over, Mooncake. Confluence says, Wick, just don't let him metagame you. Truly, keep him out of his debate, bro. Quasi-intellectual tactics. Don't let him drag you into precept bullshit. You already know this, I'm sure. Yeah. Ask him to define nationalism. Well, if he doesn't in his opening, I'll just define it. But yeah, we'll see, right? I have some quotes to go for. Are we going to hear about force doctrine at some point? I've heard like 300 debates. Who knows? Is Wick gay? No.
Hello, gentlemen.
Ni howdy.
Andrew, are you mic'd up?
Yeah, I'm streaming right now, by the way.
Okay.
As
All
am I.
right. So we agreed on a 2-minute timer for the first hour.
hmm
After that, as long as you guys are playing well, we can drop the timer and you can go into open dialogue. I'm all for that, but I'm still reserving the right to kick you both um, back to the timer if we start having issues with either uh, the filibuster or the talking over each other or whatever the case may be. Everybody agree on that?
Yep.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And then Andrew, you are the affirmative
Oh,
kind, or you're the
just to be
yes.
clear, real quick,
We're both
we have more time
affirmatives.
for our openings in 2 minutes, correct?
Yeah, of course.
Okay,
Oh, yes. Did
just
I
making
think I
sure.
said 8. I think I said 8 minutes with those.
Okay, I
Right.
just wanted to make sure because mine's a little over 2 minutes. So
Yeah, we both
Yeah.
have an
Yeah.
affirmative claim here, Sarah.
You're the yes, he's the no. So I'm going to let
No,
the
well, they're both affirmative claims. He's
correct.
arguing
no, it's
that
not.
progressive status quo is better. I'm
No, I'm not.
arguing Christian nationalism is better. Yes, you are.
You are having to prove to
Uh,
me that Christian
No,
nationalism
no, no,
Hold
no.
is
on,
Read the
better
hold
than the
on,
prompt.
hold on, hold
progressive
on, hold on, hold
status
on,
quo.
hold on. Let me talk it out. Um, the question is Christian nationalism better generally for society than the progressive status quo? It is a
Yeah, so
question.
so there's an entailment there, which would be that the progressive status quo is better, right? If Christian nationalism is worse, so he's
It's
proved.
your burden to prove that Christian nationalism is better.
No, it's your burden of proof to prove that the
Hold
progressive
on,
status. What are you?
Sarah. Can
What?
you read the debate prompt
Yeah,
again?
read the debate prompt.
Hold on. The answer for Andrew is yes. The answer
Weasel
for Andrew
Wilson.
is no. You both do have an affirmative
We both
claim.
have an affirmative claim,
There
Wick.
is not
Yes.
an entailment here. You made the challenge. You
Okay,
made the
well,
claim.
here, Wick,
You
let's
have
make
to
it
prove
simple.
it.
Is the progressive status quo better than Christian nationalism, Wick?
You have to prove to me the opposite
No,
of that.
I
You
don't,
have to
Wick.
prove
That's
to
not
me
what the
that
prompt
Christian
is, Wick.
nationalism
That's not what
is
the prompt
better
says, Wick.
for
It
society
is,
than the status
gentlemen.
quo. Oh my
It
God,
is a
you're
question.
already
Hold on.
conceding
Stop.
the debate.
Stop. 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 It is a question. Okay. You both have an
We
affirmative
both have an affirmative.
answer. Stop. But I'm still going to let Andrew go first because you are the yes. Wick
Yes,
is the
that's true.
no.
I am the yes,
Yes. That's
but
the only
he's
thing
the
I was
no.
getting to.
But the
So,
no is an affirmative claim. You realize that, right?
correct. I do understand that.
Does Wick understand that? I need him to be clear on the terms of the
I
debate.
don't agree with that because you
Oh,
said at the beginning that you were
uh-huh.
here to prove that Christian nationalism is
When?
better for
When did I
society.
say that?
That is your affirmative claim that you are making.
What is your claim?
I'm waiting to see if you can.
Well, okay, I see. So let me read the prompt to you, Wick, because
You've
obviously
read
you're
it
fucking
twice.
stupid. We'll read it again.
Maybe you failed out in reading comprehension.
No. So anyway, I understand if you're terrified, take a positive claim as well, Wick, but I'm just going to read the prompt so that you understand what it says here. So this is the correspondence with Sarah, right? Boom, 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 boom. And
I
let's
can
just
just
make
say they're
sure
equal.
that we have it correct. Well, that would still be an affirmative claim, wouldn't it, dipshit?
No, I'm just
Yes.
saying
Okay.
that you were
Let
here.
me
Yes,
maybe I
Rick, that
can
would still be an affirmative
maybe
claim.
stop. Maybe I can work this out in a different language. Okay. So Wick, if we flipped it, right? Is the progressive status quo better generally for society
Right.
than Christian nationalism? You would say
Yes. So it's the same
Probably,
prompt.
but again, it's not the same, and
That's
there's
the
difference
same
here. It is
exact prompt.
not.
Yeah,
It is
dude.
not.
so what it's doing, Wick, is it's just all it is just we could flip flop the
Look,
words.
we'll
You're
see what
like,
he's got. We'll see what he can bring to the
well, let
table.
me
But
ask you
it's on
this.
him. The burden is proof tonight is on him. I just want
No,
to make
Wick,
that
it's on
clear.
both of us. We're
No,
both
it is
making
on
a
him.
case. You're making the case for
You are the
progressivism. I'm
one that
making the case for
challenged
Christian
me. You are the
nationalism.
one that made
Hold
the
on, hold
claim.
on, hold on,
You
hold on,
have to
hold on.
prove it.
You are the
Wick, who
challenger, but it
challenges
doesn't.
somebody
Hold
has
on.
no bearing on this at
Okay.
all.
You're not helping. Stop it. Wick. So basically, if he says, is Christian nationalism better for society than the progressive status quo, that assumes Christian nationalism is better than, right? And if you say no, then that means you're saying the progressive status quo is better than Christian nationalism. So that's that's your affirmative in that understanding. You're both affirmative,
We
right?
both have affirmative claims,
You
correct?
both have
The burden of
affirmative.
proof is not on me here.
Yes, Wick,
It
it's
is
also
not.
on you. You have to build a case for why progressivism, the status quo of progressivism, is better than Christian nationalism. I have to build a case for why Christian nationalism is better than the progressive status quo. You fucking imbecile.
We'll
That's
see if
how
you.
that's how
Let's
debates
see if you
work.
can get over your burden of proof here. We'll find out.
Well, but Wick, you still have the
Now
same
that
burden of
is, hold
proof.
on. Now that would be a defense tactic if you, or maybe an offense tactic if you want to run that way and try to pin it in on him. That would be, if I was in the no seat, that would be how I would play it. I would push it into where you have to drill
Yeah,
down
but do you
his
understand the difference
burdens.
here? Right. He needs to still understand that he's
Yes.
making an affirmative claim. If he doesn't understand he's making an affirmative claim, he thinks this is just interrogatory.
prompt-
You're
Look,
it's not just
the prompt is your
interrogatory.
claim. I do not have to actually make a
Well,
claim
read the
or argue
prompt.
the other is
Hold on,
better.
hold on,
Read the
hold
You
on.
have
prompt.
to prove
Read the
that
prompt.
your claim.
I'll give you the
is
difference.
true.
Hold on, Andrew, you're not helping. Stop it. Okay, Wick. So for now, if we said Christian nationalism is better generally for society than progressive status quo, then you are in the correct stance. Then you are not on the affirmative. You are on the negative, able to prompt in. He would have the burden, but because it's a question and you both have a yes or a no, then you both have the affirmative stance on here.
Correct. But Wick doesn't. You don't want to do that, do you, Wick? You just want to do a
Hold
little
on.
interrogation,
You
didn't
simply
you?
don't want to have the burden of proof because you are not going to actually try to make any claim.
No,
What
I give
you're
you the
going
same
to do is
criticism.
always
You
do
simply don't want the burden of proof because you don't want to make
just
any claims.
poke
Hold on.
holes in other
Both of
people's
you.
claims.
Stop it. We haven't even
This is
started
the
yet.
same
You both kill me.
argument, dummy.
This is
Andrew,
Weasel
you're not
Wilson
helping.
Tactics 101.
Wick, talk to
Refuses
me.
to
Hold
deal
on
with
for a second.
substance,
Hold
anything.
on. Wick, listen. Andrew still has a burden too.
Yes.
He
I still have an
has to
affirmative
hold-
claim, but
and
you
that's
also
why
need to acknowledge you do.
You're not helping. Sit down.
Okay, fine.
Thank you. So basically, if you want to run a tactic, I would attack whatever his burden is. That's where I would run my drill. Okay. That would be the strategy I would use, to where I'm not making claims and throwing stuff out there. I'm just attacking his burdens, and I would alleviate myself of it. Now, he's probably going to already run that drill on you, and you already know that. But you both have an affirmative stance, therefore you both have a claim. Your claim is essentially that progressive status quo is better than Christian nationalism. The reason why you have that stance is because it's a question and you are taking the no. No
Right.
does not mean negative.
I
Do you
think
understand
we're at
that,
an
Wick?
impasse here. We can get to the debate.
No, Wick. We can't get to the debate unless you agree to the terms of the debate.
Deciding not to have a debate with me unless I agree to this.
Oh, okay, Wick. How about this? You take the affirmative claim. I don't take an affirmative claim. And if you don't agree to that, you're running from the debate.
You are running from the debate. You have given me a
Read the prompt.
challenge.
Read the
This is
prompt.
just like the fucking boxing match where you pussed out of that too. You've given me a challenge. You've set the terms. You've set the prompt. I've agreed to it. I've showed up.
Yes,
and
you
now
agreed
at the
to the
last
prompt.
minute, you're like, well, unless you agree to it in this specific way, we're not doing it.
What do you mean?
This is
I just
Weasel
want to make sure
outing.
that
This
you're
is
agreeing to the
Weasel
prompt.
Wilson 101.
So you're not going to agree to the prompt that you agreed to? Can you just read the prompt, Wick?
It is.
I agree to the prompt, but you
Good.
are putting more claims into that. You're sneaking it in. And
No,
I'm just
what am I
saying, you have
sneaking
the
in,
burden
Wick?
of proof here. 100%.
No, I
Go
don't have
ahead.
100% the
Can
burden
you
of proof.
not? Are you ceding ground that you are unable to meet the burden of proof in the debate prompt?
Wick,
Then you would be ceding the same ground, stupid. You'd be
Stop for a
saying
second.
you can't give me any burden. You have no burden of proof whatsoever. You yourself can make no affirmative claims that progressivism is better than Christian nationalism. I just want to make sure we're clear on that, Wick.
Christian
Even though you agreed
nationalism
to the
is a
prompt.
dog shit ideology. That
Good.
is
Then
the
do you
claim
want to
I'm
make
making.
an affirmative?
But if we want to make that the
affirmative
debate,
claim?
we can.
There you go. There you go. Own that, Wick. Let's do that.
I've already owned that, but
No,
what
no,
he's
no.
doing is
That's
sneaking
no.
in more.
No, it needs to be understood that he also has
See
an
what he
affirmative
says.
claim.
He won't even accept
We
that.
both have
He
affirmative
continues
claims.
to go because he can't win unless he does this thing where only I have the burden of proof and he
No,
never has
not
to prove
only
a
you.
thing.
Listen to
not
my
just
words
you.
very carefully. I have an
God.
affirmative claim, and your stupid ass also has an affirmative claim.
Just don't
Where does
understand
that
how
mean
this works.
only I have the burden of proof? Dumb fuck. Where did I say that anywhere ever?
It is both of you, Wick. You both have an affirmative stance. It is possible for two debaters to have an affirmative stance in a question. It is possible. When you go yes and no, yes does not mean,
Well, we'll
yes
see if
does
he
not
can prove
necessarily
his.
mean.
We'll see if he can prove his. Let's go. I'm ready.
I just want to make sure that you understand and I understand so that the parameters are clear that we both have an affirmative here.
This is going to be a doozy.
It is.
Can
gonna
we
be
agree to
doozy.
that or not, Wick?
I'm here to have a debate. My
On?
claim,
What is
such
the debate on?
is that you are unable to meet the burden of proof that Christian nationalism
That's not what the
better.
prompt is. Read the prompt. What does it say? What's the prompt? Read
You
what
are
it says.
arguing-
Actually read it.
You again.
No,
you're
read the
arguing
fucking prompt,
is
Wick.
I am, motherfucker.
No,
Hold on.
you
You
fucking
won't even let me
weaselly
finish a
little fucking
sentence.
fuck.
Both of
Read the
you,
fucking
stop.
prompt, you
stop,
fat little
stop,
fuck.
stop.
Read it.
No,
Holy
stop
shit!
Stop it,
You're just
stop it.
retarded.
I'm going to
Just
put both of you.
you and
Here's
the
what I'm going to do.
Fuck
I'm
off.
putting you both backstage for a minute. Sit and chill for a second. Children, we haven't even started yet. Okay? Holy fuck shit. All right. I'm bringing you back up. Now,
Jesus
listen,
Christ.
neither of you talk. Both of you stop. Stop it. It is a question. You both have an affirmative stance. If you fail to meet your burden, that is on you, and that is up for you to debate during the debate. We don't even have to debate the prompt. Wick, you have an affirmative stance. Whether you feel that way or not is up to you, but it is your claim to hold. Your claim is that progressive status quo is better than Christian nationalism because of the way the question is worded.
Let me ask you this. What
You
do I
hold.
need to
You
say to get the debate on the road? I will say it.
You just need to acknowledge
Stop.
that
Let
you
me,
have an
let me
affirmative
talk
claim.
to him. Let me talk
And so
to
do
him.
I.
Let me do it. Okay. All you need to acknowledge is that you are defending the progressive status quo. That is what you are defending.
I am not defending it. I am saying
Yes,
it is
you are.
better than Christian nationalism.
That would
That's
be
not
a
a defense of
defense.
progressivism.
Stop it. Yes.
Fucking, how
That is
dumb
not a
are you,
defense of
Wick?
I know,
progressivism.
stop it,
And the
stop
fact
it,
that he
stop
doesn't understand that is a problem.
Yes, you are defending the fact that progressive status quo is better than Christian nationalism.
Is better. Meaning is better, Wick. That's an
But
affirmative
that does not
claim.
mean I am defending it because it does not mean it is good. You don't understand basic concepts.
But it is better?
Than Christian nationalism, which is
Yes.
worse. Yes.
Okay, that's an affirmative claim, stupid. Got it now? Do you have it now? Do you got
this
it now?
This is going to be a shit show.
So that is
Do
what
you
Go
understand now?
Andrew, you're not helping. Wick, that is what you're defending then.
I am defending the claim, right, that Andrew Wilson, cannot prove that Christian nationalism is better than progressivism for
Okay,
society.
great. Then I'm defending the claim that Wick can't prove that progressive status quo is better than Christian nationalism. Same fucking claim, Wick. Do you understand that now?
What is the background between you two? Is there something I missed that I wasn't aware of?
He's literally too stupid to even understand what the prompt says.
Wilson
Sarah.
just is tired of taking L's to me, right?
Okay,
He's never won a
listen,
debate,
both
and
of
he's
You just lost the
desperate.
meta debate. You lost the
Desperate.
debate out the debate. you
Listen,
fucking idiot.
Desperate for a W.
Both of you, I will take my ball and go home. I'm so tired. I'm going to try my hardest to grant a lot of grace and patience with both of you this evening. Okay. I have not had a lot of sleep. I just talked about this with my chat on the last stream. I'm very tired and I'm very burnt out. I'm going to extend my grace as much as I can, but I need your help with this. Okay. I need both of you to help me by just try. Okay. Can we get through this together?
Yes, I'm here. I'm prepared. I have my opening statement ready. I'm on time. Let's go. Let's start this
but
show.
I just want to make sure that we got this clear. Proposition that you are agreeing to, Wick, is Christian nationalism better generally for society than the progressive status quo? You are taking the stance, the affirmative claim, that it is not better for society than the progressive status quo. Is that correct? Yes or no?
Okay. I'm going to give my opening statement.
Oh my God, this fucking guy. You won't even agree. Why? You won't even agree to the terms
Can you
of
not
the debate.
just have a debate? Opening statement first, and then you can do
You know
this
what, Wick?
question.
Here's the thing. I'm willing to do this and let you go ahead and do your opening statement. I just want to let you know, though.
Well, you're the affirmative. You
that-
probably should go first.
Yeah, see what I mean? You're the affirmative. So you don't have an affirmative claim, right? That's
You
what
are
you're
the
saying.
You are the affirmative in this debate prompt. You understand that, correct?
Yeah, it's okay. The word yes, I'm taking the yes position.
That is the affirmative.
We both have
Is yes an affirmative? Yes or no?
Yeah, but we both have an affirmative
so
claim.
you have the affirmative in this case.
Let me do this. Scott, Wick, is this if I said I'm going to have a debate and I'm going to say, is the sky blue? And you're going to take the yes stance because you believe the sky is blue. And I'm going to take the no stance because I think the sky is orange. I still have an affirmative stance that the sky is a different color than blue. Does that make sense?
Do you get it now, Wick?
That is still an affirmative. Just
does Andrew Wilson acknowledge that in this debate prompt to the question of is Christian nationalism better for society than the progressive status quo, his is the affirmative position?
Yours is also the affirmative position.
Oh my God.
We both have affirmative positions.
You have the affirmative position in this debate prompt.
We both have affirmative positions.
I have the negative position in this debate prompt.
No, it's not negative.
Am I saying yes or no?
But that's an affirmative position.
Wick, hold on. Wick, if I said Christian nationalism is better generally for society than progressive status quo.
I'm trying to move on, Kings.
That is an affirmative and a negative position because he's making the claim is like.
If you want me to say I'm affirming my negative position, okay.
You're
Do you think that because you say
I have
no
the
in a debate prompt that means that
no is negative, correct?
No, that's a word concept fallacy, Wick.
Your word concept fallacy.
Do you know what a negative position versus a positive position?
I'm taking the negative position in this debate.
You have an affirmative position. You're affirming that the progressive status quo is better than Christianity or Christian nationalism. Yes or no?
This is literally
just answer the fucking question so we can move on.
Again, is no a negative position? If I'm answering the question, no, it is not.
Position.
That is a negative position.
That's not a negative position.
That is absolutely a negative position.
No, it's not. You don't know what you're talking about.
You don't understand words and how they work.
Okay, yes. If we're doing basic grammar, yes, that would apply. No would mean negative. But in terms of a debate...
You're just retarded. This is going to be the easiest W of my fucking life.
One of the dumbest fucking idiots I've ever seen.
Look at this retard, this gay little F-slur, okay?
I said no, so I have a negative position. My name's Whick.
Yes, I have the negative position in this debate. You can't...
I have a negative position.
Wilson is ceding to me immediately, off the bat, that he cannot defend the affirmative position.
You're not helping me at all. You're not helping. Sit down.
He can't
Go talk to your chat, play music. Wick. In terms of basic grammar, yes, no and negative would be the same thing. But when it comes to a debate, it does not.
I think in this case, my position is negative, and I'm not moving off of that.
It's not.
Well, that is what I will argue.
The only way it would be negative is if the prompt said Christian nationalism is better generally for society than progressive stat. That is a positive claim. That's me in an affirmative claim. Right? That is me saying this is what's happening. The sky is blue. Your negative claim would say the sky is not blue. You don't even have to say it's a different color, right? You're just saying the sky's not blue. Doesn't matter what color it is, the sky's just not blue. If we go with yes or no, that's a whole different story. That's a whole different concept in terms of a debate. A yes is just
I say sky blue. Question. You say sky pink. Both have positive position, Wick. See how that works?
But I'm not saying the sky is pink, and I'm not saying progressivism is good. I am simply saying that Christian nationalism is worse.
You're saying, okay, so you're saying that the progressive status quo is better, right?
I don't have to defend that the progressive status quo is better.
That's what the debate is.
You cannot prove that it's better.
Is progressive status quo better or not? Is Christian nationalism better than that
the
or
onus
not?
is on you to prove.
Oh my God.
Hold on. Yes or no? Is the onus on you to prove that Christian nationalism is better for society, right, than the progressive status quo? Is that true or not? All you need to say is that's true, and we can move on.
No. Wick.
Okay, so you're not willing to see that that's true.
Hold on, Andrew. Hold on. Wick.
This guy.
The answer to your question is yes.
Okay,
he has to
great.
prove
That's what we got.
Christian
Let's go. Let's do it. I'm ready.
However, stop. I got it. However, you have to prove it's not.
You have to prove it's not too, Wick. That progressive status quo
Whatever
is better.
Whatever I need to say to get this show on the road, I'm ready. Let's go.
We can't get it on the road unless you affirm what we're debating.
You won't. Let's just be clear.
You're
about
right.
This.
I won't do the debate unless you affirm what we're fucking debating.
So
fuckhead. Did you hear what I said?
So you're running.
That's not running.
So you are running.
That's the opposite of running. You stupid fuck. Either affirm your position or not. You stupid fat fuck. Affirm it or don't.
Here's what I'm going to do,
you
gentlemen.
can't understand basic.
I'm going to go use the restroom and fill up my coffee because I've already gone through a whole cup. You say whatever you want to say in the next 2 minutes. And when I get back, we're going to zip it and we're going to start the show and everybody's going to move on. Okay?
Let's do it. I'm ready. Okay. How embarrassing for you, by the way.
You don't even know what you're talking about, Wick.
Wilson Weasel out again. Weasel Wilson doing his thing.
Weasel Wick. Play on words here. You fucking dork. Do you know what? Do you understand why it is that you also have a positive position in the debate?
But you understand that you have the onus to prove your position. Yes or
no?
So
do you. So do you.
As long as you agree, as you agree that the onus is on you to prove your position.
As long as you also agree the onus is on you to prove yours.
Okay.
Will you agree to that? If you agree to that, we'll start the debate right fucking now, Wick.
Let's do it. Start whatever I need to say.
Will you agree to that first, Wick?
Whatever we need to say. Let's
do it. Can you say it then? Can you say yes?
Yes. I have to. Yes. Whatever we need to say.
Okay. Thank you. For the love of God.
Oh my God.
Whack Wick.
Jesus Christ.
Okay. Andrew, you have the affirmative that Christian nationalism is better than, generally better than society, than progressive status quo. Wick, you have the affirmative that it is not better than society. Okay. Everybody's got an affirmative. We're moving forward. I don't give a fuck how anybody feels about it. We're going to do it. We're going to have this debate, and you're both going to shut up and listen to me when I say shut up. We're going to stop when the 2-minute timer stops. It's going to bing. If you continue talking over the 2-minute timer and you continue to do that, I will mute the shit out of you. And that's just going to, I have no patience for this now. You both owe me a 12-pack of White Claws. And then let's see. Keep the personal shit off my screen. I don't want any personal stuff on here. Kids, wives, family, whatever, leave it off my screen. No TOS. You guys all know better. Don't interrupt me. We'll do, let's see, we're starting late now. We'll do about 2 hours. The first hour we will have timed. Second hour, maybe we'll untime it. And then we'll go into reading and responding to super chats. If the chat wants an open panel, I might do one. Neither of you have to stay, but they have to grift the shit out of it to make it happen. Is everybody ready?
Ready.
Okay. Thank God. All right. I'm going to put you both backstage. It's about a 2-minute intro. About 30 seconds before the intro ends, I'll put you back on screen. Andrew, you do have the first 8 minutes. Wick, you have the second 8 minutes for the opening statements. On the way back round for closing statements, Wick, you go first. Andrew, you have the final say. Everybody golden. Okay. Thank God. All right.
Generally, you said feminism is neutral.
Here's what actually happened.
This comes under the foundation of all knowledge.
I'm really mad that
What difference does it make, right? What
Stop.
difference does it make?
Stop.
the deregulation of the industry is obviously going to cause more of that industry.
And to lubricate the trust connection between people until they have enough.
Yet we could still look at biological reality in determining who's a female, even if there are.
Why don't you denounce feminism the same way you're denouncing capitalism? If you don't...
For something to be objective, it needs to be verifiable. And you can't verify...
If I make a claim as a political pundit, it is true that I definitely could be wrong.
Yeah,
you're promoting, right?
Ideology is the main tenet of politics, right? This is my ideology.
Yeah, but...
So, 2015, anyone go back and watch the footage? The first GOP debate...
Oh, Robert. Oh, that? With a crowbar, you said?
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Sarah the Raging Tomato here, bringing to you live another 1v1 debate with Andrew Wilson from The Crucible and Whick TV. Tonight, we're going to ask the question, is Christian nationalism better generally for society than the progressive status quo? My apologies on the tardiness. Andrew, would you like to begin with your opening statement, please?
Yeah. So first and foremost, let me point out that Whick won't really have much to say during this debate except her jar opening and boxing match nonsense trolling because he's a fucking idiot. So let's get this out of the way right now. Yes, one time I couldn't open an olive jar. And also, yes, Whick will let you beat the shit out of him for money. Both of those things are true. Now to the meat of the debate. There are two positive claims here. Whick claims that the progressive status quo is superior to Christian nationalism, which is hilarious. So we'll start with what Christian nationalism is. Christian nationalism, or Christian populism, is the belief that Christians should be the dominant force in society, in both government and the social order. It proposes that a population needs to be moral, and the government, which is in charge of them, needs to be a moral government, which means they adhere to Christian ethics and the teachings of Jesus Christ. At its root, Christian nationalism is claiming the country was really only ever meant for a Christian ethics-based population. And all other forms of ethics are essentially incompatible with our social and societal standards. Further, that when we deviate from those standards, society gets objectively worse for everybody. Its main causes are the protection of life, the movement towards moderate isolationism, the removal of foreign wars and interests, creating a system which moves towards propagandizing the public, towards cross-generational and nuclear family. Those dynamics have a strong emphasis with pronatalism, abolition of homosexual marriage and transgender propaganda, abolition of abortion, abolition of the promotion of degeneracy and pornography, abolition of feminist propaganda, which encourages divorce and breaking up families without needing to show any cause, abolition of anti-national propaganda in schools, the elimination of usury, the elimination of NGOs and dual citizenship office holders. The list here actually goes on and on, but I think that that's plenty to start with. Now to the progressive status quo ideology, and in no way in this opening am I able to make this completely comprehensive. But progressives believe in an idea of egalitarianism and equity based around mostly perceived victim status using a lens of intersectionality in order to make determinations of who deserves what. The ideology is a mix of postmodernism philosophy with a little bit of Enlightenment principles thrown in for grounding. That's the most charitable definition I can give, by the way. The status quo for them would mean Instead of attempting to fix family units and passing divorce reforms, that instead we simply continue a program of mass migration, keep numbers up, rather than incentivizing Americans living here to have children. Entry to pornography for girls to get fucked by as many men on camera stays set at 18. Porn use stays an enshrined right under their interpretation of the First Amendment. Trans propaganda continues to be proliferated in schools, and children are lied to and told men can be women and women can be men. Socially alternative family units are glorified over nuclear and cross-generational families due to their perceived victim status and lack of equity. Prostitution continues to be pushed for as a legitimate female profession and pushed by progressive think tanks and LGBTQ ideologues. Any standardization of language in the nation will be treated as racism because of the lack of equity in this ideology. Suffrage will likely need to be expanded to as young as 16, which we see in the European progressive model right now. It's already happening. Abortion becomes an enshrined right for all women as part of this ideology because women are also a victim class who don't have equity with men. Marriage takes the form of alternative values being just as legitimate, and a man and woman, all alternative forms of marriage are going to have to be under progressive ideology equally protected. I don't see why that wouldn't include polygamy, which there's already mass movements for, or why that wouldn't include multiple, partners in marriage. If you allow 2 men to get married, I don't see why you couldn't allow 3 men to get married or 4. The list here goes on, but for the sake of time, I will just list some of the problems the status quo has that Whick here is going to defend as being good for society. Let me address most of Whick's pathetic objections up front. He will say, which form of Christianity? He just needs to remember he's at the mercy of the same question. Which form of progressive or liberal ideology? Acting as though because Christians debate social and political issues, we don't have many unifying ethics would be just as absurd as me claiming progressives don't. He'll say that Christians fought wars with each other. So what? They also fought wars with Soviet secular Russia under communism. Also, this claim is silly as it pretends secular nations won't ever fight wars with each other. He'll claim life is better under progressive ideology, but he's actually just conflating that with technology. He'll also argue that Christians will shut the door behind them, creating authoritarianism as if progressives can't be authoritarian or change the Constitution to their liking, which they do all the time. In fact, Whick is at the mercy of every single criticism he will make at Christian nationalism for his system. Let's start with a thing that he was criticizing recently, which is blasphemy laws. Progressives have their own dogma for blasphemy laws. What they do is they shadow ban people from participation in society when it suits them. If they can't change laws, for instance, you said what we perceive as a racial slur. In many Western progressive nations, you can actually go to jail for that. In the USA, for wrongthink, progressives will deplatform you as a person. That is their form of blasphemy laws. Now, I'll wrap this up. I'll wrap it here because there's plenty of meat here on the bone, and I don't want to gish gallop forever. I want to make sure that Whick has plenty to go after, but he can see I have plenty to go after as well, for the sake of fairness. But as I wrap it up, remember that Whick can't just prove that Christian nationalism is bad. He has to prove progressive ideology here is better. That's his claim, that the progressive status quo is better than Christian nationalism. Now, he can say Christian nationalism is, quote, dog shit, which he said. Fair enough. You can make that claim all you want. But just proving that Christian nationalism bad doesn't actually prove that the progressive status quo is better. Whick wanted to make sure that what he wanted to have was what's called an interrogatory debate. The idea here is he wants to interrogate the position without ever defending one, which is fine. And there's a time and a place for that as well. This particular debate, we outlined it as him taking the affirmative that the progressive status quo is better than Christian nationalism. My affirmative is that Christian nationalism is better than the progressive status quo. I don't think you'll actually see Whick do anything to defend his system here, especially not in his opening statement like I just did, because he can't. He can't defend it. The progressive status quo is basically indefensible. And we'll see as we go through this that he'll back away from almost essentially each progressive stance, which is there. So with that, I'll yield the rest of my time. Good luck, Whick. You're going to need it.
Thank you, Andrew. And Whick, over to you, please.
When Satan tempted Christ, he offered the Savior all the kingdoms of the world. Christ rejected this, eschewing secular power and focusing on God. When he fed the 5,000, and the crowd sought to take him and make him a king, he hid from them, again eschewing secular power and focusing on God. When Christ stood before Pilate, he told him, "My kingdom is not of this world. If it were, my servants would fight to prevent my arrest." Time and time again, the great exemplar, Christ, denied secular power and rulership over politics or nations, but instead focused on God and the kingdom of heaven. Nationalism rejects the example of Christ, seeking to fuse church and state in a way that is antithetical to the Christ teachings. You simply cannot have a Christian form of nationalism. Today, my opponent's task is to prove a couple things. First, that the Christian nationalism is better than the progressive status quo, and that nationalism can, in fact, be Christian. A tall order. Progressivism is simply this: a philosophy and reform movement that promotes social, economic, and political change in order to advance the human condition through social reform. It first cropped up in response to societal upheaval during industrialization and pushed for labor rights, public health, democratic reforms, etc. The abolitionist movement pre-Civil War was a progressive movement. Progressives have often protected Christians. In spite of attacks by certain hateful progressives, which I strongly denounce and oppose, churches are still able to preach and operate fully protected under the liberal order. Progressive courts and judges have often upheld the rights of Christians. The ACLU has defended Christian churches time and time again, including in 2015's Reed versus Town of Gilbert. Progressive judges side with Christians to protect their speech, such as in Vlaming versus West Point School Board in 2023. It was progressives and liberals in 1964 that instituted Title VII of the CRA, the Civil Rights Act, which ensured Christians can observe religious practices such as the Sabbath and religious holidays without job loss. Globally, progressives in the European Union pushed for humanitarian aid and diplomatic protections for Christians in conflict zones, such as supporting the 2023 UN resolutions, aiding Christian minorities in Nigeria, where Boko Haram killed over 2,000 Christians. Now, we must look at Christian nationalism to compare the two. In 1942, B.J. Vorster declared, and I quote, "We stand for Christian nationalism, which is an ally of National Socialism. You can call this anti-democratic principle dictatorship if you wish. In Italy, it is called fascism. In Germany, National Socialism. And in South Africa, Christian nationalism." B.J. Vorster would later go on to become the Prime Minister of apartheid South Africa. My opponent will perhaps protest, claiming, "Oh, but of course I don't mean that sort of Christian nationalism." I will simply remind you, dear viewer, that Andrew Wilson for a time went by the nickname of Big Papa Fascist. In 20th century, nationalism, in all its varied stripes, has led to horror and death. 92 million are estimated to have been killed, a deadly ideology second only to communism. In many cases, nationalism has sought to place nation above all other concerns, whether it be individual or the family. In addition, if my opponent believes we are in a progressive status quo, he must contend with what will be needed to get from here to there, what the transition will look like, how that will affect society and the lives of people in it. In Stephen Wolf's The Case for Christian Nationalism, there is a chapter on the right to revolution in which he writes thusly, and I quote, "Many want me to end with a word of caution, perhaps to reassure everyone that these are academic conclusions, that they are not serious. Instead, I'll say this. It is to our shame that we sheepishly tolerate assaults against our Christian heritage, merely sighing or tweeting performative outrage over public blasphemy, impiety, irreverence, and perversity. We are dead inside, lacking the spirit to drive away the open mockery of God and to claim what is ours in Christ. We are gripped by a slavish devotion to our secularist captors. But we do not have to be like this. We have the power and the right to act. Let us train the will and cultivate the resolve." While my opponent might claim the transition to what he wishes will be peaceful, it is apparent that there are many very influential voices who advocate for Christian nationalism that think as Wolf does. Wolf's words are reminiscent of a darker time in Europe, where Christians took up arms against each other and the state in order to, in their minds, drive away the open mockery of God and to claim what is ours in Christ. The Reformation wars in Europe where different groups tried to enforce their version of Christianity led to the deaths of millions and the suffering and oppression of millions more. A progressive status quo, for all its faults or flaws, is not worse than Christian nationalism. And I would note that every single thing that Wilson, my opponent, mentioned, the gays and the trans and things, are not worse than 92 million dead worldwide. Wilson is showing Christians all the nations of the world and offering them to you. If you would but give up your Christianity just a little. Audience, be like Jesus. Reject the offer.
Thank you, Whick. I appreciate both of you with your opening statements. For the audience, as you always know, we're going to get through about a 2-hour debate. Then we will go into closing statements, read and respond to your kind super chats. And I am holding open panel ransom. You heard it. The goal is set. If you don't meet the goal, there's no open panel. So that's totally up to you. Outside of that, we have a timer this evening. It is a 2-minute timer. As we kick it off, it will automatically restart, and both gentlemen are going to respect the timer and stop talking once it goes off. Andrew, I'm going to leave the floor open to you to start.
Yeah, let's start by addressing some of Wick's points here. The first, he points out, look at all of the death that happened under nationalism, right? And he tries to loosely tie that in with Christianity, even though most of that had nothing to do with religion, had to do with resource politics more than anything else. On top of that, let's just point out that progressive abortion policy had killed more than every single war in history combined. All wars in history combined, the progressive policy of abortion has killed and eradicated more human life than that. How could that objectively be better? Whick says himself that he's a Christian. I don't know if he's anti-abortion or not, or at least he has some sort of Christian values, I would assume, something like this, I think I heard, but I don't know if he's anti-abortion. But he has to reconcile with the fact that the latest stat that I saw was somewhere around 20 to 25% of Gen Z isn't even here anymore. Why? Because they were aborted in the womb. Christian nationalism makes it a point to go after this and enshrine the right to life. Right? The whole time Whick is sitting here telling you about all of the wars of the 20th century, which had nothing to do with Christianity at all. Zero, in fact. The Japanese most certainly weren't Christians who were attacking us. They were attacking us over resources, right? These were Buddhists, Zen Buddhists. And by the way, Christians were on defense there, and they were protecting the world from imperialism. What the fuck is this guy talking about? On top of all of that, let's just point out a few other things. He says, well, the having this trans ideology that's still better than Christian. How is that better than Christian nationalism? Then whatever the modern proposition for Christian nationalism is, which I just gave you what mine is, right? How is trans ideology better than any of the things that I stated? In fact, any of the things I stated as an agenda, what's the refutation for any of them, Whick?
Okay, my turn? Okay, great.
Mm-hmm.
So, my debate opponent, Wilson, ignorantly declares that the wars of the 20th century, Christianity was involved in any of them. Again, I would remind you that the South African apartheid regime was Christian nationalists. They were Christian nationalists. They massacred over 20,000 people, right? Like, this isn't something that is just nothing. You can't hand wave this away. Nazis promoted positive Christianity. I would agree it's a distorted version, but I would argue that any kind of nationalism is a distorted version of Christianity. Notice how that my debate opponent hasn't addressed a single point I made when it comes to the words of Christ. When Christ himself went against nationalism and secular power, when the Bible itself calls out the need for secularism and condemns it, right? Notice that he will not do that. No, at no point throughout this debate will he contend with the actual words of Christ in this matter. And it does make one wonder, if you are purporting to be a Christian, how can you still be nationalist? I don't think you can. I think Christ's words are clear here. I think there are many biblical examples of this. I have cited them in my opening statements, and I'd be curious to see what my debate opponent has to say about that. I don't think he will. I don't think he understands Christianity, nor do I think that when he advocates for Christian nationalism, he understands he is not advocating for anything Christian whatsoever. To the abortion point, I am anti-abortion, actually, and this is proof that you can have progressive values and be anti-abortion. This abortion is not necessarily tied to progressivism, and I would be curious to see if he could prove that, given the many examples we have of progressive movements that didn't have anything to do with abortion.
Back to you, Andrew.
Yeah, so a bunch of points to cover. Let's start with the abortion point first and work our way back. His last point first. So he says, what does abortion have to do with progressive movement? After all, there's been plenty of progressive movements that don't make abortion a forefront. We're talking about the progressive status quo. That's what you're here defending, Whick. Remember that? The status quo. Current status quo progressivism inarguably wants to enshrine abortion as a right for women. Now, you can cope and you can whine about that all you want, Whick, but there's no doubt that it's true. The progressive status quo wants to enshrine this as a right. You didn't address the fact that it killed more than anything you're talking about right now. You're anti-abortion, obviously, because you must think that it's killing a person, I would assume. I don't know why else you would be, right? But you'll have to concede that point too then. That progressive ideology already has a body count soaring above anything that you're saying any Christian or nationalist would have. On top of that, he makes this other straw man position. I didn't say no wars have anything to do with Christianity. He literally just said, Andrew says no wars had it. Never said that. I just pointed out that he unjustly, or unrightly at least, went ahead and said that all of these European wars had something to do with Christianity, and they didn't. They mostly, the focus was not. And then he brings up Nazi Germany as though that had something to do. That was not a war about Christianity. It never was a war about Christianity. It's absurd to even make the claim. Nobody would tie those things together because those two things don't go together. Now, remember, the progressive status quo that he's talking about, Whick just contradicted himself. I'm not for abortion. Must mean because he thinks that abortion is killing a person. So can Whick please reconcile how it could be that he's attributing this massive body count to Christian nationalists when he knows that progressive standard ideology wants to continue to rack this body count up, and it's Christian nationalists who are standing opposed to it, not the progressive, not any progressive.
Notice the dishonesty of my opponent. I admitted that the Nazism was a distorted version of Christianity. What I tied the deaths to in the 20th century, and if he had paid attention, he would have known this, was nationalism. Because again, remember, there are two parts to Christian nationalism, and my opponent has to deal with both. The Christian aspect of it, which I think is incompatible with nationalism. Again, notice how he didn't address a single point on Scripture in the words of Christ. It's not very Christian of you, sir, first of all. And second of all, the second portion he has to deal with are nationalist or nationalism, which nationalism absolutely played a major role in the deaths of the 20th century. And to deny it is just to deny history. It's to reveal yourself as ignorant of such. Again, if we want to go with specifically Christian nationalism, I will once again point out to you the apartheid of South Africa, which again declared themselves Christian nationalists, and the founder of that, the prime minister of that, which again ran the country, showed that, yeah, it was friends to fascists, friends to nationalists, friends to all these things, right? When it comes to abortion, again, if we live in a progressive status quo, Roe v. Wade was overturned. Obviously, you can get rid of abortion in a progressive status quo. The progressive status quo does not necessitate abortion. And the proof for that, the very clear proof of that, is the removal of Roe v. Wade, right? The rescinding of that by the courts. That absolutely is something that can happen in the progressive status quo because it has. And again, we have historical examples of progressive movements that have existed within nations that have banned abortion. Again, trying to tie abortion to progressivism just doesn't fly. It doesn't work. We have too many examples where it's not the case.
And Andrew, to you.
So let's start with this. As far as Scripture goes, I'm not here to have a theological debate with Whick. on what he believes scripture is. He's not a Christian, and so there's no point in doing that. What's the point in having a scripture debate with an unbeliever? There's no point to that. So I'm not even going to bother. That's not what this debate is about. We can use whatever his objective standard is for what is good and bad. I'm fine with that too. We don't even need to utilize the standard for Christian ethics. But him saying that I need to quote the Bible at a bunch of unbelievers is silly and has no bearing on the issues that we're talking about currently as proposed by Christian nationalism, which secularists can get behind, even if they're not Christians, just because they prefer the ethical standard. Not only that, let's point out, he says, well, look at what happened with Roe v. Wade. That's because of right-wingers. That's because of right-wingers and Christian fundamentalists who have been fighting against that for years. That had nothing to do with the progressive status quo. It was the opposite of that. The progressive status quo was Roe v. Wade itself. That was the fucking status quo. And they want to bring that status quo back. And it's absurd. This guy's lying through his teeth. He's pretending that it wasn't Christians who didn't spearhead all of that, because it was. It was Christians who spearheaded the war against Roe v. Wade, which he just admitted that this basically is child murder. The body count is way higher than anything that he can point to under nationalism, most certainly Christian nationalism, and then finally under nationalism. So what? You have the same thing with kingdoms, countries. Anytime you have groups of people who congregate together in large tribes, they kill each other over resources. That has nothing to do with nationalism itself. He would have to state that kingdoms and empires and things like this weren't killing each other long before the rise of the nation state, which is absurd. Of course they were. And no, those weren't always religious wars. In fact, many of them were resource wars. Progressivism hasn't stopped any of that, by the way.
Whick, to you.
Again, once again, he refuses to actually address the words of Christ. I'm not asking him to quote scripture. I'm asking him to contend with the scriptures that I have quoted, where Christ has specifically eschewed political power. Notice that he cannot do that. He cannot prove, and he has provided no evidence that nationalism is within the teachings of Christ. I have provided evidence, and I have, I think, proven to a pretty good degree, and we could go over if he likes, but he won't, because he does not know the scriptures. He does not know Christianity. He is advocating for Christian nationalism without understanding what that actually means. He cannot, again, go through the points of Christianity and show you how nationalism is compatible with them. I don't know how clear this can be that he is just out of his depth here. He doesn't know what he's talking about. And again, I've provided evidence and examples of progressive institutions, right? Progressive countries, progressive states, progressive movements that has had nothing at all to do with abortion. And we have examples of nationalist countries that have had abortion and things like that. So the trick he's doing is trying to, if you're for abortion, you must be progressive. And that's not true. Also, I would argue that yes, Christians did spearhead the getting rid of the Roe v. Wade, but it was also progressive Christians who did this, not just conservative Christians. It was Christians across the board. There have been Democratic Christians who have voted against Roe v. Wade, who have voted to repeal Roe v. Wade. And this is absolutely true. Once again, I need you to point out and I need you to understand that Andrew Wilson will not engage on the theological point. He says this is not a theological debate, but it absolutely is, because in order to have a Christian nationalist nation, you need to prove that nationalism can be Christian, even though it contradicts the scriptures that say otherwise. Christ has said otherwise. So I don't know how he can overcome that hurdle. He has yet to do so or provide any evidence whatsoever.
Andrew.
Yeah, the theology has nothing to do with the debate. If I were a secularist right this second, I could advocate for the same Christian nationalist points that I just advocated for. What would prevent me from doing that? Answer, nothing. Has nothing to do with anything. He made a major concession on this point. He knows it. He knows he's screwed. So he's trying to pivot over to have some kind of theology debate with me, which has no bearing or merit on this debate whatsoever. Who cares what heretics think the Bible says or doesn't say? Who gives a shit? It's not important to me, right? The progressive mantra is power. That's all they care about. And the thing is that's exactly what we're talking about. I don't give a shit about his shaming tactic through any type of him citing any scripture. It means nothing to me. There's no fruits of the Spirit there. Worthless to me. Anything Whick says about the Bible, completely worthless. It's already poisoned the second it comes out of his mouth. No reason to contend with it at all. He just doesn't want to contend with the points. By the way, he just admitted that Christians have a shared ethic when it comes to abortion. He just said that there's progressive Christians as well who tried to eliminate this, as well as right-wingers, though I will have to correct him and say it's mostly Christians who were on the right who spearheaded these, not ones on the left. But he has already admitted that they have a shared ethic across the board, even though he was just arguing a night or two ago that they don't have shared ethics. And here we see them unifying for the purpose under a shared ethic of getting rid of this horrific societal plague. Imagine how stupid you have to be to admit that out loud, that one of your core principles of the argument is that Christian nationalists can't come together. Christianity can't come together. Which denomination? And then he points out and gives you the proof of Christians coming together to eliminate this social plague under a shared value. That's literally what his argument just was. Good job, Whick. Good job. Thanks for making my point for me. It was very kind of you to do.
Whick.
I'm the only one making points here. That is correct. Andrew Wilson has taken his first W of the night and acknowledging that I am the only one actually making points here. Congratulations to you. Again, I want to quote Andrew Wilson here. I don't care what the scriptures say. I do. And I think that you should. If someone is going to advocate for Christian nationalism, they don't have to be a Christian, but they should absolutely understand what it is that they are trying to advocate for and whether or not Christianity is compatible with nationalism. Because if it is not, then whatever comes from that is going to be a perversion of Christianity. And if we would agree, that I think we would, that Christian ethics are good and generally lead to human flourishing, which I will grant you in this case. One of those Christian ethics, I would argue, however, is that nationalism is a sin. Nationalism is anti-Christian. And again, you may not care about that, but Christians care about that. Christians care about the scriptures. Christians care about whether or not what they are going to advocate for is within the will of Christ. By their fruits ye shall know them is another thing that we have, that Christ has said. And I think that's very applicable in this debate tonight, right? If what you are advocating for is a form of nationalism that you claim is Christian, but it does not follow the Christian ethos, I think that is very important to point out. I think that is something you will have to defend, which I don't think you can. And I think you know you can't. And that's why you will refuse at every turn to even contend with any of the scriptures I have laid out, any of the words I have laid out. You have ceded this debate to me, 6 minutes, 8 minutes in, something like that, because you do not understand that which you are advocating for, right? You do not understand the tenets of which you advocate for. You are trying to play this game where you're as vague as possible, right, without actually defending your points. Why is Christian nationalism compatible with Christianity?
Okay, so to go through this very quickly, right? I don't have to contend with whatever his view of scripture is. It has no bearing whatsoever on the debate by his own admission. I don't know why Whick is trying to turn this into a theological debate. I have no clue. But that seems to be what his goal is to turn this into a theological debate where we go down some scriptural rabbit hole. It doesn't matter what Whick thinks about scripture. It's completely irrelevant. He's not a Christian. Debates are about worldviews and paradigms. We're operating within his paradigm. He's not a Christian. What does me proving anything about scriptures have to do with anything to his satisfaction? Fuck him. It doesn't matter what he thinks about scripture. It's irrelevant. I gave him hyper specifics about what Christian nationalism is and the policies that it purports, and he agrees with them. That's what's crazy. Now let's point this out. Strawman, he says, Andrew said he doesn't care what scriptures say. Never said that. Whick, of course, made it up completely. I said, I don't care what Whick thinks the scriptures say. Very different thing. Is Christianity compatible with nationalism is his question. Or our founders must have thought so because they gave us a nation, Whick. They must have thought so. And many of them cite in the Declaration of Independence what? They cite what? That we have inalienable rights which come from God. The whole idea here is that if this is the case, then what Whick is actually saying is that the founders themselves knew nothing about biblical ethics and thought that they could have a nation based on at least loosely Christian ethics. But if that's not the case, then you know what he's actually admitting? He's admitting that progressives gave us the nation. So he would be admitting that progressives are responsible for nations. If progressives are responsible for nations, then progressives would be at fault for all of the perceived problems that Whick is claiming nations have given us. Imagine how dumb you have to be to make that argument. Go ahead, Whick, defend that. I can't wait.
Imagine thinking that, oh, it's a nation, it must be nationalism. This reveals a deep ignorance as to what nationalism actually is. I thought he was just going to flounder on the Christianity portion of this debate, right? Because he doesn't understand Christianity, but apparently he doesn't understand what nationalism is either. So to help him out, I will give you a standard definition. Nationalism is an ideology and movement emphasizing loyalty, devotion, and strong identification with one's own nation or country, often prioritizing its interests, culture, and achievements above others. When we talk about the founding of this nation, we have specifically, through the Constitution, put limits on our nation's leaders' power, right? We have put limits and exceptions, and we have enshrined individual rights. We have enshrined individual freedoms. This is absolutely, the American nation today is not a nationalist nation, nor was it at the time. To think that this was a thing reveals a deep ignorance. But back to the Christianity. Again, he flees. The wicked flee when none pursueth. But tonight, I am going to pursue just a little bit. Again, don't contend with my interpretations. If my interpretations are wrong, then you should be able to easily tell me why they are wrong. When I say, and I'm going to quote it again, when Satan tempted Christ, he offered the Savior all the kingdoms of the world, and Christ rejected this, right? You have to tell me why I am wrong to say that this is showing him eschewing secular power and focusing on God. When I quote him to say, again, the words of Christ, not my words, Christ's words. Well, let's be clear. My kingdom is not of this world. If it were, my servants would fight to prevent my arrest. He has to show me why it's wrong. He can't just hand wave it away and say, Whick's not Christian. He has to actually contend with the words of Christ, because these are not my words, dear viewers, dear audience. These are the words of Christ. And if you profess to be a Christian, you should probably take them seriously.
Thank you, Andrew.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with anything. So he says, and this is really funny too. He gives this definition of nationalism, right? So I just Googled nationalism, the definition. And the first thing that pops up, of course, in an AI overview is his definition, which is hilarious. An ideology movement centered on loyalty, devotion, and a strong attachment to one's nation. And then says, that has nothing to do with our founders. Yet it fits every criteria of our founders, Whick. Yes, of course they were nationalists. They were fighting to form a nation. And the nation had a national identity. Yes, Whick, it fits all the categories. I've never heard a more absurd argument in my life than what Whick just said. Andrew said nation. That has nothing to do with nationalism. Well, yes, it does. And yes, our founders gave us a nation, and a nation with an identity. And that national identity, which they had, does fit in these categories. An ideology movement centered on loyalty, devotion, strong attachment to one's nation. It falls under all of those categories. I have no idea what the hell this guy is talking about. It's the stupidest thing I've heard today. So also, he didn't actually contend with a point. The point is that if it's not the case, if their founders didn't give us nationalism, that wasn't what they wanted. And the case is that, hey, Christians, that's not compatible with nationalism. Christianity is not compatible with this. Then he would essentially be saying that Christians who formed nations got this wrong, right? It was actually the progressive view that gave us nations, and the nation is the thing he hates. So I don't know how he could reconcile these two issues. How do you actually reconcile the issue that under your worldview, it would be progressivism that would give us nationalism and not Christianity? They just got it wrong. They just got it wrong. And it was actually the progressive view that we needed nations. And so we got nations, the thing that you hate, because progressives gave them to us. And so therefore, all of these things would be at the lap of progressives, right, Whick?
Go ahead.
My opponent here seems to think that all nations are nationalist under his version of the word. Oh, it's a nation. Nationalism. Nation is in the word nationalism. They must be the same thing. This is probably the most baby brain take I've heard. Well, honestly, I thought you were smarter than this. This might be worse than the two they debated on Monday. This is crazy. Again, what we were given by the founders is a liberal democracy. It was a liberal world order that has been founded. The nationalists fought against the liberal world order in World War II, right? These are not the same thing. Simply because someone something calls itself a nation does not make it nationalism. That is just the most idiotic thing I've ever heard. And again, reminder, he has not yet addressed a single point I have said about how Christianity and nationalism are not compatible. He has yet to prove that. And that is one of the tasks he must do. In this debate, he must prove, or he at least must provide a strong argument for, that nationalism and Christianity are compatible, when I have posited and made the positive claim that they are not, by providing evidence, and my evidence is the words of Christ himself in the scriptures again and again and again. One of the reasons they crucified Christ, one of the reasons the Pharisees and Sadducees rejected Christ, was because they thought he was going to establish this nationalistic thing. They thought he was going to come in as their Messiah and overthrow Rome and be the king, be the strong man, be the machismo guy. And when, again, Christ rejected that and said, no, my kingdom is not of this world. My kingdom is in heaven. Again, he's sighing because he's cooked here, right? He cannot contend with this, right? It's just a very strong point. So once again, just to reiterate, not every nation is nationalism. I hate to tell you that. And again, please address my point about Christianity.
Andrew?
Yeah, so let's just make this simple. So under the idea of sola scriptura, sola scriptura, I can have any definition I could ever want for what these words mean, and could just say, the Holy Spirit told me to disagree with Whick on this point and that he's wrong. There you go. There you go, Whick. There's your disagreement on the point. And the thing is like, what's so funny about this is, again, what does this have to do with anything? He's not addressing any proposed policies by Christian nationalists. He's not saying any of them are bad, nothing. He just says, if through his loose interpretation of Christianity, it's not compatible with nationalism. Well, that's nice, Whick. The actual Christians seem to disagree and are banding together to make nations. Isn't that funny? They don't agree with you, Whick. They don't agree. And so the thing is like, under your liberal status quo framework, you don't have any basis for which to tell them that they're not allowed to do it either, Whick. You have no basis from which to even go at them, except to say, well, I disagree. I disagree with your interpretation. Who cares what you think about it, Whick? Also, moving back in to this idea, I didn't say that nationalism is the same, but yeah, you're going to have a nation to have nationalism. Yes, that is the case. I promise you're going to have a nation to have nationalism. And also, I just point this out, under World War II, America, what part of his nationalist kind of spreadsheet there for what he said nationalism was, does America not fall under? A single thing in your definition that World War II America didn't fall under for your definition of nationalism that you just gave. One fucking thing, Whick. You can't give us one thing. Of course it was a nationalist nation. Of course it was. The idea of your progressive virtues has also been, for a long time, to spread the virtues of democracy, right? By the way, totally done through nationalistic propaganda. So yeah, actually respond to that point, Whick.
Whick.
Oh, he's grasping. This is great, gang. So once again, sola scriptura, I just want to let everyone know what he means, right? He doesn't understand what that means. Sola scriptura is a Protestant Reformation principle meaning scripture alone. It asserts that the Bible is the supreme and final authority for all Christian doctrine and practice, containing all truth necessary for salvation and spiritual life. So when he says, that he can cite sola scriptura and say that God told him to, he has demonstrated he doesn't know what the words he's using are meaning. That's the exact opposite of what that sola scriptura means, sir. Sola scriptura is when you use the Bible as the sole word of God, scripture alone, which I have done, sir. So when you cite sola scriptura, I could just say divine revelation gave it to me. You are using the word incorrectly. You don't know what you were talking about. And again, when we talk about what is America, and you say America is nationalist, that is just not true. It is not backed up by any historical data. It is not backed up by historical fact. My claim is that, again, and I think I've proven it through the Constitution and by citing the limits on national power which exist in the Constitution from its founding, right? That, again, it is a liberal nation, which is a different thing than a nationalist nation, that these are different things. And if you don't understand that, that's fair. But once again, you have to prove and contend with the fact that Christianity and nationalism are not compatible. And Christ himself has shown that they are not compatible. The scriptures show that they are not compatible. You have yet to even address this point. You try to hand wave it away. You try to weasel out of it. Andrew Wilson the weasel, right? Going after it again. He just can't do it, gang. He's floundering and he knows he's sunk. Once again, how is nationalism compatible with Christianity?
Andrew?
Yeah, so Whick the weenie again can't help himself, goes out of his way to beat a dead horse. If the entirety of your proposition is just that you believe that the Bible says that Christianity isn't compatible with nationalism, that's great, Whick. I'm glad that you believe that. Christians, by and large, don't seem to, or we wouldn't be discussing Christian nationalism, would we? Also, I'd just like to point this out when he brought up sola scriptura. Yes, actually, his definition is correct, but who's the interpreter? You see, the part of sola scriptura that makes it work is that you're imbued with the Holy Spirit. Otherwise, you can't make these interpretations correctly, can you, stupid fuck? This is the problem with arguing with a guy like Whick. He actually doesn't understand the terms which are being used. There has to be an interpreter. And the interpreter, if they're not imbued with the Spirit, at least under the ideas of sola scriptura, they can't make those interpretations. Now, Whick doesn't have the Spirit, does he? He's avowed that he's not a Christian. So therefore, we would dismiss anything that he said under his interpretation because he's not imbued with the Spirit. That's the whole point. Now, this aside, notice that Whick has been trying to pivot this all night. He can't seem to answer this question. Whick, can you, once again, I just read your definition of nationalism. I would like for you to demonstrate how it is. You just keep asserting that, hey, our nation wasn't nationalistic at its founding due to the fact that there was some constraints put on government for what they could do. So what? That doesn't prove it wasn't nationalistic. And also show me in World War II America how that wouldn't fit the definition of nationalism. Any definition you come up with for nationalism, your definition that you just read, how does World War II America not fit that definition exactly for what nationalism would be? How is it that after our founding, it doesn't fit the definition of what nationalism would be? Can you actually contend with the points and the actual propositions here, Whick? Let's do that.
Once you start answering any of my questions, which you have dodged all night, you have again admitted that you got the sola. I want this to be clear to the audience, right? That he has admitted that his original definition of sola scriptura was completely made up and wrong. He was using it incorrectly. And once I correctly defined it for him, he's trying to weasel and backtrack and pretend that, oh, well, who's interpreting it, and trying desperately to distract you from the fact that he used a word. He did not know the definition of the word, and he used it incorrectly. Unfortunately for him, I do know the definition of the word. I know what this means. I've had these talks before because I understand scripture and theology in a way better, to a better degree than you do, sir. And I think that's been evident tonight. But let's once again, remind the audience that one of his tasks here today that he has to do, that he has yet to do, is show how nationalism and Christianity are compatible. He has yet to do so. He has floundered at every step of the way. When he asked me the question, oh, can you show me how America at World War II wasn't a nationalist nation, I would cite the Constitution as the example, which limited executive power, limits the power of Congress, right? It provides things that are antithetical to a nationalist nation, that a nationalist nation would never do. They would never limit and enshrine individual rights to the degree that America has, because nationalism, I would remind you, right, emphasizes the state over the individual, emphasizes the state over the family. And that has just not been the case. And this is clear. Every historian agrees with me here that during World War II, America was not a nationalist nation. But once again, we got to go back to the point. Christianity and nationalism are incompatible. Christ says so. That's my evidence. Prove otherwise.
Yeah, so let's make sure we get this right. So Whick said, I want you to know that he just said unequivocally that all historians agree with him that in World War II, America was not nationalist. That's the funniest shit I ever heard in my life. And I'm going to play it on repeat probably for the rest of my life and add it to my meme collection because it's by far the dumbest thing that I've ever heard. Which historians agree with that, Wick? If it's all of them, which ones are all of them? Give me a few of them. Even a few of them who agree that with your definition of nationalism and that World War II America wasn't nationalistic. It fit all the criteria of your definition, you imbecile. Not only that, let's just point this out. I don't actually have to demonstrate whether or not Christianity is compatible with nationalism to satisfy whatever Whick thinks Christianity is compatible or not compatible with. All that matters is we think it's compatible with nationalism. Here's our propositions that we propose under this. Now, whether he likes that or not, I don't really give a shit. Ultimately, it's not up to Whick to decide what Christians believe. It's up to Christians to decide what they believe. And Whick saying that I have to reconcile this position with him because he doesn't think it's compatible. Well, that's nice, Whick. But what about the propositions of Christian nationalism, the pronatalism? What about the idea of moving the nation towards these greater virtues? The idea of family, for instance, that you keep harping about. What about the ideas of Christian nationalism moving towards that in government? What about those ideas? The whole thing for Whick, this entire debate is just going to be Andrew needs to demonstrate to my satisfaction that Christianity is compatible with nationalism. Well, are you a Christian? No. Then why do I need to demonstrate that? Who cares what you think? Who cares? It's irrelevant. It's completely against the point of the debates, against the topic of the debate. It has nothing to do with anything, Whick. Nothing. And it's all you got.
Whick to you.
He can't even give it. It was my first point that I made, and he has yet to address even that. Once he addresses that, perhaps we can move on to my other point. But until we get over this hurdle, I think we're going to keep bringing it back. Yes, you absolutely do. Here's a thing at the end of the day. You're correct when you say that what I think doesn't matter, but what Christians think doesn't matter either. What matters is what's true. I believe in objective interpretations, objective morality, right? So whether I believe it or not, the truth remains the truth, no matter what. So again, I have provided evidence for my claim that Christianity and nationalism are incompatible. I have cited scriptures, I've cited the word of God, and you just laugh, wave it off, say, I don't care what Whick thinks about scriptures. I don't care what people think. And let's look at what Christians actually believe and actually think. Only 10% of Christians or of people in America actually agree with you. And America is, I got the stat here. Give me a second. 63% of the adult population in America are Christian, right? So again, if we're going about what most Christians think, most Christians disagree with you, Mr. Wilson, okay? You understand that, right? So given that that's the case, even though, again, I don't think it's germane to my point, he's, again, wrong in this. He doesn't know what words mean. He doesn't know what sola scriptura was. He demonstrated his ignorance there. That was the funniest shit. And the fact that I'm going to live rent-free in his head for weeks on end, look, buddy, you can think about me all you want, right? But you're going to think about the L you're taking right now. Once again, how is Christian nationalism, how is Christianity compatible with nationalism given that Christ has said it is not?
Yeah, so this is really interesting. So that was actually bizarre at the end. I think that Whick looked up some stats and then must have thought they said something else, because he said Christians disagree with me, but he didn't actually say about what they disagree with me on. That was really weird. He just, no, well, he didn't actually say that though, Wick. He didn't actually say that 63% or 70% of Christians disagree with me about Christian nationalism. You just said that they disagree with me about some vague something. I don't even know what you think they disagree with me on. Do they disagree with me on the proposition of abortion, pro-family, pro-natalism? Do they disagree with me on any of these policy prescriptions? Do they disagree that Christians can have a nation? Do they disagree that Christians can have a nation? Do they disagree with Christians, living inside of some type of nationalism worldview? Like, what is it exactly that they disagree with me on here, Wick? Not only that, let's point out a few things. The only reason that he keeps harping on this idea that I'm supposed to demonstrate to him some sort of compatibility between Christianity and the nation is absurd. It has nothing to do with anything. Why can't you be a Christian nationalism? He says this because he has an objective interpretation and then does what? Gives us a subjective interpretation. He says, I believe in objective interpretations, objective morality. Okay, what's objective about your interpretation of a Bible passage, Whick? Nothing. That's the epitome of subjective. Literally the epitome of subjective. It has nothing to do with objective ethics whatsoever. It has nothing to do with objective anything. It's a subjective interpretation. So how does him believing in objective morality have anything to do with his subjective interpretation of a biblical passage? I have no idea. He hasn't demonstrated that either, right? And he still won't move into a single prompt. He just wants to argue whether or not we're supposed to contend with his view that is just not compatible. Well, it's here anyway, Whick.
Whick, to you.
Okay. So again, notice that his complaint was that when I said that Christians disagree, that I didn't specify the prompt again, even though in the context of our conversation, we were absolutely talking about Christian nationalism. What did you think I thought they disagreed with you on? Your fucking beard? I don't know. We obviously can use context clues and inference if we're being good faith, which frankly you aren't, but that's okay. I knew this going in. Again, 63% of Christians of Americans are Christian or self-identify as Christian. Only 10% are Christian nationalist, meaning most disagree with your interpretation of what most disagree with Christian nationalism just in general. And again, I am claiming that the objective interpretation of these scriptures that I have cited is, as I say, that Christianity, okay, is incompatible with nationalism. If you disagree, that's fine, but you have to provide evidence that that is not the case. I have provided positive evidence showing that it is, when again, I'm going to quote it, Christ himself says, my kingdom is not of this world. If it were, my servants would fight to prevent my arrest. And I would again point to the time where, again, Christ fed the 5,000 and the crowd sought to make him a king. He hid from them because he obviously did not want that power, right? And again, when he was ascending to heaven, his disciples asked him, is Israel going to be the nation now? Or are we going to be back? And he's like, nah. And he peaced out, right? This is what he said, okay? It's not for you to know the time nor the place or anything like that. So if you think I'm wrong about that, that's fine. Contend with it. Provide evidence that I am wrong.
Andrew?
Oh, Lord have mercy. Okay. Here, just to humor Whick, because he'll just never stop yammering about this if I don't, even though it has nothing at all to do with any of the points which are in contention, whether or not he's satisfied with if Christianity is compatible. Let's just take a look. Historically, most Christian populations have been ruled by kings, and they were coronated by the church, Whick. Okay? By the throne, altar is the historic standard. We have the Byzantine Empire, longest-lasting empire in history. Double-headed eagle signified. The Byzantine Empire ruled as a Christian nation. Now, they didn't have the same concept of a nation state then, right? But almost all of this, all of the historical standard shows kings being coronated as Christians, the crowns being coronated by the church, especially in Europe. I don't know what the fuck you're even talking about, this idea that it's not compatible with a nation. Are you just saying the nation state? Jesus didn't want nation states. He just wanted kingdoms with kings? Like, what are you even fucking talking about? Not only that, right? Now that should be dismissed, maybe this guy will actually get to a point. He won't. He'll just say, well, all those fucking kings were wrong, and the churches that made them kings were wrong too, because I have an objective interpretation that is actually subjective, which is just based on, I read that shit. So here's what Whick says. I read this, my subjective interpretation. Jesus didn't want anybody in charge of any nations, no Christians in charge of any nations, even though the entire history of Christianity is kings being coronated by the church, who is saying that they had a God-given right to rule. Whick will just say, they were all wrong. But nope, they were just all wrong. Every one of them was wrong. And me, Whick, and my subjective interpretation is correct. While it's true that we can have a kingdom in the United States, we definitely can't have a Christian nation or Christian nationalism, only Christian kings. Stupidest shit I ever heard in my life.
Whick.
We absolutely can't have a kingdom in the United States because we are not a monarchy, you moron. And yes, nationalism and monarchy are different. And yes, kings did claim the divine right to rule, but that does not mean that they actually had that divine right. And if we want to go down this road where we look at the Byzantine Empire, we look at the Reformation Wars, we look at the sectarian violence where Christians killed the shit out of Christians for hundreds to thousands of years, we can. But once again, one of the reasons that Christ did not want secular power tied with Christianity is because he recognized the corrupting influence of having power like that, where the state, right, becomes it secularizes Christianity, right? It secularizes Christianity, right? So you can claim that these were, nationalism is the same as monarchism if you want, but that's just not the case. Once again, the reason why this matters, the reason why it matters, if you are going to advocate for Christian nationalism, you have to understand that if Christianity and nationalism are not compatible, as I have stated, and if you believe that the Christian ethos is a better system than other ethos like Islam or secularism or whatever you want, you have to contend with the fact that nationalism is not compatible with Christianity. You can't speak out of both sides of your mouth. You cannot serve two masters here. So once again, I've provided plenty of evidence. I can read it to you again, where Christ, again, rejected secular rule. Render unto Caesar what is Caesar's, and render unto God what is God's. This implies that there is a separation between the two. That is how he wanted it, right? So I know that kings have used every trick under the book to get power, but that does not make it in the teachings of Christ.
Andrew? Are you muted?
Oh, you might be.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah, so all Whick actually just said there, he just affirmed my entire position. He just said all of them were wrong. All the kings that were kings and the church went and crowned them and said they had a divine right to rule, they were wrong, because Whick has a subjective interpretation based on a biblical passage that he read that says that it's not compatible, actually. Or alternatively, he would have to be saying, yes, Christianity is compatible with monarchy, but somehow it's not compatible with a nation, which is just as stupid. Makes no sense at all. So Whick can't have it both ways. The question is this on the table. The entire historic standard agrees with me. Christians have ruled nations. Christian kings have ruled nations. The churches have coronated them, said they have the divine right to rule. Why am I wrong? Because Whick says so. He has a subjective interpretation, which he believes is objective, hasn't demonstrated why his subjective interpretation is objective, just said that it is, right? Hasn't told us how it's objective. It's just his interpretation. I just gave you a massive body of evidence, including the Byzantine Empire. I could give you, there's so many monarchs, in fact, that I can point to, which the church crowned and were present to say that they had the divine right to rule, that it's absurd. Why is this guy still harping on this? Why? I'll tell you why. He doesn't want to get to a single issue. All he's doing is stonewalling. He won't get to a single issue. So I've refuted this now, even though he's brought it up 50 times. I've refuted it I don't know how many times, but that refutation should stand on its own merits to show you the absurdity of his position. He has a subjective interpretation he calls objective. And yes, maybe they had the divine right to rule these kings all throughout history. But you know what? There's no right for Christians inside of a nation to rule, because Christ didn't want that. It's actually stupid. It makes no sense.
Whick, to you. And then if you want, before you go, Whick, after you go, if you guys are ready to open the floor up, I'm happy to do so long as you play nice.
We'll see.
Whick, go ahead.
Okay,
I'll give you an extra 10.
Sure. I'll just address what he just said. He's trying to strawman me and say that, oh, you can't have Christians that rule a nation. No, we're talking about a very specific thing. Nationalism is not, all nations are not nationalist. Let's start with that. All nations are not nationalist nations. That is not a thing, Okay? Nationalism means a specific thing, and not all nations fit that definition. And so when we talk about the divine right to rule, I do reject that. I think that they were wrong. I think that this was very unchristian. I think this was an apostasy. And you can laugh, but Christ agrees with me, sir. I will let you use the words of your kings. I will use the word of God. Okay, and we will see who comes out on top. We will weigh this and measure this and find out who is found wanting at the end of the day. Because again, you cannot cite a single verse, a single scripture, a single quote from Jesus Christ himself, the great exemplar, right, to show that he approved of Christian nationalism or thought that, or even secular power. We don't even have to go into the nationalism. He, again, through his example, showed you, right, that secular power isn't the thing that you should be seeking, right? And he said this all the time, right? I got more evidence for you. We can go into it, right? Give me a second. Okay, so in the Gospel of Matthew, okay, there are a lot of people like, well, under your rule, Jesus, how will we be clothed? And this is his answer. He says, can you, any one of you, by worrying, add a single hour to your life? And why do you worry about clothes? See how the lilies of the field grow? They do not labor or spin. Yet I tell you that not even Solomon in all his splendor was dressed like one of these. Again, Christ was asking people to have faith in God, not in the state. Nationalism asks you to have faith in the state, not in God. This is germane to the debate. It's a key point. He keeps dodging. He can't defend it.
Not only did I not dodge, but I went ahead and showed the massive body of evidence and made the prediction correct that Whick.
Going to. I apologize, Andrew. I was going to open the floor up if you're both.
No, I want to keep the timer.
Of course he does. Of course he does. But go ahead.
You've done is stonewall, Whick. You won't actually engage in the debate. This is the only way to get you to engage.
All
so
right.
thing is,
I'm going to restart it. Go ahead.
Yeah. So the thing is, what's really interesting here is that I did offer a massive body of evidence which refutes what Whick is saying, and what he said instead is they were all wrong, just like I predicted. I don't believe in the divine right of kings to rule. Oh no. So let's go to this. Let's go to Romans 13. Let everyone be subject to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except that which God has established. The authorities that exist have been established by God. Consequently, whoever rebels against the authority is rebelling against God and has instituted, and those that do so will bring judgment on themselves. So the thing is like, what I have no idea where Whick is getting this idea. It's just a stonewalling tactic, so he doesn't have to get into the issues. Now, I've addressed this over and over and over and over and over. I'm going to move in to the progressive mantras now. Now, Whick can just bring up whatever he wants from here on out, I guess. If he just wants to harp on this for the rest of the debate, that he doesn't think that Christianity is compatible with nations and national rule, that's his business. It's his time to do with what he wants. But I'm actually going to address the issues of progressivism, which is what he's supposed to be here to defend, not his stupid ass interpretation of what he thinks the Bible says. He never, by the way, told you how his subjective interpretation was objective. He never told us how it is that all these monarchs were wrong, that all the Christians who did that were wrong, except that he considers himself the ultimate authority, which is exactly why I stated sola scriptura earlier. See, I don't do sola scriptura, Whick. That's what's so funny. I used it in order to give a demonstration. Right? But the Orthodox don't believe in sola scriptura, never have. I've had so many of these debates on sola scriptura, sola fide, all of it, right? You think that you are God, right? You think that you can interpret this even absent the Spirit, which is insane. That's the most anti-Christian thing I've ever heard. But I've given you the evidence now, so it's up to you. If you want to harp on that, you can. But I'm going to move into your.
So I have been baptized and been given the gift of the Spirit. First of all, right? I consider myself a lapsed Christian, if you will. So, L on you there. Funny that you have to hide behind the timer because you know that when you strawman me, I can't immediately correct your position, and you try to gish gallop and try to get away with a lot of lying and bullshit, which you often do. Let's take Romans 13. I'm glad you finally quoted some scripture here. So, under this thing, saying not to, again, let everyone be subject to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except that which God has established. The authorities that exist have been established by God. So if you believe we live in a progressive status quo and you rebel against that authority, are you not going against the word of God, sir? Isn't Christian nationalism, when it does not exist in America, but instead we live in, as you say, a progressive status quo, is that not going against Romans 13, sir? I think the the clear answer, right, at this point is that you do not know your scripture. You do not know what sola scriptura means because you used it incorrectly at the beginning of this debate, right, where you tried to say that, oh, you using scripture is an example, right, of I could just counter it with sola scriptura, where I say we have divine revelation. It was the complete opposite of what sola scriptura meant. Once again, you have not yet contended with a single point I have made. You, again, have the burden of proof here where you have to prove that Christianity and nationalism are compatible, given the evidence that I have given you over and over and over again, where they are not. We agree that some forms of government can be more compatible with the Christian ethos than others. My argument is that nationalism is incompatible, and the evidence I give are the scriptures I've cited and the words of Christ that I have used. We can get rid of this stupid timer anytime you want, but you're not going to.
I would be agreeable to say that we all agreed at the hour mark we would take the timer off.
I'm not taking the timer off. He'll
Of course he's not.
Stonewall.
He never does. He's a little fucking coward.
He will filibuster and Stonewall. We'll never get to anything. So I'm going to get to the points now.
I reserve the right to put the timer back up, but we all agreed at the hour mark we would go back into open. We can try it, and then if the filibuster starts happening, then we can put the timer back.
Keep the timer. Otherwise, this guy will Stonewall and we'll never get to anything. So to address a few points here, the first one is, again, it's just some subjective interpretation. I don't care. What I'd like to know is
So we're not keeping the timer, to be clear?
What I'd like to know is how
hold on.
Oh,
the moderator gets to decide these things, correct? We agree?
Yeah, you know, the thing is that Whick likes to spurg out and Stonewall. Just keep the timer. It's been going so well.
You're the only one that are running from this timer.
To that. All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna keep the timer on for now. Maybe the last half hour, we're gonna let it rip. Okay, we're gonna let it rip. Last half hour. So you guys got about 20 more minutes.
Graciously concede to that.
Everybody agrees?
He needs the handicap. I get it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So anyway, so this whole debate has been stonewalled over nothing, over a subjective interpretation that Whick has of nothing. Literally a subjective interpretation. He's never told us how it's an objective interpretation. He said it was, but he's never told us. But I would like to know first and foremost how it is that Whick can defend the progressive status quo when it comes to family. How is it that progressives are giving us a better standard for what family is, other than the Christian ideal of family, which is one man, one woman under marriage? That is the ideal family unit. And that's what we're supposed to be moving towards. You're supposed to cleave yourself to the man, away from your family. In fact, that is under Christian ethics, the way marriage and family is supposed to work. Now, the reason that Whick wants to stonewall on this, and he only wants to talk about his loose interpretation of biblical passages, is because he knows when we get to the meat of the progressive status quo, he doesn't actually agree with it. Right? What is so great about alternative family lifestyles? Can Whick answer why it is under the progressive mantra that polygamy should be illegal? That polygamy is something that you can't have multiple marriages? Can he tell us why incest is a problem under the progressive mantra, as long as you can demonstrate like it's two twin brothers and not hurting each other? Can Whick actually tell us why it is that the progressive ideals of family, which is alternative family, this is what they promote. We see this with rainbow flags in the White House, things like this. You rarely ever see any promotion from the top down of the family unit of mom, dad, children, but rather the alternative. How is that good for society? Can Whick actually answer to any of this, or is he just going to go back to, you haven't demonstrated to my exact specifications where I'm satisfied that it is the case that Christianity is compatible with nationalism, even though the entire body of evidence of kings and nations, everything else proves that wrong? So I would like him to actually answer to this. Is it the case, Whick, that the progressive status quo provides a better standard for the family or not? I would like that actually answered. He won't answer it.
You know, he never answers my questions, but he always wants his questions answered. It's crazy. It's crazy. Again, he keeps calling my interpretations subjective. I say that they're not. I say that they're objective, and I've given evidence. Therefore, he has yet to give counter evidence. Again, he just asserts things without giving proof, without giving evidence, without giving logic. He just says shit and expects you to just swallow it whole. We could talk about marriage rates, right? And how under progressive nations such as Germany, divorce rates are down 2.3 out of 1,000 to 1.8 from the year 2000 to now. We could talk about how the marriage rates are up 4.6 from 4.1. We could talk about Poland and how Poland, which is a much more Christian nation, marriage has fallen. It's fallen from 5.5 to 4.4. Divorce rates are up from 1.3 to 1.1. So when we look at this Christian nation of Poland, where Christianity is in charge, it doesn't seem to be working there, does it? Now, obviously, the different nations have different ethos, but progressives, again, progressive nations have shown where marriage rates can actually rise and divorce rates can actually decrease. We can look at Ireland. Marriage is up 4.8 from 4.5. Divorce rates are actually the same, 0.7 to 0.7. But at the end of the day, again, I just want to remind everyone that one of the things that Andrew Wilson has to do, and he has yet to do, is showcase how Christianity and nationalism are compatible. He keeps mentioning kings. Kings aren't nationalism. There can be kings in non-nationalist nations. He keeps saying, well, the divine right to rule. Again, nationalism was a thing. He's advocating for a very specific thing, Christian nationalism, which is not just where Christians have Christian ethics in the government. That's just liberalism. If that's his interpretation of Christian nationalism, he's just a liberal.
Yeah, so notice that Whick didn't actually answer the question. He didn't actually tell us.
I absolutely went through the marriage rates.
Why are you interrupting my time, Whick?
Let's not do that.
I haven't done it to you once. You can't control yourself, Whick. Try to control yourself, Whick. I'd like my time reclaimed, please.
I'm going to go ahead and reset the timer. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So anyway, Whick hasn't actually answered the question. He didn't actually tell us what's best, right? What is the best form of family? Instead, he went off on how in some of these secular nations, marriage rates could be up, right? It doesn't even tell us why necessarily they're up, but their birth rates certainly aren't up. I don't think any of the nations that he cited, except Poland, maybe. I'm not even sure if Poland's birth rates are up, right? But the thing is that across the board in these secular nations, the birth rates are in the toilet, right? That's not the ideal family. That's not what we're promoting and what we're pushing towards, right? What is it about secularism and the promotion of the alternative family? What makes that a better model than the Christian nationalist model, the propaganda from the top down of one man, one woman, right? In a monogamous long-term marriage. Why shouldn't that be the entirety of the propaganda for the nation? It should be. And it's something that Christian nationalism would be pushing towards. Whick still has not actually given a defense of any of the progressive ideology here. He didn't actually tell you why it's good that we go after and promote alternative family lifestyles. He only said that in some places, marriage rates are slightly up in the same places where birth rates are highly down. So this is the thing that cracks me up about this. It's like, is he going to actually contend with these points? Is Whick actually going to contend with the fact that he can't demonstrate a better family unit than that, or he can't show why it is under progressive ethics where all alternative family lifestyles are equal to a monogamous long-term lifestyle between heterosexuals, how that would be better? Why wouldn't it be better to use the propaganda the other way on behalf of the Christian nation? Why? He can't fucking answer because he knows it's the best model. So instead, he just obfuscates, talks about nonsense, has nothing to do with anything.
So Andrew Wilson does not understand the prompt of the debate. Once again, I'm not here to defend secularism, right, which you slipped in there. I'm here to say that Christian nationalism does not make society better than the progressive status quo. And you have yet to show that it does. You have not provided a single way that when we switch from a liberal or progressive nation to a Christian nationalist nation, that things get better for the people overall. I have provided an instance, apartheid South Africa, where they switched to a Christian nationalist nation. And well, do we need to go over the Sharpstown massacre? Do we need to go over the years of brutal oppression of its people in South African's apartheid states, and how there was bitter and brutal fighting where thousands died, right? And thousands more lived under severe oppression, right? That still hasn't kind of fixed itself today, okay? So once again, my opponent here has failed to answer or prove a single point to this debate. He cannot even showcase how nationalism is compatible with Christianity. He has yet to do that. He has failed to do so. The family unit being nuclear is not antithetical to progressivism at all. There have been plenty of progressive nations and progressive movements which do not undermine family values. It is not baked into the cake, as it were. And under a liberal system, which I think is better than progressivism and any kind of nationalism, and even under a progressive system, hell, right? You are free, and people are free to make laws that are against any kind of degeneracy that you want. That is just not incompatible, and you've yet to prove that it is so. And once again, he can't answer the question. I will keep reminding him, how is Christianity and nationalism compatible? They're not.
Andrew, to you.
Well, because I interpret it that way, just like you interpret it the other way, Wick. And what makes your standard better than mine, except that your subjective standard, you read words and interpreted them different way than I read words. Good job, Wick. Anyway, in any case, he brings up progressive. He says he's going to lay all these deaths at the feet of Christians with what happened in South Africa, especially Christian nationalism, while still at the same time, right? He already conceded that abortion is the number one killer, and that is part of the progressive status quo. He never gave a refutation, never once, that part of the progressive status quo isn't abortion. It is. That is part of the progressive status quo, which he has the affirmative position here to defend. And he won't defend it because he can't defend it. He knows that that's part of the progressive status quo, and it ain't changing. They want it enshrined as a right. He says, well, there has been some historic progressive movements which have not been antithetical to the nuclear family. That's nice. What about the progressive status quo that we're dealing with right now? You know what status quo means? It means it's happening right fucking now. It's the status quo. That's what it means. Right this second, yes, they demonize the nuclear family and the cross-generational family and glorify alternative forms of family. Why is that better, Wick? He can't tell us. He still never actually told us why that's better. He just said he smuggled in the word secular. Okay, fine. Even if that's the case, I'll just say the word progressive. Even if that's the progressives right now under their status quo, definitely promote alternative family lifestyles and promote them over heterosexual lifestyles where it's one man, one woman, and their children. There's no doubt about that. That is what the progressive mantra, the current status quo is. And they glorify it everywhere. They never glorify the cross-generational or nuclear family unit anywhere I've ever looked. Nowhere. Now, maybe there's some obscure example somewhere. I'll even grant that. But that's not the status quo. Is he actually going to defend it or not?
With you.
Okay. So once again, have an example, a very recent one, of the progressive status quo putting the nix on abortion and rescinding abortion rights with the removal of Roe v. Wade. We can look to South America and see the progressive movements there and how they aren't pro-abortion. So again, he keeps asserting things, but he fails to provide evidence. He fails to provide arguments, and he keeps dodging these very basic facts. I am speaking in facts of the matter that are objective truth. These are objective interpretations. He has failed to provide a reason that they are wrong. He keeps running from the word of God, and I think that is telling in this debate. I think it is very telling that he fails to deal in a debate on Christian nationalism, not just nationalism in general, but a specific type of nationalism that purports to be Christianity. Again, it is germane to the topic, germane to the prompt, germane to the debate, to showcase how Christian nationalism is an oxymoron, and you cannot have a Christian ethic and nationalism at the same time, that they are incompatible one with another. And history bears this out. As again, Christian nations have moved towards more liberal ideology across the world. And that is not by accident, right? That is by, again, the providence of God as he continues to help our lives improve and grow. Again, it's stunning to me how little this man knows about the scriptures and how little regard this man has for the words of Christ. Not my words, but the words of Christ. I want to make that crystal clear. Again, we have clear evidence that not all, even in the modern day, not all progressives are for abortion. And he keeps trying to tie this together, but he has failed to do so. He has utterly and impotently failed in his burden of proof.
Andrew?
Oh, not all progressives are for abortion, but what's the status quo, which is the thing that you're defending? It most certainly is. He says the progressive status quo removed Roe v. Wade. No, the fuck it didn't. The progressive status quo wanted to keep Roe v. Wade in place. That's what the status quo demanded. That's what the status quo wants right this second in progressive ideology. All of them across the board. I can't think of a single prominent progressive who wanted Roe v. Wade overturned. Not a single one. I don't even think that Whick can name one. Maybe he could AI Google it like he's been trying to do this whole debate, but I don't know. I can't think of a single progressive who actually wanted to overturn Roe v. Wade who's prominent. Not one. That is the status quo. How he could say that the status quo removed it is insane. It was resistance to the status quo. Roe v. Wade was the status quo. That's what it was. Progressives didn't move against their own ideology. This was conservative Christians who prominently moved against this. They removed the status quo, Whick. They were the removers of the progressive ideological status quo, which is exactly what progressives want to bring us back to now. He knows that this is true. It's irrefutable. He says, no, I'm giving you objective interpretations of the Bible. Yeah. How fucking stupid is this guy that he doesn't understand that it's impossible for him to give an objective interpretation of the Bible. He's only giving a subjective interpretation. Ask Whick. Right? And I'll ask him right now, how is your interpretation of the Bible objective and not subjective, Whick? Watch him flail and not answer the question because he's stupid. He doesn't even know what these words mean. Right? As he's projecting, he says, Andrew doesn't know what to... Just ask him. Why? How is your subjective standard actually objective, Whick? He doesn't know. He says history bears this out. History doesn't bear it out. And I've given many examples.
Wait,
sure. I'm not using a subjective interpretation. I'm using an objective interpretation. You've yet to show how my interpretation is wrong or subjective in any way. You have failed to provide an ounce, an iota of evidence. You just don't know the scriptures well enough to contend with this point, and you're trying to dodge because you don't understand what words mean. You don't understand what sola scriptura mean. You use it wrong to try to get a dig at me, thinking I would be ignorant to the term. And once I corrected you on this and showed you that you were just dead wrong and using it in the opposite way that you thought you would, you scrambled, weaseled, backtracked, and you continue to do this. Oh, if you can't think of one single prominent progressive, okay, that, yes, I could think of several in my local politics. You wouldn't know their names. I'm not going to dox myself by revealing these specific ones, but I can also name me, right? I'm pretty prominent. I'm here debating you. I have a sizable following on YouTube. I have a sizable following on Twitter. I would thought, Roe v. Wade needed to be overturned because we needed a better replacement for it. Ruth Bader Ginsburg agreed with me, right? She said at several occasions that this was based on weak law and we probably should do something about this, right? Again, when it comes to abortion, to say that all progressives want abortion is just not true. And once again, if you are claiming that the status quo we have right now is progressive, then under the status quo of progressivism, we were able to rescind abortion rights in a way that you would like, right? We have, for the last 5 years, saw the erosion of abortion rights under the progressive status quo. Obviously, this is possible. I am not and have never been against Christians advocating for Christian morality. That is not Christian nationalism. However, Christian nationalism is a specific thing, one which, again, you have to actually contend with. Christian nationalism is not Christian. I have provided evidence. I have cited scriptures. These are not subjective interpretations. They are objective. You have yet to prove otherwise. You have simply asserted it. Give me evidence that my interpretations of these things are not true, and we can contend with that.
Andrew, to you.
Yeah, so I'll address these one point at a time very quickly. He can't name a single prominent progressive. He says local progressive that I know though, and then names himself as a prominent progressive, even though the local dive bar in my one horse, one stoplight town gets more traffic than his channel. He's not a prominent progressive, right? Working for Progressive Victory doesn't make you a prominent progressive, Whick. That's insanity. Let's just point out too, how stupid this guy is. He doesn't understand that his interpretation has to be subjective. So I'm just going to demonstrate this for you logically. Okay. If it is the case that you look at the Bible and you read the words and you interpret them differently than the guy next to you reads the words, which one of you is right, Whick? How do you determine who's correct? Right? That's going to be a subjective standard, Whick. That's how that works. It's going to be subjective. It's not going to be objective. How do you make the determination of who's correct? You both read the same passage and you come up with completely different answers. So what's the objective standard that you would be appealing to by when you say, I read these words and they're objective? This is objectively true, right? This is objectively correct. It actually can't be objectively correct. That is a subjective interpretation, you dunce. Otherwise, just reconcile the age-old question. You read the passage, I read the passage. We have completely different views of what the passage means. How do we make the determination who's objectively correct, Whick? Right? He won't have an answer for this, right? He's caught. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Terrible in philosophy. Whick always has been, though. Also, can we get some prominent when he says not all? This is really funny. It's like when you say women prefer taller men than them. Not all women. Yeah, that's true. Not all women prefer taller men, I guess, but by and large, they do prefer taller men. And so the thing is, it's funny here is like the progressive status quo doesn't need to necessarily include all progressive. That's fucking crazy.
This is hilarious. So traditionally, how people who have different interpretations of a scripture have settled their differences is by fucking killing each other. Thanks you for proving my point that Christian nationalism is a violent ideology. They fucking kill each other. They put each other to the sword, and whoever is more mighty wins out. That's the traditional way. But when I say that my interpretation is the correct one and is objective, and then I provide evidence for that, when again I just quote him, I just need to quote him, where he says, "My kingdom is not of this world. If it were, my servants would fight to prevent my arrest." If you say my interpretation is incorrect, you need to provide an alternative interpretation. That's how this works. You would understand this if you had, if you weren't too busy beating up on e-girls, right, and actually dodging any legitimate debate or debater that might challenge you. And to be clear, right, at the end of the day, we have scripture upon scripture upon scripture, the words of Christ himself, where again, if we agree that Christ is our example and he himself eschewed political power and didn't meddle in politics, even though the Pharisees and the Sadducees wanted him to, right? If we can agree that he is the example, why are we not following that example? Why are we seeking to implement an ideology which places the state above Christianity? I refuse to do that. Christian nationalism is uniquely erosive, right? And again, the modern version that we have that called itself Christian nationalism, the way we saw that play out was in apartheid South Africa. And you've yet to give me a modern example of a Christian nationalist nation that hasn't used brutal methods on its population and made society just overall worse within it.
Okay, hold there. We're going to go ahead and open it up.
Hang on, let me finish with a response, though.
Thank God.
Hold on. I will hand the floor back to you, Andrew. All right. Pretend you still have a 2-minute timer if that works best for both of you. Either way, the floor is now open. I still reserve the right to go back to the timer if you two can't play well. Okay, back to you, Andrew, to respond.
Okay. So, Whick, what does objective versus subjective mean?
Okay, notice how he's not answering a single one of my points. He's not addressing anything I have. He's going to play this definition game. Once again,
that's
Andrew,
not a definition
can you
game.
give me a single example of a Christian nationalist, modern Christian nationalist nation that hasn't engaged in severe human rights abuses against its population?
Whick, first, can
you give me one?
Bro, you want to start? You said the most important linchpin for you in this.
Just one, please.
I'm not allowed to. See, put the timer back up. We're never going to be allowed to talk.
Try to play nicely. Go back and forth.
The guy will filibuster the entire time. Just put the timer back up.
It wasn't even more than 10 seconds.
Okay, Whick, aren't you saying here that the core crux of your argument is that you don't think that Jesus Christ wanted us to have a nation or nationalism, and that Christianity is not compatible with nationalism, right?
No, that's not my core crux. I'm saying that specifically, Christian nationalism is incompatible with Christianity because of how Christian nationalism operates, which puts the state above Christian or any kind of religion, actually, any kind of church.
Okay.
So an example of a nation that would be compatible with Christianity is a liberal nation. Liberal nations enshrine the individual freedoms, right? Progressives and liberal nations. We have examples, and I cited them in my opening. Hold on, let me finish my point, right? Please don't interrupt.
How long is your
Stop
fucking
spurting
point gonna
out. You can be
take?
okay,
Good
right?
Lord.
So again, the examples.
Just filibustering the entire time. And
I haven't
stonewalling.
spoken for 30 seconds. You can't even hold your horses
I just want
for
to get
that
to the
long.
crux of it, Wick,
Jesus
not
Christ.
your prattle and gish
Stop
galloping.
spurting out. Calm down. You'll get your turn, Cupcake. Don't worry.
God, this
okay,
guy.
you keep interrupting me, but try to stay calm. Okay, I know you're getting
Just answer the
your ass
fucking
beat.
question, Wick,
Here,
with yes or
at
no.
the end of the day,
It's your
again, I'm giving you
interpretation,
examples
objective or
of how the
subjective,
liberal
Wick.
nations are compatible with Christianity
God,
because
this guy.
liberalism protects Christianity and does not make it subservient to the state. Liberalism puts, again, much like Christ wanted,
Just
restrictions on the state, right? Restrictions on state power, which is compatible with Christianity.
Okay, but when you say Christianity isn't compatible, is that based on your interpretation of the Bible?
It's based on the words of Christ.
And did you interpret those words?
Christ said those words.
Yeah, and are you interpreting those words?
Am I interpreting those words? I guess in the most minuscule sense, yes.
Is it objective or subjective?
Hold on. What is your alternative
interpretation?
interpretation?
Is that objective or subjective?
What is your alternative interpretation? If you think my interpretation is wrong...
I don't need to give you an alternative
You
interpretation.
do.
I'm asking if your interpretation
if you are saying my interpretation
is
is wrong,
objective or subjective.
What interpretation is correct?
Oh my God. It doesn't,
Well,
Wick has nothing to do with anything. Is your interpretation objective or subjective?
Again, that does not matter.
Is
to
your
the question
interpretation objective or
if you
subjective?
Think my
Answer the
interpretation
question, you
is wrong,
stupid dork.
provide an alternative one, sir.
Is it? I don't need to.
Yes, you do. If you think my interpretation is wrong, provide an alternative.
Objective.
If you think my interpretation is wrong, provide an alternative.
It's just always stonewalling
Even at
with
that,
Wick.
hold on, wait. Well, it wouldn't matter if the timer's on or not. If he's not answering the question the way you want.
He's not answering my question.
I'll tell you what.
If it's
Why don't we just do this? We'll do a series of interrogations where you can interrogate my position.
No, we're not doing
yours.
that. You're answering my question, buddy.
When are you going to answer mine? You haven't
as soon as
answered
you answer
mine.
If you have,
because the crux of your argument here is that
no, it's not.
Based on your interpretation of the Bible, you're saying Christianity itself is not compatible with nationalism. I can grant that you believe that, but you have made the claim now dozens of times in this debate that your standard for that is objective. And I need to know how that standard's objective, Wick.
I need to know how my interpretation is
back
wrong.
To me, how's an objective standard?
Because whether it's this is the problem with these kind of dodging the Weasel Wilson method, right? Because we have to show
still not answering.
If my interpretation is wrong, whether it's objective or subjective does not matter.
Yeah, but
what
which one
matters
is it?
is the truth. What
but
matters
which one is it?
Is this a correct interpretation?
Is it objective or is it subjective?
Hold on.
Is it objective or subjective?
So wait, you're ceding the ground to me that you don't think it's incorrect.
I'm going to ask very politely for you to hold. Wick, if you're saying it doesn't matter, it's the truth, well, then by saying it's the truth, that would come down to objectivity versus subjectivity, right?
Is it objective or subjective?
What is that truth based off of that makes it so objective? What makes it the truth?
That is germane to the point at hand. What's germane to the point at hand is whether or not my interpretation is correct or incorrect.
Okay, but have you
Hold
said
on, let
dozens?
me ask Sarah, right? Do you not think that it is more important to decide whether or not an interpretation of it doesn't have to be scripture, it could be anything, whether the interpretation is correct or incorrect? Is that more important or less important than finding out whether or not an interpretation is subjective or objective?
Well,
wouldn't that be this? Oh, pardon me. Wouldn't that be the same thing as determining whether it's subjective or objective, though? You're saying the interpretation.
You're making a truth claim.
Pardon me for just a moment. You're saying the interpretation of something is what determines whether it's truth or not. But then that comes down to subjectivity. Subjectivity is an interpretation. So what you're saying is essentially subjective and not objective. You can't say it's truth and then say it's up to interpretation.
I'm not saying it's up to interpretation. I'm saying it's objective, and I'm saying that this is my correct interpretation objectively. And
How
if
is
you
it
think it's
objective,
wrong, hold on. If you think it's wrong, that's fine. If you think I'm wrong about my objective interpretation, that's fine too. But you have to provide
But
an
how is your
alternative
interpretation objective?
objective interpretation.
Yeah, but how is your interpretation
Hold on.
objective?
Do you think
What makes
do you
it
believe in
objective?
objective truth?
Don't answer or don't ask me a fucking question.
Do you believe in
Answer
objective
one. How
truth?
is
Yes
it?
or no?
How is it objective?
Do you believe in objective truth?
Bro, it doesn't matter. How is
Yes,
your
it
shit
does.
objective?
Whether or not you believe in
Stop,
objective
stop
truth
for-
matters.
Stop
See
for
what I
just a
mean?
second.
This guy will
Object-
never
pardon
answer
me.
a single
Oh,
fucking
God,
question.
he
can't
won't do it. He
Hold
can't
on.
do it.
Pardon me for just a moment, gentlemen. Objectivity means there is no subjective interpretation. Rick.
Yes.
If something is objective, then there is no interpretation. You can't say like I interpret this to be, the truth of something. If it's objective, there is no interpretation. There is just fact.
Is it an
right?
objective
just
fact that Christ said, "My kingdom is not of this world. If it were, my servants would fight to prevent my arrest"? Is that an objective fact?
It may not be an objective fact, no.
So you are doubting the words of the Bible.
Well, hang on. Which Bible?
King James Version.
Well,
Well,
maybe
can
the
you
wording there
provide
could be
an
slightly off.
Do you
see?
know of a,
Hang on.
do you know
let
of
me answer
a
the
version
fucking
that,
question you
that
just
those
asked
not
me.
words? Hold on, no.
Not gonna let me answer the question. Okay, go ahead, Wick. Spurg out.
I'm not spurging out. I'm
Then let me answer the
pointing out.
question in good
Okay,
faith
answer
here.
my
I'm trying to be
question.
good faith here, but you
You're not.
won't even let me respond. So the thing is like, when you make this claim, you're making a truth claim. You said, is that not objectively the words that Christ said?
Yes.
Right? Well, maybe not. It may not objectively be the exact words that Christ said. It may not be. It may be that, via translation, the exact wording is slightly different. So no, I'm not going to make the claim that that's objectively what he said, because that would be silly.
So you're denying the words of Christ.
The question here comes down to, though, Wick, you have made now in this claim dozens of times the claim that when you interpret the Bible to say that nationalism is not compatible with Christianity, therefore Christian nationalism not compatible with Christianity, especially that, right? That's objectively true. That is, you said that's an objective standard. I'm using an objective standard. Wick, when you read the Bible and interpret it, what makes that objective versus subjective? Can you please answer now?
Okay. So once again, I want to point out that there is, again, the objective fact that these are the words of Christ. And if he has a different version that can show me that these aren't the words of Christ or that they have a different meaning, please provide that.
How do you know your interpretation's correct?
I'm not interpreting, I'm quoting.
You're not.
I have
so you're
not yet gotten to the
the
implied
second
meaning
you say
yet.
that
I'm
this
just
means
asking you to acknowledge
the
that
second
the
you say-
objective words
Bro,
that Christ
this guy,
said when he
he's just
stood
gonna
before
filibuster.
Pilate. Again, you don't let me get a word out before you spurg out, right? You do this all the time.
Dude, I'm trying to
Extremely
explain
common
a
Weasel
concept to
Wilson
you.
tactic.
All right,
Again,
whatever.
I'm quoting, "My kingdom is not of this world. If it were,
Mm-hmm.
my servants would fight to prevent my arrest." I am saying that objectively, this is what Christ said.
And
do you
is your
disagree?
interpretation of that correct? That
What
meant
is your
it's not compatible
alternative
with nationalism.
interpretation?
So hang on, let me at least ask the question. So if it's the case, you quote Christ, that would be fine. If you quoted it in a if you quoted it in a vacuum, right? And you just said, I'm quoting Christ, but you're not actually doing that. What you're doing is you're taking the quote, and then based on the interpretation of the quote, you say X is not compatible with Y now. Now, based on this quote and Wick's interpretation of the quote, it's no longer compatible. Christianity is not compatible with Christian nationalism. That's how you, Wick, interpret it. Is that objective or subjective, retard? Answer the question.
Once again, I
my
just
God.
need to acknowledge, right? And need to acknowledge that you aren't addressing this.
I don't even
if
care
you
about
think,
this debate.
I
Hold
understand
on.
you don't care about this
let me
debate.
just
You've
put
gotten
the timer-
fucking
can you
knelt.
at least
I've
put
knelt
the
on your
timer
neck so
back up?
hard
This
they're
dude
going
will never
to put
answer
murals
the
about
question.
you
All of you,
in New York City,
stop,
okay?
please.
You've been
Pardon me.
destroyed.
Gentlemen, thank you. Okay, Wick, what he's trying to say is that your interpretation of the Jesus quote is subjective. And the reason why it's subjective is because it is your interpretation. That's what interpretations are. It's
Then-
subjective
yes,
to your understanding.
But that does not matter because if he thinks I am wrong, then he needs to provide an alternative interpretation, correct?
No.
It's not, well, depending on what your point is.
Okay,
No.
he
what is the
absolutely does.
point of-
Otherwise, he's just ceding that I'm correct.
No, we're just seeing
He
that you
absolutely is. Wilson's
No, so
retarded.
all the-
He doesn't know how these things work, and he demonstrates over and over and over again. He takes L after L after L. He's so used to beating up on e-whores on his little whatever
way smarter
podcast,
than you are,
right?
Wick.
That again, he
Let me
cannot
ask you this,
address
Wick.
the basic
Does-
fact.
let me
He's
ask you
denied
this.
the
Let
fact
me
that
ask you this. We don't have to meta it. Okay. Is your interpretation of the Jesus quote
it's objectively correct. Yes.
okay, but it's still your interpretation, and you're saying that
No,
applies
that wouldn't even be objectively correct. Wait.
It is objectively correct. If it's
It's-
not, provide an alternative.
No, that would be a subjective standard, though. Do you understand that?
Hold on. Do you or do you not admit that
hold on,
Christ said
stop.
these words? He said, again, and I'm going to
It
quote.
doesn't matter because it's
It
not
absolutely
Even if I
matters.
admitted that,
Hold
that
on,
would be
hold
my
on,
subjective
hold on,
standard.
hold on,
Wick.
hold on,
cannot
hold on,
address
hold on,
any
hold on.
germane
Hold on.
point.
No,
Please stop.
I want to explain it to you. I want to explain it to you.
You're wrong, Sarah. I hate to say
I
it,
want
but you
to-
are.
Sarah.
Hold on. I want to explain what
I could debate both of you if you'd like.
Hold on, both of you. Andrew, just chill for a second, okay? Wick, if we both read a poem and the poem makes me feel sad, but the poem makes you feel angry, is that subjective to our interpretations?
Not necessarily. I can have the same interpretation of you, but it can be sad for me, but it can be
still be
happy for
subjective.
you.
But
That would
that's
still be
because
subjective.
it's subjective, okay?
That not the interpretation, but the
Objectively-
feeling. You understand the difference.
objectively- now,
Wilson's
hold on,
laughing,
I'm
but he
getting
doesn't
to your
understand the
piece.
difference either.
I'm getting to your hold on, I'm getting to your piece. Objectively, the poem is still the same, correct? We both read the poem and we read it exactly the same. How we interpreted it and how we experienced the poem is subjective, correct?
How we experience it can be subjective, yes.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
So what you're saying, I want to make sure I understand this. You're saying that objectively, this is what Jesus said, right? Based on this biblical verse in this specific Bible, this is what was said from Jesus.
Hold on.
Yes.
No, hold on. We can't even get Wilson to admit that he actually said these words. Let's start there. Because
here's
whether
what
my
we could do.
interpretation is correct or
Here's what we
incorrect,
could
or
It's your
subjective or
claim.
objective,
Why do I?
Hold on,
we
hold
have
on,
to
hold on.
Why do I
acknowledge
need to
to
reinforce
start
your
the
claim?
foundational.
Stop.
Hold on, please
Hold
let me
on,
finish.
boys. Hold on, let me
Just let
get
me
through it.
finish.
I'm helping.
Can I have a
both
second
of
then if I'm going to debate
I'm-
you both?
I would like to help both of you here in this instance. If you have the specific quote, the specific verse, and say from this Bible, this is what it specifically says, that is objective. There's no denying that. Even Andrew couldn't deny that. So if
He's
we
tried
say
to.
that,
Let's
I can
acknowledge
deny that.
He's tried to.
Yes, I can.
He's tried to. So until we get past this point, we cannot move forward until he can admit that, again, or if he wants to deny it, that's fine, but he looks like a fucking fool when he does. When I say that in the versions of the Bible, all the ones that I've read say, again, when he's standing before Pilate, this is the quote, "My kingdom is not of this world. If it were, my servants would fight to prevent my arrest." Before we get to the interpretation, I just need to acknowledge that Christ actually said that shit.
Yeah, well, something akin to that, at least. Let's say
Sure, it's obviously not in English, right? But
Yeah.
he said
something
those
akin
words.
to
That's
something
what
akin
it
to
means,
that.
is what he said.
Okay,
The meaning
great.
of
So now the way that you interpret that to mean that Christian nationalism is not compatible with Christianity, that is subjective, correct, Wick?
I am saying that
Now
nationalism...
answer the fucking question, Wick.
Okay, but you're
Yes or no,
misrepresenting
Wick?
what I'm saying, so I
Yes
have
or
to
no,
correct
Wick?
you before we get to whether it's
Oh, God.
subjective or objective.
All right,
you keep
stonewall
doing
some more,
this,
bro.
right?
Stonewall
You're
some
just retarded.
hold on.
And this
let
is
me
like
help,
dealing with
let
a
me,
child.
Let me help this conversation again. Okay. So essentially, how you are applying this Bible verse to Christian nationalism is up to your interpretation of how you understand it, correct?
I suppose. But then
Yes.
if he thinks it's an incorrect interpretation, subjective or objective, if he thinks it's incorrect, he needs to provide an alternative explanation for what these words mean and back it up with evidence. And he has yet to do so.
But that still means your interpretation is subjective.
But it doesn't mean it's wrong.
But is it subjective?
But it doesn't mean it's wrong, which is
yeah,
the
but can you
main
just
point.
answer the question? Is it
Hold
subjective?
on. Is it wrong?
Oh my God.
Is it wrong? It's a simple question. Why can't you answer these simple goddamn questions?
Yes,
you
I
keep
think it's
dodging.
wrong.
Okay.
Yes.
You think it's wrong. Why?
Yes.
Why is
Because
it wrong?
I don't see any evidence.
You don't
in the
know?
quote. I'm literally trying to answer the question. So I don't see any evidence in the quote that you have provided here that would lead me to believe that Christians can't be in charge of nations. That's insane.
That's not what I'm saying at all. I've
what are
never
you
said
saying?
that a Christian can't be in charge of a
Then
nation.
what's
What
incompatible
you are
about
arguing for is Christian nationalism,
and
which is not
Christianity?
a Christian being in charge of a nation.
Then what's
Unless
incompatible?
Hold on. Biden was Christian. He was
Then
in
what
charge of
makes
the
it
United States.
incompatible,
Were we a
Whick?
Christian nationalist nation under Biden?
So then what makes it
Yes or
incompatible?
no?
So then what makes it incompatible?
Hold on. Well, yes or no? Were we a Christian
Whick.
nation under Biden? Because you just said that I claimed, which I never did, you're lying, okay, that Christians can't be leaders of nations.
Then what makes it incompatible?
And if you are saying that that's what makes Christian nationalism, I am asking you a direct question because Biden was a Christian.
Yes, under
were
Biden,
we
that wouldn't be a Christian nationalist nation. No.
In the American
No,
States?
that's not a Christian
Obviously
nationalist
not.
nation under Biden.
Okay,
No, of
obviously
course
not.
not.
So in
anyway,
that case,
got it.
whether or not, right, this has nothing to do with Christians can't lead nations. I never said
Then
that.
what's fucking
I never
incompatible,
implied
Whick, for
that.
the 300th
The
time?
quote here means that he does not concern himself with these things, but Christian nationalism does.
So what's
And that makes it incompatible.
between Christianity and Christian?
Puts
Wait,
the
let me
nation
finish the
over
question.
the state.
dude.
I'm answering your damn question.
How do you know? I haven't even asked it yet. So, Whick, what I'm asking you specifically is this. What is the thing you think in that quote that is incompatible with Christian nationalism, but is compatible with kings? What is it? What is the thing? What is the threshold breaker here?
Christian nationalism subordinates and secularizes Christianity in a way that monarchy may or may not, right? Some monarchies did, some monarchies didn't.
What do you mean secularize?
Secularize, I mean, it puts Christianity as a subservient to the state, that the state is the one who chooses
what do you mean
which
it's subservient to
Christianity
the
is
state?
correct. It will
Well, wait,
traditionally
how would
push out-
Christianity be subservient to the state rather than a synergistic relationship?
How would it be a synergistic relationship?
Yeah, so the same way that it what used to be between the Roman Catholic Church and kings, there was a synergy between the church and the state. It wasn't the idea that the church was subservient to the state or that Christianity was subservient to the state, but rather there was a core body which was there of Christians, which advised via consent of the crown most often, right? So I don't even know what you mean by secularizing or making it subservient, but what you haven't demonstrated is how that quote makes Christian nationalism incompatible with Christianity. I actually don't understand what you're even saying there.
I understand that you don't understand. I get
don't.
it. You have a sub IQ,
so explain
a
it.
room temperature IQ.
I know. I'm real dumb, Whick. So explain it real small words.
Hold on. Okay. So
Okay.
when Christ
holding.
refused to take and be a king, when he says, "My kingdom is not of this world. If it were, my servants would fight to prevent my arrest." And I tell you that this means that he is not trying to make a kingdom on earth. He's not trying to establish a nation on earth, and that Christian nationalism opposes this ethos and puts nationality at the head and before Christians. It prioritizes its nation over a Christians. And we see examples of this. I'll give you examples of this. South African apartheid. They would pick on the Christians that were different from them nationally, right? They would oppress them, right? Nationally, okay? This is how it's antithetical to Christian nationalism. Do you understand now?
Yeah, but do you understand that Christian nations don't need to be...
Can you contend with that point? Do you disagree?
Yeah, I disagree. They don't need
why?
to be... Well, I'm explaining. First of all, they don't need to be oppressive towards anybody. I don't know what the hell you're talking about there.
And yet, every example we have, they happen to be.
And under progressive nations, it's the same thing. There's oppression under progressivism as well.
Not to the same degree.
How do you... Yes, I think to the same degree. The progressive mantra of spread democracy everywhere has led to global catastrophe.
That's
and
not
yes,
the
they do
progressive
nation
mantra.
building all over the place, post-World War II and under postmodernism.
But that's
they
not...
have tried... Hang on. They have tried to spread their poisonous ideology fucking everywhere. And don't pretend that they haven't. Don't pretend that under the progressive status quo, we're not the policemen of the world.
You're
and
talking
that we're
about
not
liberalism,
highly,
which is a different
hang on,
thing.
and that we're not highly oppressive.
But you're not talking about progressivism. You're
hang
talking
on.
about liberalism. There's different.
Okay, I see. So the progressive mantra then, in this case, I would say progressives. And
I'll remind
the
you
idea of
progressivism means
postmodernism
if you need a
is that
reminder.
all democracy needs to flow everywhere, and that if there's no democracy, you're oppressed. In this case, what's really funny is you're talking about a nation, a policeman of the world, and saying that they're not oppressive, which is insane. But most importantly, you haven't demonstrated anywhere here in this Bible passage how this excludes men from ruling nations as Christians, and how that would be incompatible with the ideas that I put forward for Christian nationalism. You never did
I am not
demonstrate
arguing that, nor was that in the prompt that Christian
Then what is
men can't
incompatible
lead
here? That
nations.
people do bad things sometimes?
Again, if you just think Christian nationalism is Christians leading nations, congratulations, you're a fucking liberal. Again, you're confusing progressivism and liberalism.
Do you remember what my definition of Christian
which I
nationalism is?
enunciated at the beginning of this debate, which you did not refute, which you went on, you accepted, and I'll read it again for you to remind you to say this. Okay?
Yeah.
Progressivism is simply this: a philosophy and reform movement that promotes social, economic, and political change in order to advance the human condition through social reform. Nothing about that shows that it must be a police state, right? That it must be the world police. You can have progressive nations
But
that
the
aren't
progressive
the world
status
police,
quo
right?
is the world police, Wick.
What?
The progressive status quo is the world police.
The liberal
Like it or
status
not.
quo is the world police. They're
Well,
different.
listen, what's the distinction, do you think, between progressivism and liberalism then?
So liberalism enshrines individual rights. Liberalism enshrines equality before the law and limitations on government power, which progressivism
makes the same
doesn't
claims?
necessarily. Hold on, let me answer your goddamn question. Stop frigging out. You'll be okay. Progressivism doesn't necessarily do. The question liberalism asks.
Where did progressives
and
not do
answers,
that?
I haven't answered your question yet. You haven't let me finish.
Where do
right?
progressives
So you
do
can
that,
stop
though?
frigging out, and I can answer the question, or you can keep interrupting.
You take
Here's your
forever
choice.
to answer
I am not
questions,
taking
Wick,
forever. You
because
keep
you just wanna
interrupting.
run
It
the
will take
timer
less
out.
time if you shut your mouth, right? The question liberalism's asked
Mhm.
and answers is this: how can we live with each other when we have differences that we know are going to arise naturally? There's no ideology to which groups don't have differences. How can we live with each other without killing each other? Liberalism was the solution to nationalism, was the solution to Christian nationalism, where they just kept engaging in sectarian violence against each other over and over again throughout history. We have
You see how you go off
not a
on other
single
things?
example.
I just want to look at what are the distinctions between progressivism and liberalism. What is the thing that you would point to that progressives do that is against liberal ideology?
Okay, one of the things that progressives do that is against liberal ideology is that it doesn't really care about individual liberty so much. It cares more about kind of like what's the word they use? It's not equality, but equity, right? It tends to. It doesn't necessarily, but it tends to care more about that, and that is kind of antithetical to the liberal value.
Equity is stating that absent the whole purpose of progressive equity is to say that without equity, we can't actually have the same affordance of individual rights. That's what their whole position of equity is, Wick. That's not actually drawing a distinction between liberalism and
you don't
progressivism.
understand so do you not think that there is a difference between
Yeah,
progressivism?
what's the
and
point?
liberalism?
I'll explain it. What's the point of equity? What is the
I'm
point
asking
of
you
it?
a question, please. Answer my question.
What's the question?
Do you think that there is no difference between progressivism and liberalism?
Well, whether I do or not, I'm asking you what they are.
Okay. It's germane to the subject on whether or not you think there is a difference.
Well, it's not, and I'll tell you why. Because what you claimed here was, listen, Andrew, what you're talking about is liberalism,
Yes.
not progressivism.
Well,
And I
the
said,
liberal
if
world order is not
that's
the
the
progressive
case,
world
then
order,
it's not
yes.
germane for me to ask you then, what is the distinction here between these two ideologies? You bring up equity as though, and then say that
Equity
that's
is one of the
somehow
differences,
contrary
yes.
to individual rights, but it's not. So I don't know what you're talking about again.
Yeah, obviously equity is contrary it can be contrary and often is to individual
Give me an
liberty.
example.
I'll give you an example. So equity would be like DEI, would be like, okay, well, we're going to have different quotas, and so a company must, right? They don't have the liberty to choose, right? But they must meet a certain quota of a certain identity within their group. That
does
is
that
one
affect
of the ways
individual
where
rights,
it
though?
violates individual rights.
That's
Can you
not
acknowledge
violating
that that's
anybody's
true?
rights. How's that violating individual rights?
Because the owner of the company cannot choose for themselves who they hire, but they must do so on a quota system.
Well, wait a second.
So acknowledge that you were wrong and I was right. Right.
Well, I just want to make sure to clarify, and then maybe I even will make the concession as long as I get the clarification. Are you saying that if companies can't say that we're not going to hire you because you're black, or we are going to hire you because you're black, that the most liberal thing that you can do as a liberal is give companies the ability to say, you're black, so I'm not going to hire you?
Can you rephrase that?
Yeah, under liberalism, it is totally appropriate for a company holder to not hire people because they're black. Yes or no?
I think it can be compatible with liberalism, yes. But we have laws, right, which, again, the Civil Rights Act.
Equity-based laws?
Progressive-based laws, yes.
Okay, and are you for those? Are you for those laws?
In some cases, yes. In some cases,
like
no.
That one? So you are for equity laws?
I am a liberal, but I do have progressive leanings on occasion. But I have conservative leanings too. Hold on.
Okay, got it.
Hold on. That's not a gotcha. You didn't say anything there.
What?
Again,
say anything about what? I just said I got it. I understand the view now.
Was
so
how, hold on. The question that you asked was how equity contended with individual liberty, and I demonstrated a way which it did. Okay, now that we have done so, can you address the main point where you have tried to tie the liberal world order, where we are engaging in the world police, called it progressivism incorrectly?
It's not
by all means,
incorrect,
right? And then you stated, right, that like, oh, progressivism. So basically, your whole argument, this whole debate has been progressivism is everything I don't like. Christian nationalism is everything I do.
No, do you remember I gave you a definition for progressivism? Would you like me to give it again?
You did not give me a definition for progressive.
I did. In fact, I'll give it to you. Yeah, I did in my opening. I'll pull it up right now. I did it right in the opening. I wanted to make sure that I gave you a contrast for what Christian nationalism is, and then how I define progressivism.
No, you're looking up ChatGPT as we go. Okay.
I'll literally show this to my chat right now.
I don't care.
So, and I'll read it from there. So, let's see here. So we'll start with Christian ethics. I go through all of that. Now to the progressive status quo ideology. Progressives believe in an idea of egalitarianism and equity based around mostly perceived victim status, using a lens of intersectionality in order to make determinations of who deserves what. The ideology is a mix of postmodernist philosophy with a little bit of Enlightenment principles for grounding. So, Whick, you want to lie again and say I never gave you a definition for what the progressive status quo was? You want to lie again?
Well, you gave a definition for sola scriptorum, which was fucking wrong. So forgive me.
No, I was right about that too.
And I disagree with your definition of progressivism, to be clear, because if you had listened into mine,
you defined it as equity. You defined it as equity.
I said equity is part of it, but your definition is further than that.
It from
my
liberalism.
Definition of progressivism, as I just stated in the debate, if you had listened, and I'll quote it again, progressivism is simply this: a philosophy and reform movement that promotes social, economic, and political change in order to advance the human condition through social reform. It first cropped up in a response to the societal upheaval during industrialization.
Yeah, I remember your definition.
Pushed for labor rights,
but you added
health,
a new word now, which was equity.
Reforms, etc. The abolition movement, for example, in pre-Civil War times, was an example of a progressive movement. How is that definition incorrect?
Well, because you added a new word to make a distinguishment between liberalism.
I can show my chat like what
okay, bro, I believe you. I listened to your opening. You just didn't listen to mine.
Did not.
But I did. And not only that, I just told you, I know how you define progressivism, but you forgot the word equity. You used the word equity to make the delineation between liberalism and progressivism. That's how you made the distinction between the two, and then said, because of equity, it doesn't do enough for individual rights, which is what liberalism is. So the thing is that you actually have a lot of progressive leanings after all, don't you?
How many?
And equity.
Hold on. How many do I have?
Well, I mean, at least you have more than a few.
Okay, so, name them.
Yeah. So first of all, you think that you shouldn't be able to do workplace discrimination based on color or race, right?
Sure.
Based on color, race, ethnicity, anything like that.
But I would argue that's yeah, for sure. I'll take that. Yeah.
And you said that that's the distinction between like
one.
Progressive equity.
You said I had a lot. That's one.
Yeah. So wouldn't that equity apply to all
Hold
forms
on.
of that?
You said I had a lot. That's one. Keep going.
Well, actually, that's multiple. So it's not.
No,
can you
it's
discriminate
one.
based on sex?
Hmm?
Can you discriminate based on sex?
Discrimination based on identity is one.
No, that's multiple things because
No,
you can
it's-
discriminate based on multiple
oh my
things,
God,
right?
you were just
That's
so
the
cooked
purpose
here.
of equity.
It is not. You claim
What?
that I have
Intersectionality
multiple
is taking
progressive
each individual
leanings.
group.
I asked you to name them. You named one.
Yeah, no.
What else?
Listen, Wick, this is
You were just
multitudes, and
making shit up.
I'll
which
explain,
you've done throughout
Wick.
the whole night.
Wick,
You
I'll
have made
explain.
shit up. You have
Intersectionality,
made claims, but you have not demonstrated those claims. sir.
intersectionality is taking distinct groups and taking a look through the prism of their
I reject
worldview.
intersectionality. That's not the
Yes,
same.
yes. Listen to what I'm saying first, and then offer the refutation. So, intersectionality would be taking many different groups. Remember my definition: progressives believe in the idea of egalitarianism and equity based around mostly perceived victim status using a lens of intersectionality. The idea is you're taking different groups and you're saying these ones you can discriminate against based on the perceived injustices, these ones you can't, et cetera, because it's saying who's in charge. In this case, is the least oppressed. In this case, usually is white people, right? Though now they're looping Asians in with that, I guess. But usually that's how they do it. When you're talking about equity,
intersectionalist?
yeah. When you're talking about equity,
Do you think I'm an
it's-
intersectionalist?
I think so. I think yeah.
Well, I'm not.
Well, but you are though.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, because
Prove it.
why then why is it that people shouldn't be able to discriminate based on the color of somebody else's skin if they don't want to hire
You
them?
understand intersectionality. What that means actually
Mm-hmm.
is when we say, look at these two groups, one has more identity markers and is therefore more oppressed than others.
Yep.
That's not why I reject or why I accept the ability not to discriminate against skin color. And
Then
things
why
like
would
that.
you
It's
want
not because
specific
of a
laws
hierarchy,
for specific
right,
groups?
of intersectionality.
Then why do you want
That is not
specific laws
why.
for specific
So
groups?
you have claimed that I'm an intersectionalist.
Yeah,
you have yet
I'll
to prove that.
demonstrate
You
it.
have yet to demonstrate it.
Demonstrate it.
If I may,
Wick
very
wants
quickly,
laws which are
Go ahead,
specific to
Sarah.
individual
Step
groups
away.
based on how badly they've been
That's not what
oppressed in the past
intersectionality is.
in
You
order
don't
to not
understand.
discriminate
You don't
against them.
understand
Yes, she's an intersectionalist.
You
Yeah.
don't understand
I just have
nationalism.
to step away and go grab some medication for my daughter. I'll just be 2 minutes. If you could just play well for 2 minutes. Thank you. Back to you.
We'll try. But yeah, you've misidentified things this entire night. You say that we were, the American Revolution was national, or not the revolution, but we were a nationalist nation. We were a liberal nation, sir. And the evidence I've given you of we were a liberal nation is because we set up a constitution which restricted the authority of the state, which a nationalist nation would not do. These are the different things, right? And again,
Nationalist nations
throughout
did
this
do that.
whole debate, I'm not done. The sola scriptorum fuck up you did, where you didn't know what it meant and you got it exactly the opposite of what it actually meant, and I had to correct you. And now we're talking about intersectionality, right, which you do not understand, and you have again attributed to me incorrectly and have yet to prove that's true.
Yeah, so the idea here that's really bizarre to me is you say that in nationalist nations they put no restrictions on the state. And the reason that this wasn't nationalistic,
Not to the degree that liberals do.
So what's the threshold breaker?
What do you think the threshold banker is?
Don't ask me, answer.
No, I'm asking if you think that's...
Bro, it's just so bad faith. Wick,
Well,
just
I'm not
answer
being
the
bad
fucking
faith.
question.
You are-
I asked you specifically.
Again, you do this thing.
You
Weasel
said-
Wilson.
Why won't you
How?
answer any question?
Again.
Come on, dude. What's the threshold breaker then? If it's the case...
What do you think it is?
Why would it matter what I think? It's your claim.
Okay, the reason we have a liberal nation in America is
I
because
don't
we
need a
have
history
called
lesson.
a
Just
Bill
tell me
of
the
Rights.
threshold breaker.
So that at least I don't need to give you a specific threshold. I have to showcase that whatever my threshold may be, it does include the amount of restrictions that the nation of America, right, the United States, have placed on its government. And I would give to you the Bill of Rights as the example. So whether or not I would accept less restrictions or more restrictions does not matter to my point. My point here is that, at least in this case, it's enough restrictions on the state that makes it a non-nationalist nation, that a nationalist nation would necessarily have less restrictions on the state.
But how could you ever demonstrate this? So your whole idea here is just to say the United States of America is not a nationalist nation because there's constraints
You haven't
put on
showed
the
that it is.
Bro, my turn. Because there are constraints which are put on the government. But nationalist nations have constraints which are put on the government all the time. You just say, well, not as much. As though that tells... Hang on. Wick, let me
Hold
finish
on. You said
question.
You made a claim. Defend your claim.
Let me finish the question. I'm not making a claim. I'm asking a question.
All the time.
Wick,
which ones?
Wick, stop stonewalling. Let me finish the question.
I'm not stonewalling. You made a claim.
Then let me finish the question.
You made a claim. I'm asking you to defend it. Which restrictions have
just let me finish
the
question, Wick, and then you can do the spurging.
I'm not spurging. I'm asking you
the question.
You're dodging. You're refusing the answer.
The question is really simple.
This?
If it's the case that you're just saying there's constraints put on the government, I bring up nationalist nations have restraints put on the government too. You just
which
say,
ones?
Well, not as much.
Okay, which ones?
Oh my God! Let's talk about Benito Mussolini's Italy. Let's talk about Franco's Spain.
Okay.
Both had tons of restrictions which were put on the government, including from Franco and Mussolini themselves.
Hold on. Which ones? What are those restrictions, please?
Oh, well, let's start with the idea in Italy. So what they try to do is corporatize the body of the state, which was they were corporatizing business, right? They put tons of restrictions on trade organizations and the way that the government could interact with trade organizations in general.
You're correct. They put restrictions on trade organizations.
No. And the way the government could. So what was happening is the government was awarding these ginormous industrialists these massive contracts, and they put in all sorts of
Italy subordinated the Constitution to the authority
so I can
of
at least explain.
And his
you're
party.
just
wrong
in a cursory way. You're just reading AI, and I know you are, Wick. You don't know what you're talking about here.
You're just wrong here.
About what?
Okay, did or did not. Again, under Mussolini, that they subordinated the Constitution to the authority of the state.
Yes, that's true.
Okay, exactly.
So that's true here too.
What makes... Hold on. That is not true in America.
It is true here.
Hold on. The Constitution is not subordinate to the state in America.
It's not. Who is the chief law enforcement officer to execute all laws in the United States?
You know who gives them that power? The Constitution.
Well, the Constitution doesn't exist in a bubble. It exists as a correlation of people who interpret it. So the thing is like, look, the thing that's really funny here is all you would be doing is saying the president of the United States, if he makes an executive order, right? He makes any type of executive order, he would be just as controlling, I guess, or just as nationalistic as Mussolini if he gives an executive order saying you're not allowed to do whatever this thing
That would only be true if the state could not overturn those executive orders, which they have on multiple occasions. The Constitution has provided a check on the power of the executive branch and provided a way for the SCOTUS, the Supreme Court of the United States, to put a check on that power by being able to overturn executive orders by the state.
So wait,
this is in our Constitution. So when you claim that our president,
I just want to make sure I got it right. So
hold on, no. You will let me finish, right? Your claim here was specifically that in America our Constitution is subordinated to the will of the state. You are just incorrect, sir. You are wrong.
They're the enforcement arm. The state's the enforcement arm. The state is the enforcement arm in the United States. But that does not mean it's
subordinate to the will of the state. Our Constitution provides restrictions.
Who's it subordinate to the will of?
The people. Hold on. The Constitution has a Bill of Rights. Hold on.
The state is Constitution, Wick. The state enforces the Constitution
of the United States. In America, at least, the state is subordinate and checks are put on the state by the Constitution.
Yeah, and enforced by the state. Yeah, but they're enforced by the state. Yeah, but they're enforced by the state.
So what?
So it's still subordinate to the state. It's the state governing the state.
That's just retarded. It is wrong.
But then who's governing it except the state?
If we have in the military, right?
Yeah.
We have a rule. If you are given an unlawful order, one that goes against the Constitution, it is your duty to disobey that lawful order. That means that the Constitution, the thing we take an oath to, by the way, is again above the enforcement arm of the state. It is the thing that we are, again, has been set as the pillar and the pinnacle of the United States government. And the fact that you don't know this makes you retarded.
Okay, but aren't soldiers enforcement arms of the state?
Yes.
Okay, so if it's the case that you object to an unlawful order...
Do soldiers have to obey the Constitution?
Here's the question, Wick. I just let you go through your thing. So if it's a case that a soldier says, you're giving me an unlawful order, I'm not going to follow it, it's up to the state to enforce that, right? They could, like, shoot him in the face, right?
Okay.
For treason? Can you answer the question, Wick?
Does a soldier have to obey the Constitution?
They take an oath to it.
Yes.
Mhm.
Meaning, right, that they are swearing their allegiance to the Constitution. They can break
And
that
governed
oath.
by the
that
state.
happens, but that makes them traitors
They're
to the
government
state. That
issue.
makes
They're
them
literally called
traitors to the
government issue.
Constitution.
That's the state, Wick.
You are just retarded on this. I can't
Not the
believe you don't
state.
think that the Constitution, again, puts checks and balances upon the state. This is 101 shit. This is
I'm
high
not
school
saying
level
that
shit.
it doesn't, Wick, but it has nothing to do with who's
You
subservient
claim
to the
that
state.
under the American system right now,
Yeah.
that the Constitution is subordinate to the state. It is absolutely not. The Constitution.
It absolutely is.
Again, the Constitution rules the state. It directs the state. The state is
How does it do
subordinate to
that?
the
Does it-
Constitution.
Hang on. How does the Constitution get up and enforce anything? It's a piece of fucking paper.
The soldiers that swear the oath to the Constitution enforce that,
Who are
but they are
government
not.
property?
Again, if the president
property soldiers
gives
with
them an
GIs?
unlawful order that goes against the
God,
Constitution,
what does
they swear an
GI
oath to
stand for?
disobey the executive.
What does GI stand for?
Government issued.
Government issue. There are the fucking state.
You're
They're just state,
retarded.
bro.
You're just retarded.
Who do you get your orders from in the military?
Usually my supervisor, right?
Yeah, and who is the commander-in-chief of the entire United States
If the
military?
commander-in-chief gave me an order that disobeyed the Constitution, my duty, the swore to the oath, was to disobey that order. That was my lawful
and you would
duty. It
have to
wasn't an
appeal to-
option.
you
It
would
was
have
my
to
duty.
appeal to
So once
state
again,
authority, though. You'd
the
have to appeal to the
Constitution
state.
is not subordinate to the state. The
Yes, it
state
is.
subordinate to the Constitution because,
That's
again,
really
as a
that's-
soldier, you
that's
have
really
to
fun
obey
to
the
say, but it's not
Constitution
true.
over the state. You swear an oath to do that.
Let's see if this is true or not. We'll just examine it objectively. Was it unconstitutional?
What are
do
the
you
three
think,
branches of
when-
government?
Hang on. Was it unconstitutional when Trump sent troops into California recently?
The SCOTUS will be able to decide that.
Okay, but
It's going
do
through
you
the
think
courts.
do you think it was unconstitutional?
I don't know.
Do you think there are a lot of people there thought it was unconstitutional?
Sure, a lot of people thought it was constitutional. A lot of people thought it was inconstitutional.
Sure.
But you know what?
But
Their
hang on,
thinking doesn't
Wick,
matter.
I'm almost done.
The
Then he can respond.
Constitution
I'm
has a
almost
method
done,
to
Wick, and
determine
then he can respond.
when.
Just
Oh my
calm down
God,
for 2
dude, this-
seconds. So the thing is, Wick,
Look,
if it's the case that the Marine Corps can be sent in at executive order, you think it's unconstitutional, or even all of California thought it was unconstitutional. Maybe even the soldiers thought it was unconstitutional. But guess who? Guess who got to decide that? The commander-in-chief of the United States military. You're talking about constitutional constraints, but you forget about enforcement.
Hold on, you're just wrong.
You believe that the
If the
Constitution is
Supreme Court of the
subservient to
United States,
for sure.
hold on, if the
At
Supreme
least in
Court,
practicality,
hold on, you're just wrong. You're just wrong.
If I may, for correction here, the oath of enlistment is that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States, not abide
What's
by.
the oath to the officers?
Hold on. It's the oath of enlistment. This is what you take when you go in front and you are going through enlistment at MEPS. And before they put you on that bus, you have to do this oath. It's a very big, momentous type of thing. But what it says is, I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, and I will obey the orders of the President of the United States and the orders of the officers appointed over me according to regulations of the UCMJ. So help me God. So in essence, you are supporting and defending the Constitution, but you are abiding by the orders of the President and under the UCMJ.
So the oath of office for the oath of the officer's oath, at least in the Air Force, and I'll read it to you. I, state your name, have been appointed to second blah, 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 that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that I take this obligation freely without ending mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office upon which I am about to enter. So help me God. There is a reason that the officers of the cadre, right, of our soldiers, right, do not swear an oath to the president, right? You are just true for the enlistment, but not for the officers, and that is for a reason. The U.S. enlistment oath, right, okay, is to obey the orders of the president and their appointed officers according to the regulations of the Uniform Code of Military Justice, which again is subordinate to the U.S. Constitution. If the Supreme Court,
are there more officers?
hold on, let me fucking get this out.
God,
If the Supreme Court determines that the deploying the National Guard was unconstitutional in California, then the president has to, under the Constitution, or he would be breaking his oath of office, right? He has to rescind those National Guards. Do you disagree that that's true?
I think in theory, that's a neat theory.
But that's true. You just recognize that that's true.
Oh, I recognize that theoretically it could be true, yes, but in practicality, it's not actually true. The truth is that you are subservient. The Constitution's subservient to state power because it relies on interpretation. And it is the state who gets to ultimately to interpret it. When you talk about the Supreme Court, that is a mechanism of the state. And so if they're interpreting this, right, they're interpreting this document to say this or that, and the president's interpreting it to say this or that, Congress is interpreting it to say this or that, then it is actually subservient to the government and not the other way around. So when you make this argument,
you're just wrong.
When you make the argument, hey, Benito Mussolini, the state was subservient to him.
He was.
Guess what? The state is subservient to the state here as well, right?
You're just
same
wrong.
thing.
That's
when you
not
say
true.
the Constitution trumps the state, who gets to interpret that other than the state, Whick? Who?
You were just 100% wrong.
Answer the question.
SCOTUS
who gets to determine other than the
determines
if the
the
state's
interpretation
violating
of the Constitution as laid out in the Constitution? If you change the Constitution to change that, guess what? They no longer have that power.
Okay,
now, yes, you're correct.
Yeah.
You can go full traitor to the Constitution, but that would be being a traitor to the state. The state is subordinate to the Constitution. We have decided in America that the Constitution is the pinnacle. It is what we use to make laws. It is what we use to determine what the executive powers are, right? What branches of government there are and what powers that those branches of government have. These are all things that have been written down and that we have, again, abided by for over 200 years. And to suggest that for whatever reason, the state is the Constitution is subordinate to the state just shows a lack of understanding of how our nation works. So you
well,
can't
I think
even
the opposite.
look,
so I'll demonstrate.
You're just
it now.
wrong.
Okay, great.
You're just
I'm wrong,
incorrect.
But can I now make a rebuttal here? So the thing is, that's really interesting about this, Whick, is that all you have to do to give me a refutation here is tell me who gets to interpret the Constitution other than the state. Who actually gets to do that with the power of law other than the state or state officials? The reason that you can't tell me anybody else because there isn't anybody else, which makes it for all practical purposes, the Constitution is a slave to the interpreter of the Constitution, in this case, the state. Yes, it is subservient to the state, and it's the state which enforces it based on their interpretation. Same fucking issue you would have with Mussolini, Whick, you fucking idiot.
It's just not true in your baby brain.
It's just
if you
not
think
true.
that,
Great argument.
Because again,
Then
it's
tell
not
me who
the
interprets
state.
it.
Hold on. It's not the state. It's a specific portion of the state which is subject to the checks and balances of the other executive branches within the state. It is designed. It is designed to have this tension within the state and to put restrictions. Yes. It can be changed by a constitutional Congress, but that does not, again, show that it's subservient to the state in any single way.
Well, really, who gets to interpret it besides the state then?
If it is decided by the Supreme Court of the United States that the Constitution says that President Trump was acting above and beyond his authority and he was doing an illegal action, then that executive has to obey that. If he does not, he is a traitor and he is subject to this impeachment and removal.
So the executive has to obey the state?
Yes. No, the executive has to obey the Constitution.
Oops.
Well, you're technically correct. The state, he has to obey the state, but the state has to obey the Constitution.
Okay, but who gets to interpret the Constitution that the state's obeying?
I'm just telling you what's
the state,
true.
Right? The state.
Hold on.
The state gets to interpret how the state obeys the Constitution.
You're just wrong, and this is embarrassing for you, buddy.
Who else gets to interpret it then, Whick?
You're embarrassing. This is embarrassing for you, buddy. Right?
Is it? Is it embarrassing for me, Whick?
It's really embarrassing for you.
I don't feel very embarrassed.
I understand you have sub-IQ room temperature. I get it, right? But you should be embarrassed. If you think
one of these days, Whick, you're gonna get that W. You're so desperately going for.
The Constitution is
to go into closing statements, gentlemen. I let it go a little extra longer because you were kind of concluding that point. Whick, if you would like to give your closing statement, please.
Sure. Okay, I think it's pretty clear. I made clear-cut arguments. I provided evidence that Christianity and nationalism are incoherent. They're incompatible. They are not able to. You can't be a Christian and be a nationalist. You can't actually follow Christ correctly, right? In his words, his quoted words, which I have used, right? And and be a nationalist. I have shown this with scripture and the words of Christ. My opponent here is hemmed, hawed, weaseled out, misused scriptura solarum, right? And those things, thinking I wouldn't know what they meant, but I did know what they mean. He was just wrong. He tried to pass off a lie to you again and again and again throughout this thing. He does not think that the U.S. Constitution is the pinnacle of power in the United States. He thinks that the state can overrule the Constitution at whim. He is simply wrong. He has compared it to how Mussolini, how the state subordinated the Constitution there. He is just wrong. He hasn't provided a defense for how nationalism can be Christian. He hasn't provided any kind of evidence whatsoever that nationalism is better than progressivism or liberalism or anything really. All he's done is weasel, not answered a single question, not provided any coherent arguments. This was actually easier than Monday, and I did not think I would be saying that. And it's, again, I'll just close with this. As I did in my opening, I'll read it. Wilson, here, Weasel Wilson, is showing Christians all the nations of the world and offering them to you. If you would but give up your Christianity just a little, just a smidge, just a tip, if you are willing to subordinate your Christianity to that of the state, that's what he offers you. I'm telling you, and I'm asking you, and I'm imploring you, be like Jesus. Reject that offer. Thank you.
Thank you, Whick. Andrew, to you.
Yeah, so I studied Whick's style when he was debating with the two guys who were trying to make arguments against his position the other night. And I noticed something which was important, that Whick actually doesn't really make arguments. He just kind of stonewalls. And so what I did was I requested a timer. And now what we can do, and we will do this, by the way, we'll go back and bring up every single time I brought up a point which was related to my definition of Christian nationalism, and watch as Whick actually won't engage with it. But rather he moves over towards some type of scriptural debate, which he says his subjective interpretation of scripture, and he said this dozens of times. I made sure he did, right? I made sure to make him say it dozens of times because it's by far the dumbest thing he said tonight, that his subjective interpretation is actually objective. He doesn't even know the distinction between this. Now, he copes and says that he knows what sola scriptura means, but here when he tried to regurgitate to you what it even was, he said solarum scripturia. That's what he said. Something, solarum something or another, huh, Whick? Is it solarum something or another, Whick? Anyway, he has no idea what he's talking about. What he did was this. He, when I said sola scriptura, he Googled it real quick and then said, oh, I know all about it. Doesn't know anything about it. Has no idea what the solas are or what the Protestant interpretation is, how they're interlinked with interpretation, which is why I brought him up. Right, which is why he said solarum scripturius numbness. He has no idea what he's talking about. What was really funny here, that on top of all of this, is that I kept bringing up multiple points for Christian nationalism, including the family, abortion, various things like this. I asked Whick, how is it that the progressive status quo provides better family than what Christian nationalism is proposing? Wouldn't even engage with it. Wouldn't engage with the abortion question. Instead, he just looked at isolated instances of where Christian done bad thing and then said that has something to do with Christian nationalism based on his loose interpretation of scripture. He also makes the claim that, well, Christianity is incompatible with nationalism, however, it is compatible with kings. And then, as I predicted, when I told Whick, what you'll do when I give you all the examples is just say they're wrong. No, I won't. So I gave him all the examples. I showed him all the kings. I showed him the Byzantine Empire, gave him all the evidence of all of these various places where Christians ruled and ruled through their ethical system. And what does Whick do? They were all wrong. He's right. Whick is right. He's interpreting it correctly because his interpretation is definitely objective and not subjective. Refuse to engage with almost any point of the debate. For the future reference, for people who are debating Whick, just remember that this is a good idea to remember this tactic. That when you're dealing with stonewallers, all you have to do is ask for a time debate. And the reason you do that is because then they can't stonewall. They actually have to contend with the points. And if they don't, they look really fucking stupid. This wasn't a debate about Christian theology. This was a debate about the proposition of Christian nationalism and whether or not the progressive status quo was better than that. And he really didn't engage with any of that. He only wanted to engage with, but I read this passage in the Bible, even though I'm not a Christian, don't believe in it at all, right? Don't care about it at all. And therefore, my interpretation says this. It's like, okay, well, I interpret that differently. Great. Where does that get us? Nowhere. It doesn't get us to any of the issues at all. He concedes that abortion kills way more people, especially in the 20th century, than all of the military conflicts he can source combined, by the way. He concedes this and still says that the progressive status quo is better, even though he believes abortion is murder, and then tries to gaslight you, the audience, and tell you, actually, the progressive status quo is what got rid of Roe v. Wade. That is the most absurd thing I've ever heard. The progressive status quo was Roe v. Wade. It was Christians and Christian coalitions which moved to get that struck down. And it was only when Trump put Christians in the Supreme Court that they were able to even reinterpret this. So it went back to the states. The progressive mantra and status quo right now is to enshrine abortion as a right. That is uncontroversial. Whick never even tried to compete with that. Instead, he went back to his normal filibustering, stonewalling. But I read this, and I think it says something differently than what you think. Great. Where does that get us, though? How does that move this conversation anywhere? It doesn't. What it is it's a tactic to try to get me to endlessly satiate whatever his standard of proof is for his subjective standard that he calls objective. It's the same way atheists like to debate. You have to propose endless amounts of evidence to satiate them where they feel you've given them enough. Had nothing to do with anything. This guy got drubbed on every single point he brought up. And right now he's cope laughing. But the thing is like, we'll see in the comments, Whick. We'll see in the comments. And the thing is like, I would suggest, Sarah, that you put up a poll right now, right? This guy's going to get fucking obliterated. Whick, and in closing, right, I just want to say, when you bring up OnlyFans girls and this type of thing, just remember this. You pointed out you only debate with OnlyFans girls and avoid real debaters. That would infer you're not a real debater, especially since I asked for the debate from you. Right? How would that infer that I avoid the good debaters unless you're saying you're a bad one, Whick? You fucking adult. What adult? By the way, last thing on all of this, I'm just going to point this out. Whick is by far one of the least educated, dumbest fucking people anywhere on Twitch that you can debate. However, if you want to move past his stonewall tactics, just ask for the timer and watch him fall apart. He doesn't have any salient points for any of this. It's always just stonewalling. Maybe next time we can get that guy who was your partner, Whick. He seemed like he knew what he was talking about.
Oh, I'm
anyway,
sure
with that, hey, it's still my clothes.
Oh,
with
you're
that,
robotic.
yeah, it's still my clothes. Still my clothes. It's still my clothes, bro. So anyway, with that closing statement, thank you, Sarah, for having me on. I appreciate it. It was fun.
Wow.
Wonderful.
You got trounced, buddy. That's a
Can we
0 and
get
4 for you.
A lot of cope.
Super chats.
I know there was in your closing statements. That was
a lot
embarrassing.
of cope, bro.
Again, if you want to debate Andrew Wilson, force him to defend a claim. And notice how he can't.
All right. I'm going to defend money. Andrew, for the debate prompt, Whick needs to prove that the progressive status quo is at least equal to Christian nationalism. It's on you to prove Christian nationalism is better than status quo.
Which he did not do.
For some of you, some of you were able to watch over on the other live streams that there was a issue with who was affirmative, negative, whatever was going on. Essentially, whether you say yes or no, you still have an affirmative claim in some degree, whether it's to say that it's just not, or this or that, or so on and so forth. But it was fun.
You want to put up a poll, though, Sarah?
I'm not doing a poll. My daughter's having an issue right now. If you guys could just take the reins, I'm gonna just bear with me.
Take your time. Family first. Here's the thing, right? I'm willing, and I'm going to showcase this on my channel. I think it's a good example of how to deal with your dishonest debate style. I think the fact that you lied about what sola scriptorum is, and your counter to me is, oh, you mispronounced it once, as
sola
if that was a big
with an M
W when you got it entirely wrong at the beginning. Right? It's just funny. This is just
it's sola scriptura.
It's so amusing. The projection at play, right? It's so amusing, the projection at play here.
A lot of cope still.
Right? Where It is a lot of coat from you, sir, and it's frankly embarrassing. You thought I was a bad debater. You were fucking wrong. That's why you wouldn't remove the timer, right? Even though we agreed to after.
Why would
you like to
a
change the rules when
timer-
you're losing, right?
Why would
and it was
why would
very
a timer?
clear that you were losing.
Why
It
would
was
that
very
make you a bad
clear.
debater if you asked for a timer?
Hmm?
Why would that make me a bad debater if I asked for a timer?
Because you agreed to one set of rules at the beginning of the debate, and when you found out you were losing, you tried to say, well, no, we got to keep the timer on because, oh my God, I'm getting crushed here, and I can't let him off the leash.
No, we tried it without the timer, and you did exactly what I predicted. It was filibuster. That's it. That's all
I didn't
you do.
filibuster. I
You're
tried
just a
to
stonewaller,
fully answer a
Whick.
question. You just kept interrupting.
Bro, you don't, by the way, if that's the case, why wouldn't you want the timer?
Because I thought it was funny that you did.
Oh, I see. So
Yes, it was
I
funny to me.
interrupt
This
too
is
much, but
this
you
is
don't
funny
want the
to me that
timer.
you get
it.
crushed like this, and you try to change the rules mid debate because you know you're getting crushed. You recognize you're getting crushed.
Yeah.
You're recognizing that any objective observer of this debate will say, "Damn, Andrew doesn't know about Christianity at all."
Literally, after that
You
whole
denied the
subjective
words of
debacle,
fucking
bro,
Christ.
that's really bad.
You denied the words of Christ. That's crazy, bro.
Wick,
And
you agreed with my position on that. I
again,
don't know what you're talking
I
about.
did not. And
You
again,
did.
once
I said
again,
not those exact words. You said, yeah, not those exact words. Remember that, Wick? Do you remember?
do you think
Do you remember, Wick?
that is
Do you-
germane to
Why,
the
why do
point?
you have a selective memory? Is it
Do you
because
think
lose
that is
debates so often,
germane to
Wick?
the point? Do you think that, oh,
Yeah, I
because
think
he didn't
the
say it
person,
in
if you
English
keep
that
saying
it
it's
matters?
objective, it's
Do you know what pedantry is, sir?
pedantry.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're a pedant. That's what you
Oh.
are.
Oh,
That's
great.
all you
Got
are.
me, Wick.
You're
You're
a pedant.
Yeah, because you keep making
Hold
claim
on.
over
Do
and
you know
over
what
again, and I
pedantry
hold your feet
means?
to it.
I'm
Okay.
curious.
All right. I don't
You're
give a
Googling
fuck.
that shit right now. Great. Wonderful.
Okay. Tard Wrangler says, for the record, I'm a Christian nationalist, but shit, let's at least have a basic command of the English language. Hall Long Nate says, calling it now. Wick will scream Spurging in 5 minutes. Well, he didn't. Thankfully, I will give credit to both of you. You both respected the timer. It was a pretty respectable debate overall. So thank you to both of you for doing that. I appreciate it. Galactic Contradiction says, Wick TV is a poppy poop head.
Like I'm on
Fair enough.
poppy? Like poppy seeds?
Poppy poop head. Maybe it was a poopy poop head. Are Muslim nationalist Christians just an internal critique? Short Wick. You said all nationalism stems from Christianity. Foolishly.
I never said that. That was never a word that came out of my mouth.
I did kind of have a question though.
Go ahead,
Like
please.
if you're gonna use the Bible, right?
Sure.
You utilize the Bible verse to say that Christianity doesn't belong in government, right? Is
No,
that my
that's
understanding?
not the claim, right?
Or-
And this is the shadow, or not the shadow, the straw man of the claim. I think that if you want to argue, if all you are arguing for is, I want more Christian leadership in government, I want to go towards more Christian ideals and ethos. We have a name for that already. It's called liberalism, right? Under a liberal order, you can do that. You're free to do that. Christian conservatism is another name that you can call it, right? Compassionate conservatism, all these words for it, right? But what it isn't is Christian nationalism. So again, it's a very specific thing. It's not just, Christian nationalism isn't just, there are Christians in government. It means entirely more than that, right?
Yes.
Isn't nationalism like an influential, like this is how we start creating our rules and so on and so forth? Like,
Well, the idea, Sarah, for Christian nationalism would be that Christians were the dominant force in government and began changing laws and even sections of the Constitution to suit Christian ethics. This is the idea behind it. Same thing, by the way, that progressives do. They've changed and amended the Constitution many times. While Whick is saying is like, if that's Christian nationalism, that's liberalism. It's like, yeah, well, we'll utilize liberalism so that we can move in and get our agenda moved to abolish liberalism, because liberalism lets us do that. Wick, we're going to exploit your system.
It does not, actually. You
It does.
cannot.
But
It does.
but Wick, you were quoting the Bible,
I was.
correct?
Mhm.
But see, like, how can you utilize the Bible in that essence without utilizing it over the people in general in all directions, right? Like for AB, for gay marriage, so on and so forth. Like, if you're going to use it for one thing, don't you have to accept the entirety of it?
Yeah, but my argument wasn't that progressivism is Christian, right? Like, that wasn't my argument. My argument, again, it's just really clear that in order, right, for Well, James says it best. I'll just quote him. Give me a second. Here it is.
Somebody send it to you just now.
For
Wick?
whoever keeps the whole law, and this is James chapter 2, verses 10. For whoever keeps the whole law and yet stumbles at just one point is guilty of breaking all of it. So again, I'm not here to prove that progressivism is Christian, right?
It's not
But
talking
when
about the
you're
laws
saying
of the
Christian-
land,
Hold on,
bro.
let me fucking finish. When Christianity, right? And hold on, that was absolutely not talking about the laws of the land. Clearly, you don't know what you're talking about.
I just said
James
that.
was talking
I
about the law
just
of
said
God.
that's not. I just said that. That's not talking about the laws of the land. You dumb fuck.
Of course not. I never suggested it was.
What law are you violating
The
by
law
being
of
Christians
God.
in the government and changing the Constitution, Wick? What? What laws? What law are you violating, Wick? What law of God?
I never said that was violating a law of God. Sarah was asking me a question on why I use the
That's what her
scripture
question
for one.
is.
It is not.
I'll bet you anything it
You
is.
are
Watch.
strawmanning the shit out of me.
It
Okay?
is because you're using this one thing and you're saying, well, Jesus said this, therefore, like you can't do that because Jesus said so. But
Well,
then
do you
if that's the
disagree
case, well,
that-
hold
with
on. But then Jesus also said a lot of other things that you're not applying as well.
Because they're not germane to the debate. Like if we were debating on whether or not trans ideology was compatible with the scriptures, we could have that debate, but that wasn't the debate
Okay, but
prompt.
that would
we were
be
talking about
like
specifically, just let me
if
finish, specifically
okay,
Christian nationalism.
Let me compare that then. Let me compare what you're saying right now. If you say, "Hey, look, the word shit in the dictionary means this," right? And then Andrew says, "Okay, but the word ass means this in the dictionary." And you're like, "Well, I don't care about that part of the dictionary. I only want to know about this part of the dictionary, and this is the only one I'm using in this argument." Like that's what you're saying right now.
No, what I'm saying right now is that the topic, the germane topic was, again, Christian nationalism. And whether or not, and my argument throughout was that Christian nationalism, if we believe that Christian ethics and Christian morals are superior, which I think Andrew does, or at least claims to, and I kind of believe myself, right? Then we have to see, are Christian ethics and morals compatible with nationalism? And that was my argument, that it is not. And to evidence
But
my
never
argument,
demonstrated it.
I did
Not once.
several times.
Where-
you just
where's the
pretended I
demonstration?
didn't. You misquoted what sola scriptura meant.
What part of
You didn't
nationalism is it
understand
incompatible with, though?
the subserviating of Christianity, right, to the state. That is not something that Jesus wanted, right?
Well, how is that any different than what secularists do when they like
I'm
remove
not
the Ten
here to defend
Commandments and things like
secularism.
that?
Right. So, but even at
Progressives
that,
do the same shit.
what I'm saying is if you're going to take what Jesus said here and apply it based on the rules of the land, right, to government, you're going to take what, well, Jesus said this, therefore Christianity can only have this little section of government. They can't have Christian nationalism because of what Jesus said.
There's a wide.
Well, then I'm going to take
that's not what I'm
everything
saying.
Jesus said.
But that's not what I'm
right?
saying Jesus said, right? I'm saying that Jesus said that nationalism specifically, where again, what makes it incompatible, one of the things that makes it incompatible with Christianity is it seeks to subordinate, right, Christianity or whatever religion to the will of the state. It seeks to subordinate the individual. It seeks to subordinate the family to the will of the state in a way that other governments do not. Liberalism, for example, allows and protects Christianity to flourish, right? It allows and protects other ideologies to flourish alongside it.
Oh, wait,
and I
does
think
that
that is
mean
more
then-
compatible with the Christian ethos.
Does
than
that mean then if you had
Christian
like a
nationalism.
king who put the church above the kingdom, right? That then would mean that the state was subservient to Christianity and that would be permitted?
I don't think that the kings, a king that might do that, perhaps, but we weren't arguing about monarchies here. We're arguing about nationalism, and nationalism subserviates.
But what about a national? What about a state
Then it wouldn't be
which
nationalism
said,
anymore.
"Hey, we're going to put the nation first, but the way that we do that is that we're subservient to the church and then the state." Could they do that?
They wouldn't be nationalists anymore.
Why wouldn't they be?
Because they would be putting
what's
something
incompatible
above
with
the state.
nationalism?
They would be putting something above the state, and nationalists definitionally cannot put anything above the state. The state is the pinnacle.
Show me in any definition where it says nothing can be put above the state in
I
nationalism.
don't have to do that. You have to show me where Christianity and capitalism.
That's your
or not
claim, bro.
capitalism, sorry,
So you just made it up.
Christianity
You
and
just made it
nationalism.
up. You made the fuck. You made
I'm
it all
not.
up.
I'm not making it all up.
Show me where
I'm simply asking
nationalism,
you to
any
prove-
definition says,
here.
the state has to be in charge of, it has to be on top, has to. Show me any definition that says that.
Hold on, I can give you examples after examples of
Just show me a
nationalist nations
definition.
that have done that. Can you
Yeah,
give
so
me
what
a
if they have
example?
done that?
Hold on. Give
Why
me an
is
example
that
of,
entailment
hold on,
that they must?
Give me an example of a Christian nationalist nation in the last, let's say, 100 years that hasn't done that.
Yeah, well, I can't. There
Of
aren't
course, because ipso facto,
There
my
aren't any
argument
Christian
is
nationalist
that it would
nations.
naturally, whether they claim it or not, lead to the state being at the pinnacle and everything, including religion,
Whick,
right?
that doesn't make any
Subservient to
sense,
that.
man.
And the evidence that I give you for that
Yeah, but that makes no
is
sense.
history.
Well,
Wick,
isn't that
Wick,
because we
Wick,
haven't
look,
been
hang on.
democratic? It's
I'll
been
show you
monarchy?
how silly this is, Wick. Like if I say, Wick, name for me a secularist nation in the last 100 years that's purely secular.
Oh, purely secular. What's your definition of secular?
No belief whatsoever in God.
USSR.
They had no belief in God?
No. They were an atheist nation.
Okay. There was a separation there, but the people there still had an Orthodox
China.
church that the communists
China's also
killed, right?
a secular nation.
They're all secular nations?
China and the
Purely
USSR.
secular?
I don't think Russia currently is. I think.
Are you
Russia
allowed to
has
be a
its,
Christian in China?
I don't know if you actually are.
You
Let me
are.
check.
You
Hold
are.
on. Are you?
Yes. You can be a Christian
Are
in China.
you allowed? Is Christianity allowed to be practiced in China or preached in China? Christianity allowed to be.
The answer is yes, Wick. Yes, you
China.
can be
Well,
a
I'm
Christian in
checking.
China. Oh my God.
Okay. Foreign clergymen may only preach when invited by state-approved religious institutions. Even then, all message must receive prior authorization, meaning that, again, the state is able to control the religion, right?
So
I
they're
would
Christian
consider-
nationalists?
Hold on. I would consider
Well,
they're
it's
secular.
The USSR.
So what you're saying? So hang on.
I'm reading the USSR said that essentially it was a tool used by the ruling class to maintain power. While religious beliefs were never officially outlawed, the state used various tactics to suppress
try
religious
to, yes.
practice and influence. So it
It
doesn't
was a
mean
secular
that they're,
government for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, but the thing is Wick, I just got to ask this though. Why isn't China Christian nationalist, even though they prioritize the state?
Well,
is it just because they don't
are
prioritize
ruled
the
by- they don't call themselves Christian nationalists for one.
They don't call themselves that.
Okay.
So that
I
would be
think
the
that's
requirement.
one of the
Is that the
One
requirement?
of the requirements is that if you're
Mhm.
going to be a Christian nationalist nation, you have to say you are. You have to announce it. You have to.
announce it.
Declare it. Yes.
So if you have
Hold on,
one
do
of
you
these
think you'd be a Christian nationalist nation without doing
Wick,
that?
what I think is irrelevant. I'm just asking so that I can figure this out, so I can get these definitions correct. So if it's the case, then Wick, that you have a nation which declares that they're Christians, right, and they're informed by the church, and they raise the church up above them in a hierarchy. What actually makes them not nationalistic anymore?
Because they're no longer subserviating the religion to the state.
Why would that need to be the case for you to be nationalistic?
Because the
How do you
nationalist-
demonstrate
everything
that's
is
what
subservient to the
nationalism
state.
is?
The state is the pinnacle. The state is at top. Everything is subservient to the state. Individual, family, etc. The state is, again, the top, the leader,
Then
the
can
thing.
you demonstrate for me that nationalism means there can be nothing held above the state?
Can you get, again, you got to give me an example of where it hasn't.
Why do I need
been
to
the
give you an
case.
example? I just
Because
want a demonstration.
If my argument is that regardless of what they say,
I'm
this
just looking for a
inevitably
definition
leads to
here.
be the case,
Do you
you
agree
have
with
to
me that
provide
there's
a
historic
counterexample.
definitions?
You continue to
Yeah, I'm
again,
just
you
looking for a
continue
historic definition
to
that
not
says
provide a single example of how I am wrong.
I'm asking you for a historic definition which states that
I'm asking you for a
nationalism means
real-world
that the
example
state
in
must
which
be
your
put above everything
counter
else.
definition, whatever that may be, shows to be the case. If my
Just show me
argument,
a
which it is
definition.
that Christian or nationalism of any kind means de facto that eventually, maybe not at the start, but eventually everything will be subordinated to the state, and I show you example after example this is the case, and you say, no, it's not, and I ask you, can you give me an example of how I'm wrong? And you fail to do so, I win the point. You understand?
Okay, I just want to make sure just real quick, Wick. Just want to make sure I got total clarity on this. If the state puts anything above the state, then it is a nationalist state.
No, the opposite.
The opposite?
Yes, if the state puts anything above the state, it ceases to be a nationalist state.
Then that would require the state has to put itself above everything to be a nationalist state, like I said, right?
I think that's the end kind of thing. Yes, that's where it goes
so
to.
can
That's
you
where it
name for me a
leads to.
state that doesn't put the state above everything else?
The United States.
No, the
We
United
have,
States puts
again,
the state
we don't put the
above
state
everything
above
else.
everything
Yes,
else.
yes.
We enshrine in our Constitution individual liberties where the state cannot, again, it's the Bill of Rights. The state cannot infringe on my ability to call you an F slur, right?
They do it all the time.
can't.
They do it all the time.
They cannot.
Yeah,
If
they do it all the time.
I can sue them and I will win in court.
So does this mean that, like in Australia, if you could be arrested for saying the N-word, that's a nationalistic state now?
No, it means that you can't, and they will overturn that arrest, right? And if you are saying
No,
the
you
N-word-
can. You can. If it were the case that you could be arrested in Australia for saying the N-word, if you could be, would that now be a nationalistic state?
Of course not, right? Because
Then
we have
what?
other
So this is my
things.
well, this is my problem. You saying that you have rights which are afforded to you, which are enforced by the state, still seems to me like the state is the ones on top. What is the United States putting above itself? What?
Again, individual liberty. I can go
It
out
doesn't
and
put
burn
individual
America.
liberty above
I can
itself.
burn this flag. I can say that I hate the United States, and the government can't touch me.
Yeah, but that's not putting your right to do that above the state
Yes,
itself.
it is.
How?
It absolutely is. It is saying that the state cannot prioritize itself and its health above my individual liberty.
It does it
to
all the
denounce
time,
the
Whick.
state. It cannot.
It does it all the time. It
And
puts
when
its
they
own
are,
health
again,
above you.
when they are taken to court, they lose.
No, they don't always
They
lose.
absolutely do.
Oh, yeah, like the COVID lockdowns, that was putting your health above everybody
Hold
else's,
on.
right?
The COVID lockdowns and mandates were overturned by the Supreme Court in many cases. When Biden tried to implement national mandates, the Supreme Court stopped him.
Okay, wait a second.
Okay, so just acknowledge
fact-
that you were fucking wrong there.
Wait, how is that the state, though, not being the decider of those priorities and not you?
Because the state is, again, showcasing that it will subordinate its will to the
To the
right that
state.
is enshrined
To
in
the
our
state.
Constitution for
the state.
individual liberty.
It's
Do not
literally
get this.
all it's doing is one part of the state is governing another part of the state. It's still putting itself before you, isn't it, Whick?
No, it's not.
Then is
Of
the
course
president
it's
of the
not.
Is the president of the United States listening to you, or is he listening to the Supreme Court?
He's listening to the Constitution of the United States, and to
No,
the extent
no,
that he
no.
doesn't,
He's
the
listening to
Supreme
people
Court
who interpret
brings him
the
back on
Constitution,
track.
right? He's listening to people who interpret the Constitution.
Yes.
Yes, it's not adhering to the Constitution
It
itself,
is.
right?
It is adhering to the Constitution as
Yeah.
interpreted by the Supreme Court.
Yeah, all you're doing is saying that the
which the
state
executive
itself,
has influence on who interprets.
state itself
It is a
governs the
system of
state.
checks and balances.
Yeah,
but again,
that's
rules
the
is
state
written.
governing the state, Wick.
Hold on. Rules is written. The Constitution has a set of amendments which cannot be violated.
They're violated
meaning that
constantly.
We are enshrining the right to the Second Amendment to bear arms. We are enshrining the right to free speech.
You mean
We're
that
enshrining
right to
the
bear
right
arms,
to
which is
not
heavily
be,
restricted?
subject to cruel and unusual punishment, right? We have a host of amendments that say, hey, the state cannot come in and violate your right to do these things. This is just true. This is just basic. This is 101 stuff.
Wick, can you own a gun in prison?
Hold on. When you go to prison, you give up some of your rights.
And who makes the determination that you have given up your rights?
You don't give up all your rights in prison. You know that, right?
But who makes that determination too, Wick?
We pass laws, but laws can be overstruck.
Who
Hold
passes
on.
those laws?
Do you think prisoners have the right to
passes
free
them?
speech? Hold on. Do you think prisoners have the right to free speech? Can the state prevent a prisoner
Yes.
for speaking his idea?
Yes.
That is not true. That is incorrect.
Yeah, okay. Then why do they read all their mail?
That is not infringing upon their free speech.
Well, yes, I think it is. If the case
How?
is that you have the freedom of press and you have the freedom to write letters, you have the freedom of speech, right? If I write a letter and you can intercept that letter and prevent it from going out, you've restricted my freedom of speech, Wick. Yeah.
Not in any meaningful sense.
Yes, in every meaningful sense. If I could just like block you from sending emails, am I restricting your freedom of speech and you don't want me to?
Is your argument that someone being in prison, okay, and having some of their rights rescinded that a normal
But
citizen
by
wouldn't
who?
have,
Who gets to rescind them?
means that the state can subordinate anyone's at any time's freedoms? You're just wrong.
No. My point here is to say this.
But hold on.
that
You
even
acknowledge
if
that there
the
are certain
state-
times and cases where the government legally cannot infringe upon your rights.
I actually I don't acknowledge that. Here,
Okay,
I'll tell you
well,
why.
you're just wrong.
I'm going
You're
to tell
just
you
wrong,
why. I'm going to
and
tell
we
you
have
why.
hundreds of years of case law to show that you're wrong.
I'll make a concession. In theory, it's supposed to work like this, but in pragmatic reality, it actually doesn't work like this.
It's
so the
done
government
so over and over.
what the
again
government
in
what the government
history.
actually does is this: they're the jury, the judge, and the executioner. Right? What happens is they make the arrest. It's a government official who does that the entire time you're in state custody. You're in state custody when you're in prison. The government determines which rights you can have and which ones you can't. You become state property. This is the case, by the way, right this second. The government can indeed come and infringe on your rights,
They
and
cannot
you would
legally.
be,
They would be in violating
Okay,
of
but
the-
when you say legally,
violation of the
you don't get to make
Constitution.
that interpretation. The government does. Another branch of the government is
Not
going to
all the
interpret
government,
whether or
the
not that's
Supreme
legal.
Court. The Constitution does, right? And
The
Supreme
Constitution
Court
can't
has been
do that.
given
The
authority
people
to
interpreting
interpret
it
it,
have to do
but
that.
we can impeach Supreme Court justices, right? There are checks and balances to this.
Who can
And they
impeach 'em?
uphold the
Who can
idea.
impeach them?
The executive, or I'm
So
sorry,
not
not the
you?
executive. The
So
Congress
not you.
can. Congress can. Legislative.
Not the voter.
My
not the people?
representatives can.
So the
We
government
live in
can.
a democracy,
So the
sir,
government,
a
the
representative
state again?
democracy, where
So
I
all
can
of your appeals
advocate
are to
that
the
my
state, Whick.
government overturn and impeach the
All of
Supreme
your
Court-
appeals
Supreme Court
for
justice.
security and freedom are to the government, you dope. And you say the government's not putting its interests
To my
first. Of course it is.
representatives. Because
Of course
the
it is.
government has agreed and they've signed a contract, and we have a system where
What
they are
contract did they sign?
subservient to the Constitution. They
What
take oaths of
contract?
office.
That's not a contract, Wick.
It's an oath.
Yeah, that's different than a
Do you
contract.
think oaths
Wick.
are binding?
They're not contracts.
Are
Wick.
they
And by the way,
binding?
that's not a contract.
Are they
Wick.
binding?
So what? It's not a contract.
Okay,
And no,
are they
they're not always
binding?
No, they're not
You
always
play
binding.
These games, are they
No.
binding? Yes
Can
or
you
no?
Can you be arrested for breaking your oath?
Yes, you can.
Okay, so show me the last time somebody was arrested for breaking their oath, Wick.
Let's see.
Yeah, you better hit that Google machine real
Yeah, I
fucking
don't
hard.
have on the top of my
That's
head
right.
the last time someone was arrested for breaking their oath.
Yeah, 'cause
But
it
I
hardly
can
ever
cite to you,
happens.
if you break your oath in the United States military, you go to jail.
Well, it depends on how bad you broke it.
You are punished in some form.
Nah, not always.
Are we ready to move on, gentlemen?
Right? You could be an oath breaker in the United States military and not get punished at all, right, Wick? Because you don't get to make that determination, do you? The state does. The state gets to make the determination as to who gets punished, who doesn't.
And the state
You're
has
all-
to follow the
all
Constitution.
you do is
It
appeal to
has
the state.
If
What's
it
really
doesn't
funny is
follow
you're
the
like, it's not
Constitution, it is
nationalistic,
traitorous
but the entire
to the
but the
state as a
state
whole.
governs
If
the
a specific
state.
part of the state rebels against the Constitution, it is in conflict with the state.
What the state is the one who's going to tell the state if it's in conflict.
Constitution is the pinnacle.
The state is the one who gets to tell the state if they're in conflict. The Constitution can't speak.
The Constitution is
people
the
in
one
the
that
state have to interpret
again,
it. Wick.
It is the one we use to interpret these things. It is what we use
No,
to
we
set
use
the law.
people to interpret it. We use people to
You're
interpret the
just
Constitution.
Stupid.
Who can interpret the Constitution
just
except people,
stupid.
Wick?
You're just dumb.
Who can interpret the Constitution
do you-
besides
again,
people?
Is your argument that
Mhm.
because we have a Supreme Court that interprets the United States Constitution, that means the
Mhm.
state is above the Constitution? Is that your argument? I just want to
Yeah,
be clear.
well, I mean, essentially, I'm just saying you're always appealing to the state for the state's interpretation of what the Constitution even means
Parts of
for
the
you to make
state
these
which have
appeals.
agreed, right, and take oaths, and if they break their oath, the other parts of the state enforce that and keep them subservient to the
Right, so the
Constitution.
state's always
that
appealing
has
to the
been
state.
set up in the Constitution with the division and separation of powers.
So the state's
where
always
each
appealing to the
different things
state.
have different powers.
The
right?
state's always
Hold on, how many
appealing to the
branches of the
state.
government are there, sir?
3.
3. What are they?
The executive, the judicial, and the legislative.
Yes, correct.
Yeah,
Okay,
what's the
you're
scientific
strong- you're
method?
smarter than
Wick,
Jim
what's the
Bob.
scientific method?
Okay, that's not germane to the discussion.
What's the scientific method,
Here's the
Wick?
deal. That's
Your
not
turn.
germane
Go
to the
Google it,
discussion.
fucker.
That's
What's
not
scientific
germane to the
method?
discussion. And
What is
nice
it?
dodge. But
What's
again,
the scientific method?
the different branches of
I
the
just named the
government,
different branches. What's the
different-
scientific
hold
method?
on,
Wick,
I'm
you got to tell me the
explaining
scientific
this.
method. I just played your game. You got to tell me the scientific method. Don't Google.
You're
Stop
not.
Googling.
This is not
What's scientific
germane.
method?
This is
What's the
not
scientific
germane.
method?
This is
What
not
is it?
germane to the topic. It's
You're not
off
gonna
topic.
answer.
You're
What's the
dodging.
scientific method?
You're again. I'm going
You
down the
confused me
logic
with Jim
line
Bob
for
because one of
you,
your stupid
and you're
chatters.
trying to
One of your stupid
again.
chatters found out that Jim Bob made that mistake with erudite and somehow confused
Hold
it
on.
with me. You fucking twat.
Hold on. My chatters
You
didn't
stupid
say.
fucking
I
twat.
just think you're as stupid as Jim Bob was.
Yeah, stupid twat.
You are a stupid twat.
You didn't it?
You're
You're
a gay little
stupid.
F-slur
You know
who
who's not
tries
stupid.
really
The people
hard
that
to be a
send
big man,
money
but you
the
can't.
F-slur?
You dodge a boxing match.
I didn't
You've
mention it. I answered. I answered,
very
bro.
much like to read the super chats,
your super
gentlemen,
chats.
if you don't mind. I love you both. But it's time to move on. Nate says you can't tie the deaths of AB to progressivism, but you can tie the deaths of Mustache Man to Christian nationalism. Make it make sense. Rachel says no major Christian church in history holds that only secularists have the right to govern. Scripture is not up for Wick's personal interpretation. We had Christian empires for hundreds of years. Mick 12 just sends money because I like that. Hull Long Nate says Wick cannot argue against the Orthodox interpretation because he doesn't care to investigate it. He's going off what he can read from anti-religious books.
I quoted the Bible, the New Testament.
Anyone can quote the Bible, though. I mean, anyone can just say that. That's what I'm saying.
True, but I provided arguments and evidence for why my interpretations were correct.
Like, you're kind of like it. I mean, cherry picking at its finest. But
am I?
You're utilizing what you want out of it to make the argument, but then you have to take the whole thing with it.
If my argument is wrong, then surely there would be scriptures saying so.
Which were read to you.
You did not. You read to
yes,
me Romans,
I did.
Okay. Which
yes, not only did I, but you never demonstrated how this would be incompatible with Christian nationalism. You just say there's a subservience of Christianity to the state, and Jesus wouldn't want that or something. You're just making shit up as you go, Wick.
I'm directly quoting Jesus Christ, but you run from his
but you misinterpret what that means because you're dumb.
You're not a Christian. You don't follow fucking Christ.
Wick, the only one who's not a Christian here is you by your own admission.
I follow Christ.
Yeah, the only thing that you couldn't follow anything. You can't even follow an argument.
You don't even know the words of Christ. You don't even know what he says.
Fuck.
No, I don't. Are you gonna Google it real quick, Wick?
Are you?
Google it real quick, Wick.
Hold on. Again, you can't even acknowledge that the words I read out of the King James Version of the Bible were the correct words of Christ.
You agreed.
Denied them.
You agreed with me, Wick. You agreed, stupid. Do you understand that you agreed? Yes, you did.
You're
you
dumb.
said you're right. It could be different wording. You're absolutely right about that. That's what you said, Wick, because you're dumb.
The meaning of the words, how are they substantively different?
That's not what you asked, though, was it?
Yes, it was.
No,
you understand that you were dodging right now, and every objective observer can
you
tell.
Agreed with me, Wick. It's because I'm right.
You're just dumb, and this is embarrassing for you.
Arguing. Can you tell me what the Bible verse?
Oh, let me know when I'm supposed to feel embarrassed.
Okay.
And by the way,
throughout this whole debate,
thank you for making me thousands of dollars right tonight. By the way, Wick,
you got beat by someone you thought was a bad debater. You got
drubbed.
Were a bad
debater.
Your nail got
fucking destroyed, and it was easy.
Got nailed on. This was the easiest debate I've had in weeks.
I wanted to know what the verse was. What was the verse numbers and stuff?
Which ones?
The one that you used.
He's gonna Google it.
No, I have it in my opening line because I quoted these things. Okay, so the Matthew 4:8 through 10 was the one where, again, the devil took him to a very high mountain. The first one I did. The John 18:36 is when Jesus said to Pontius Pilate, "My kingdom is not of this world. If it were, my servants would fight to prevent my arrest by the Jewish leaders, but now my kingdom is from another place." And then on Luke 10:27, oh, that's not one I used. Sorry. I had a bunch. Okay.
Okay.
What was the other one?
Well,
there was one where,
that just means he's not because, oh boy.
It's pretty obvious what it means, Sarah, but you can't convince an idiot. You can't convince him.
That's true. There was no convincing you. That's true.
Well, you're not going to convince me of a bad position, no. But you're
just
fucking
wrong.
Idiot,
You couldn't understand a bad position from a good position. You can't even fucking open a pickle jar or an olive jar for that matter.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is that it, Wick? Oh, you can't open an olive jar? Remember back to my opening,
You just don't know what you're talking about.
Always
you don't know Christianity. You don't know that which you preach.
What is it? What is it that I don't follow that I preach, you fuck? What?
You don't even know what you preach. You are preaching for Christian nationalism, and yet you don't know the words of Christ when it comes to secular power?
You don't even know what you preach. You can't even get your claims right. You're such a dumb
I'm giving you the
Wick.
claim, and you're just shadowboxing. You're making shit up. You've lied continuously throughout this debate.
4 years on Twitch, and you never got anywhere because of this type of shit, Wick.
Dude, I make $5,000 a month. I don't know what you're fucking talking about.
$5,000 a month? Wow.
Somewhere.
Wow. $5,000 a month. Holy shit.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I'm proud of that.
Yeah. And how much of that used to come from Progressive Victory when you
1,000
sold out
a
to an
month.
NGO?
1,000.
Yeah. I'll take the pickle jar and keep my fucking integrity while you follow truth
You've never
around.
had integrity, not once.
You don't even know what
Little
integrity is, you
fucking
fucking scumbag.
bitch.
You have no clue. You
gay
sold out to an
little
NGO,
F-slur.
Wick. You sold out to an
All
NGO.
Coward.
right, I'm going to move
coward.
on, gentlemen. How long, Nate says, is South African nationalism like the mean Mr. Mustache? They are forcing out ethnic minority secularists moving to a racial nation. Rachel says the longest lasting empire in history, the Byzantine Empire, was ruled by throne and altar together. That's what the double headed eagle symbolizes. This is historic standard for Christianity. Sean says when Jesus came the first time, he had a mission to fulfill. When he returns, he will establish his kingdom on earth. That's ultimate nationalism. Chef Dylan asks, Wick, does one differentiate between two people citing opposing divine commands?
Oh, well, it depends. Sola Scriptorum would say you look to the direct interpretation
Scriptorum
of
again?
Scripture, and there's no other interpretation possible, right? You don't get divine revelation. There's other interpretations where it comes from a divine revelation. There's interpretation, or there's the theory where it comes from, like, the prophet is given this, and we follow the prophet, like God talks to the prophet, which speaks to the apostles, which speaks to the priest, etc. Right? There's several different ways, right? And this is a problem with Christianity in general, is that it tends to, when they do have these disagreements, how does one differentiate between two people citing opposing divine commands? Traditionally, they killed each other.
No, well, first of all,
That's traditionally
just so
what
Chef
happened.
Dylan, that he's at the same mercy for the same exact argument he's making against Christians. How do progressives and liberals make these determinations? The same way Christians do, through consensus.
Baby.
No, the Constitution. How did the Constitution get
Hold
there?
on. Liberalism was the cure for the sectarian
Wick, my turn.
violence.
Wick, calm down.
You
Wick.
understand that historically?
The thing is,
correct?
is like when it's asked of Wick, what we're trying to demonstrate is that he has to have a subjective interpretation, even though he thinks it's objective because he doesn't know what he's talking about. But the idea here is, how would you be able to tell which one is correct as the observer, right? Wick says, well, Christians can't do that. It's like, well, neither can progressives or secularists or anybody else. They can't do anything but use a subjective interpretation for what they want to see in the world. So I don't even know what this criticism is. They're at the mercy of the same fucking criticism.
You keep just saying it's subjective, and I say it's subjective, and you say nuh-uh, and that's not an argument, sir.
I'm going to explain why. I'll give you the actual argument, okay? Do you know what the difference is between objective and subjective? He's not going to answer, by the way. Watch. Objective, or you can even Google it. I won't even get mad at you. Google it. Just Google it.
No,
objective
right
versus
now. I'm
subjective.
some DMs. Hold on. Give me a second.
Objective or subjective?
Again, this doesn't matter. I don't care if it's objective or subjective. I care if it's correct or incorrect.
Okay, but those are truth claims, and is truth objective or subjective?
A truth is objective, sir.
It's objective based on
objective morality, objective truth.
Yeah,
right?
but what are you basing those things on? What are they grounded in?
I'm not doing this definition game.
It's not. That's not definitions. I'm asking. This is an
axioms. All this
no.
shit.
This is
again.
If
you think my interpretation is
epistemology,
if you think my interpretation
just keep dick measuring.
I'm just asking about epistemology.
You're not a single W this whole time.
Oh my god. You're grounding it in your interpretation, which makes it subjective. That's why.
Correct.
That's why it's a problem.
But then, in that case, there is no objective interpretation of the Bible.
Yes, from your view, that would be correct, dummy.
Okay, but that's not my view. My view is that there is an objective interpretation.
Grounded in what?
Grounded in the words of Christ.
Yeah, but that's just begging the question. You're just saying the same thing. It's true because it's true because it's true because it's true. What do you think it should be
grounded in?
I would say it would be grounded in Jesus Christ, and it would be grounded.
Me too, right? I agree, and that's why I used his words to make my argument.
Hang on. But the epistemology itself, for making truth claims, I would say that Christ would be a requisite, and God would be a requisite to make any truth claims, any epistemological claim that would be necessary. Would you agree with that?
Hold on, I'm not. You're just repeating what I've been telling you this whole debate back to me.
Okay, so how do you ground it?
The objective words of Christ are what you use to make these interpretations.
But that's
and
a different
I've cited
claim,
the objective words of Christ,
No, that's
and you
a
keep
different
playing
claim.
word games.
No. You're asking about a standard of truth. How would I derive objective truth? And I tell you where that's grounded.
Boring.
But what you're doing right now is you're making a subjective claim. You've been making this claim over and over again. You have to tell me why is it when you interpret
am I
this
incorrect
that's
about
objective?
this interpretation? Then you have to answer, how am I incorrect? You have yet to do so.
No, I don't.
You absolutely do.
I don't. I just
and you have
I'm
failed
not
to
even
do
asking
so.
you that question.
Just like you have failed in your life.
Hold on.
It's not about correct.
Yeah, I am just correct here.
Hold on.
I am objectively correct.
You're not.
I am, Sarah. You're wrong too.
Hold on.
But you are
correct.
Stop, please. I'm really tired. There's no correct or incorrect based on an interpretation, because that's your subjective interpretation. Now, if we talked about like the objectivity of gravity, for instance, right? Like we're not interpreting, we're just scientifically proving that gravity exists. Like it is objectively true, right? We can prove it. There's no
objective would be Whick, objective would just be like without a mind. So if you were to say a tree is objectively real, you would be saying that absent human minds, this would still be the case.
Hang on,
subjective. Hang on, Whick, stop. 5 seconds, Whick. 5 seconds. 5 seconds.
Well, that's just your interpretation, man.
Subjective would mean mind dependent.
This does not matter.
It matters because Whick, if you're the interpreter, could you be the interpreter if you didn't fucking exist, Whick?
If I am incorrect,
could
tell
you
me
be the interpreter?
how. If you have a different interpretation of these words, tell me what they are. The fact that you can't means that I am, again,
I can't help that you're so you don't even understand.
You're just dumb.
I'll tell you what.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Can you just repeat what I'm asking you? Can you repeat back what I'm asking you?
I don't care because what the main point here is.
Hold on, Whick. Whick.
Oh my God, this is pain.
I'm trying.
It should be. You're
it's
so
like dealing with 3-year-olds.
You're so stupid.
You're dealing. It's like dealing with 3-year-olds.
Hold on. There is no correct or incorrect that he can give you if it's just simply based on your interpretation.
If he has a different interpretation, I would love to hear
it. I'm going to take it back to the
Who gets to decide my interpretations?
You do in this case.
Hold on, please, Andrew. You're not helping. Hold on, Whick. Again, let's go back to the poem. You read a poem and I read the same exact poem as you. You get angry. It makes you feel angry. You interpret it as the poem is talking about angry shit. I read the poem and I'm fucking sad as hell. Am I able to come in and say your interpretation is wrong?
Again, these emotions.
Hold on.
The fact that you hold on. No, this is important. This shows you don't understand what's going on here.
All right, let me take the emotions out of it. You view it as if the author was angry when he wrote it. You interpret it and say, you know what? These words are very angry in how they're being said. I think it's just an angry poem, so on and so forth. And I view it and I say, oh man, that poem was meant to make people feel sad. Okay. I interpret it one way, you interpret it another, but I tell you, Whick, your interpretation is incorrect. I think that he was trying to emulate sadness in this poem. Can I tell you you're incorrect?
You can if you ask the poem, the writer of the poem, what they meant.
It's my interpretation.
It still wouldn't matter.
It's my interpretation.
That would be subjective even to the writer.
Can I tell you that your interpretation is incorrect or correct?
You can, absolutely. You absolutely can. If I have, let me give you this. If I have a scripture, and I say the words of Christ, he says this, he means this.
Mm-hmm.
Can I be correct or incorrect? Is there a correct interpretation? Yes or no?
No, for interpretation.
There's not a correct interpretation. So you're saying, your claim here is that there is no correct interpretation of the Bible.
Whick, I'll explain it to you so that you understand.
Okay, you're just wrong.
Objective means, right, exist absent human consciousness, human mind. Subjective means it depends on human consciousness, human mind. Can your interpretation of a thing exist absent your fucking mind? Whick, stop.
Of this
Whick,
scripture,
Whick,
yes or
can
no?
your interpretation exist absent your consciousness?
Is there a correct interpretation of the scripture? Yes or no?
From your standard, no, there's not.
No, from my standard, there is.
No, there can't be, Wick.
There
I just
is.
demonstrated. Then Wick, how could it be objectively true if it's dependent upon your mind? How, Wick?
Okay. It's not dependent on my mind alone.
It's not? Whose mind is it dependent on?
The person who spoke the words, Jesus Christ.
I see. Got it. And who's interpreting those words?
Okay.
Who's
well,
interpreting
if you have,
them?
again,
Who's
if you think I am
interpreting them, Wick?
wrong about
Who's
my
interpreting them?
interpretation, provide an alternate.
Yeah, but it is your interpretation, right?
Provide an alternate.
Yeah, but it is your
What
interpretation.
is yours,
Therefore, it's
sir?
subjective.
What is
Do you
your
understand?
interpretation?
It doesn't matter what mine is, you dolt. You have a subjective interpretation.
So if you don't disagree with my
interpretation is that Jesus
then
thinks
what's
you're
your
gay.
problem?
That's how I interpret that passage. Jesus thinks you're gay. That's how I interpret it. Now, Wick, is that subjective or objective?
It's just wrong. It's objectively wrong.
It's objectively,
and I can prove
but
it's
that's my
objectively
interpretation, Wick.
But what
I
if
can
it said in the
objectively prove
Bible,
that
Wick
is
is
wrong.
gay? What if it said it in the Bible, Wick is gay? And
If,
then that's how
if
Andrew
the words of Christ,
interpreted
if Christ in the Bible wrote, Andrew Wilson loves to take it up the butt, right? That would be objectively true, would it not?
Andrew Wilson loves to take it up the butt. That voice, Wick. You should be in a cartoon with that voice.
Notice how he can't address any of my points, and he has failed to, at
That's
any
it.
point,
Wick,
provide any alternative
if you don't know what a
interpretation.
subjective or subjective
He is
standard is,
denying
you can't
the
even have
words
a
of Christ.
conversation. You're so
He has done
stupid.
so more than Peter has, okay? He
When
has
have I ever
just
denied
continuously
Christ?
taken L after L.
When have I ever denied Christ?
When you deny his words, you deny him.
Okay. Are you 100% positive that those are the exact words Jesus Christ spoke?
Yes.
Prove it.
Prove it's not.
I'm supposed to prove a negative.
Okay, I can prove it. I can provide evidence that
Okay,
it's true.
prove it.
Prove
Prove it.
the words.
That
are exactly
those are the
same.
exact words which were spoken.
Again, we
Prove
have.
it.
Hold on. We have multiple authors, right? Multiple translators who agree upon what this
Waiting
is
for
what
the proof,
it means.
not for your
so unless
bloviating,
you
show
are
me the proof.
saying to me that you doubt the words of the Bible are accurate,
It's your claim. Prove it.
do you
prove those were
disagree
the
with
exact
me? I only
words.
have to prove it if you disagree.
And they were spoken in English too, by the way. That's how we know that they were exact words, right?
Of course, it wasn't spoken in English.
Oh, then how do you know they're the
dumbass.
exact words?
Okay. Do you disagree that they
So
are?
not the exact words then?
Do you
Wick?
disagree that they are?
Yeah, I just told you that I would
Okay,
disagree.
what do you
those
think
were the
they are
exact words.
instead?
Yes. Huh?
What do you think they are instead?
I would say that they're not in English, so they're not the exact words, Wick. Now are they? Now are they, Wick? Now are they, Wick?
You're a
Huh?
You were a pedant.
Huh? Yeah, that's right, fucker.
They weren't in
Just
English.
sit there.
They
Just
weren't in
fucking sit
English.
there.
They weren't in
Just
English.
sit
It was a
there.
different language. They just meant the same exact thing, but they weren't in English. You're a fucking joke.
That's all you got, Wick. You got
Oh,
nothing.
my
You
Man, I
get
got you.
destroyed
I got
over and
you.
over.
Like
Knelt.
what you needed
I'm
is,
kneeling on your
like,
neck
after
right now. You
guys
understand that,
get
right?
this all out, are you both gonna feel so much better tomorrow? Maybe like be able to have a beer together. This feels good. I feel like we're getting through something. It's a therapy session of some sort. We're getting there.
I
Chef
don't
Dylan
have
sends-
beers with dishonest assholes.
It was
frankly.
rhetorical. Chef Dylan sends 25 on
Yeah, right,
Cash
Wick. If
App.
I met you in person, all you do is be like,
It's
a pleasure to meet
You wouldn't meet me in person. You challenged me. You offered me $20,000 to go 3 rounds in the boxing ring with you. I gave you a date,
Hey,
and
you
you
know what?
chickened out. You are a coward.
If it's the case that I'm just too cowardly to box you, Wick, why not do it for no money?
I might. Shit.
When?
Let me think about that.
Yeah, think hard.
How about okay? Sure. Fair enough. December.
December what?
Well, I don't want to do it during Christmas time. December.
And you'll come out to
4th.
Michigan. We'll
Let's
do
say
it bare
December
knuckles.
15th.
Bare
December
knuckles?
15th.
Bare
You
knuckles,
want
right?
to go bare knuckles?
Yes.
with me?
Let's see. Do
Yes.
you guys want it on the weekend? Let me
Knuckles,
open
yes.
up the. Let me open up.
Miss
the
Bare
calendar.
Knuckles
We'll think
December.
about it. I have to check my schedule.
Yeah,
but
check
I'm
your
open to
fucking
the
schedule, Wick.
possibility.
Let's see. Let's take either of the
Run,
first
Wick.
two.
Don't run, Wick.
Yeah, hold
Either
on.
of
You
the
ran.
first two.
You
Hold
ran
on.
from me.
Shut
You're a
up.
coward.
Say we can do it
Work
right
through
now.
this,
Say
boys.
we can do it now.
Pay me.
Oh,
Pay me my
fuck,
fucking
for
money.
Oh, now
bitch.
you want? Oh, so what you're saying is you're a
Yes,
whore.
For $20,000.
You're saying I come smack you around for some money, Wick?
You can't
I
smack
come
me
smack you
around.
for some money because
You'd be paying $20,000 for me to beat the shit out of you in public.
Yeah, right, Wick, you're that tall, bro. What are
$20,000
you
for
gonna
me
do?
to beat the
Wick,
shit out of
Wick,
you in
you're this
public, which
fucking
is
tall.
why, frankly,
you have to be at least this tall
this
to
is
fight
why,
Andrew.
frankly, you backed
this
out,
fucking tall.
you welched, right? You welch, you backed
What do
out
you
of
mean
the last
welch? I
challenge.
just said
Like
we
a
could do it. We
coward.
could do it.
Like a coward. I don't
You're
trust you to
just
keep your
saying that
word anymore. I don't trust you.
You
to
just
keep your
want
word
me to
anymore.
pay you to smack you around because you're a whore, Wick.
Again,
Yeah, there
that's
you
not
go.
how that would go,
Hey,
buddy.
You're a whore.
You just get punched in the face over and over and over again.
Well, I can't wait for that date, Wick. We're waiting.
We already gave you a date and you chickened out. Why should I give you another
How's
one?
it chickening out? I just said we'll do it. Bare knuckle, no money. You
because
agreed.
you're a dishonest man. You already offered.
See.
I already
Yeah.
gave you the date. You
Because
welched on me. You ran from me.
So
Why would I ever trust you
like
again?
a whore, Wick.
You're a whore.
Backhand and then front hand. You'll do it as long as I pay you enough money, huh, Wick?
You wouldn't
Just
be able to
admit it.
touch me.
Uh-huh. Yeah, right, Wick. You're a pretty big target.
How big am I?
I don't know. I would say
You
that
don't know.
probably weigh-
That's the thing. You
I'd say
keep
you
making
probably
shit up.
weigh
You
somewhere
don't know.
190
You have no
pounds and
fucking
you're like
idea.
5'7". That's my guess. Like
Man,
190,
you can't even open
5'7".
a jar. You're not gonna do shit. You're
When-
gonna
when,
sit there
Wick?
like a little
When
bitch.
are we
And
gonna
when
do
you
it,
challenged me to a debate,
I saw you open your already open
you
jars.
offered me
Wick.
money.
I saw
and
you open your already
ran
open jars,
away like a little girl.
Wick, you just want money for me to smack you around.
Ran away
because you're
like
a slut,
little
Wick. You're a whore.
girl. It's
You're a whore.
crazy.
That's all you
Crazy
Right.
work.
You got. You just
Does
want me
that
to pay
make
you to
me a
pimp slap
pimp?
you.
I think that makes me a pimp. All right, Chef Dylan came in on Cash App with 25 to say easy, easy Andrew win. Also sends another 25 to say there's no way Wick thinks he's winning. Also to send 100 to say basic philosophy, no definition games, clown. I love you, Chef Dylan. Thank you so kindly. It sounds like you've tapped out. Let's move on, gentlemen. This is fun. Now I'm awake. This is fun. I'm going to make you both sit through this. Landon says, saying Jesus doesn't want Christian leaders because he refused a deal with a literal devil for world power is insane. Satan asked Jesus to kneel and worship him for the nations.
I didn't say he didn't want Christian leaders.
Oh, How Long Nate says, what's the minimum chat to count toward the goal? You failed. You all failed. I said $20 times 50 to open the panel. You all failed. Good luck. Sarah, we're 47 minutes in. Can the debate begin? Wick doesn't have any points to his negative claim. Wow. And you're welcome to respond.
To my negative claim, again, in my opening statement, I laid out how the dangers of nationalism in general, it's killed over 92 million. I've laid out examples of the dangers of Christian nationalism. I gave an example, the Christian nationalist apartheid state of South Africa. And again, I showed that if we believe in Christian moral ethics, we have to prove first that Christianity and nationalism are compatible. I gave evidence that it was not, and it was never refuted or even really dealt with in any meaningful way.
And
So,
here's
that's
Wick's
the response.
evidence because I interpret it that way. My evidence, I don't interpret it that way. We're on exact even playing field.
Chef Dylan comes in again on Cash App with another 25. Don't accuse me of a tap out. Fair enough. Sean says, no wonder Wick had an aneurysm before the debate. He just wants to ask for proof based on his interpretation of the Bible. Clown show. Hall says, nationalism was not a political theory at the time of Christ, so he could not have commented on it.
But he could have commented on the principles surrounding it, which he did, I would argue. And I gave the examples. We can go through them again if you want, but I don't think we need to.
Because Wick's interpretation is better than all other interpretations. Just ask him. It's objectively true.
Sarah, the 9-minute long period leading up to go live was timeless, cordial, and polite exchange between the three of you was nothing short of epic cinema, gloriously explosive in every way. Yeah, honestly, I might have to go pull that from one of your ends and make that a clip on mine, if you don't mind. Patrick says, ask Andrew where the apostles in Acts are said to establish Christian nationalism as told by Orthodox doctrine.
Yeah. So when we go through Acts, especially when we go through how you govern, we can look at the rights of kings, especially. And I literally pulled up examples of this in the Bible where it's talking about obedience to authority. All
Romans, not in Acts.
Wick's entire, I didn't say it was in Acts.
But that's a question.
Yeah, and
We're
I
in
just
Acts,
responded.
doesn't say
I
this.
just responded to the question
No, you
in
didn't.
Acts. So the thing is like, here's the thing that's so funny about this, ultimately, is that I did respond to
You didn't. You did not answer that question.
Wick, stop talking. I did respond to what Wick's kind of criticisms here were, which all Wick's ultimate argument is that the Bible doesn't want Christian nationalism because it would make Christianity subservient to the state, even though right now in the current progressive system, liberalism would be subservient to the state. It's the same shit. It's the dumbest argument, by the way, I've actually ever heard against Christian nationalism. There's lots of good points that you could make for authoritarianism, things like this. He didn't even try. He just said, I have this loose interpretation, and this is what I think it means. And so therefore Christian nationalism bad. Okay, fucking bizarre. It was bizarre.
My interpretation was the opposite of loose. It was very specific, right? And you, again, failed to deal with even a single one. And you failed to answer that question right there. He asked you, where in Acts, not Romans. They're different books of the Bible. You understand this, right? Where in Acts.
Where in Acts what? You're talking about
are said to establish Christian
the specific establishment for what we're purveying for Christian nationalism is not established in Acts.
You can just say that. You can just say it's not in there.
No.
Which is the truth.
No, there has to be context. Context is when you're asking for something specific to the proposition of modernity, asking how it's outlined in Acts is actually a disingenuous question. However, principles, if we're talking about principles, I would argue in Acts we have what would be considered the first ecumenical council, and then we have later ecumenical councils that came after that, which built upon how we're supposed to worship Christ in governance and these types of things. I would just simply argue that there's nothing incompatible about Christian ethics at all and Christian nationalism at all. And this.
Oh, is that me or him?
He? Did your Andrew your mic? Andrew, your mic went out. Sorry, I don't know. It's not on our end.
Yeah, it's on my end. But anyway, it's fucking insane to say that. Because Christianity would be subservient to the state, as though it's not subservient to the state right now. It's fucking crazy. It has literally no bearing whatsoever on whether or not Christian ethics and Christian nationalism is compatible with the teachings of Jesus Christ, and just no bearing on it at all.
All right, over on the green side, the Rumble side, let's see. Ryan says Wick made 0 points for secularism over Christian nationalism. Incredibly bad faith. I wish Andrew's opponents would actually debate him instead of crumbling like cowards.
Can we acknowledge that there's no secularism in the title of this debate prompt?
I acknowledge there was no secularism.
I'm not here to defend secularism. That's not the debate. That's not what we're talking about tonight.
Yeah, you're talking about the progressive status quo. Would you agree that part of the progressive status quo in government is secularism?
Do you think that we have currently progressive status quo in
answering
America?
Question with a question. Just answer.
Hold on, you've been doing that fucking all night.
Just answer, then ask. No, I actually don't do that.
Out at you. Okay.
I try to make sure not to do that. I actually try to answer.
America, as you have argued, is under a progressive status quo, and 88% of its leadership is Christian.
Okay, wait a second. Is it not the mantra of the modern progressive status quo that they want to have a secular government or not?
Okay, what do you mean by secular government?
It means that they don't want Christianity in government. They don't want it in any government things. They don't want it in schools. They don't want it in government institutions at all. They want it all secularized. Isn't that the case?
Not all.
They want God off the dollar bill, for God's sakes, Wick.
Do they?
Isn't that true? Yes, they want God off the dollar bill. Not a joke.
Hold on. Who's voted on that? When has that happened?
Oh, man. Well, actually, I'm glad that you asked. There has been pushes inside of courts to see if it's constitutional or not to have God on the dollar bill by a fucking progressive atheist, as always.
Okay, but the Constitution, which exists under the progressive status quo, prevents that from happening?
No, it doesn't prevent it from happening. It does. Frankly.
No,
government officials may have prevented that from happening. The Constitution's a piece of paper. You need to realize this at some point, Wick. It's a piece of paper. It's the law as long as the people who enforce it say it's the law, and that's it.
You're just so wrong.
Chili pepper.
Not wrong, but tell me how it could be the law of the land if nobody enforces it, Wick.
This is fun, though. This is fun.
It's amazingly fun. I'm not
even mad. I want to get through the supers, but I'm not even mad because this is fun. The chat lost the open panel because they failed as well. So this is fine. This works. The prompt, Chili Pepper over on the Rumble side says the prompt was never about whether or not Christianity is compatible with nationalism. Whick successfully derailed the debate. That's why he's so jovial. That's how he's going to claim victory.
Well, the thing is he didn't derail. He just refused to engage.
No, it is
So,
absolutely engaging.
we tried-
You refuse to engage on that
We
point.
tried many
This is really
times
clear,
to bring
right?
up other points.
Again,
but if a
the
person
argument is that
see,
you
he
can't
won't even
have
let me talk
Christian
to a super
ethics
chat
with
addressed to
nationalism,
not you,
right?
Wick.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, I
It was,
know. But
he
anyway,
said my name in the fucking
he just refuses.
thing.
He refuses to engage.
It was absolutely addressed to me.
We
It
can-
wasn't addressed to
hold on,
you.
We can take turns. We can take turns.
Yes,
He just
exactly.
refuses to
and so
engage.
since it was
Hold
addressed
on,
to me,
hold
I'll take the first time.
I
Right?
swear to God, can't be in a room together. Andrew, finish your thought, and then Wick, you are welcome to respond.
Yeah, I agree. In part one of the debate, he refused to engage. And there's nothing I can do in a time debate to force the other person to engage in what's actually being said. I pointed out 100 times it was irrelevant, had nothing to do with anything, but he wanted to stonewall. I just stonewalled back and just told him the same thing. It's irrelevant. It's inconsequential to the debate. Address the actual topics. He can't do it.
But the actual topic,
Anyway.
and it was germane, and my argument stands clear. If we believe that Christian ethics are better, right?
Yeah.
Then we have to prove that Christian ethics and nationalism are compatible, and you failed to do that. And
We
I
don't
provide
need to prove
example
that.
for the
All we need to
opposite of
prove-
that.
Bro,
By affirmative claim, as you like to say.
You're not even
because
saying
that's
that they're
true,
not. You're not
right?
even saying
And
that
so,
they're practically
again,
incompatible.
that was one prong, but we failed to get past that because you failed to engage with it. You just
No.
dodged the whole night.
Here's what actually happened. Wick.
That's what actually happened.
Yeah,
To
no.
be
What
clear,
actually happened?
You're just
is
gonna make some fan fiction up.
You never made an argument for how it's practically not acceptable or practically wouldn't work. Instead,
I gave you
made an
examples of
argument
how it
that
practically
based
hasn't
on
worked.
your subjective interpretation of a single biblical
Hold on,
passage, you
you're
don't think
just
that they're
incorrect
compatible.
here.
That's a
I gave
spiritual
you several practical
You just make
examples
spiritual
of
claims.
how Christian nationalism has failed and been worse than progressivism. You failed to showcase in any way,
Abortion
any
Wick.
metric.
Abortion Wick.
Again, that is not necessarily progressive.
It's necessarily the progressive status
if it was
quo.
necessarily
Is it
progressive,
the status
then
quo
we
of
would have
progressives?
non-progressive nation. No non-progressive nation would ever have abortion, which just isn't true. And every
What?
progressive nation would have abortion, which also just
Every
isn't
progressive
true.
nation does have abortion.
That is not
Every
true.
fucking one of them. Name one.
Okay,
Name
the
one.
United States is rolling back abortion rights right
No,
now.
it's not.
And that
It's
is,
not
as you
rolled
said, a
back
progressive
abortion, has it?
status quo.
It's only had to
It
roll
is
back
in
Roe v.
process of
Wade.
doing
That
so.
was not due to
And then again,
progressives,
the progressives
though.
during the 1800s in America, they didn't have abortion
Are
there.
you fucking
Even
serious?
at that,
I am serious. You just don't know these things.
Roe v. Wade, it just got turned back to the states. That's all. It didn't necessarily get completely taken over. It just isn't protected.
It is
at a federal
eroding
level.
correctly. States are eroding,
Not because of the
abortion
progressive
rights.
status quo, but because of Christians and Christian
which
nationalists.
exist under the progressive status quo and operate within it.
You know, we can operate within the confines of your law to change what the status quo is, but let's not pretend that the status quo of progressives is not to have abortion enshrined as a right. Are you going to look me in the eye and tell me that's not true?
I think that's not necessarily true, and I can prove it
it's not.
by
Prove it.
again pointing to progressives in the past which did not do that.
That wouldn't be the status quo. What does status quo mean, Wick? Does that mean right now, or does that mean 300 years ago?
First of all, we live in a liberal status quo, so the whole prompt is kind of weird. Right?
Even under a liberal status quo.
Okay, but a liberal status quo is better than a progressive status quo.
Okay, well, that's nice, but under a progressive status
you
quo,
have to prove.
can you look me in the
Again.
eye and say, Andrew, under a progressive status quo, abortion enshrined as a right is not what they want? Go ahead.
Some of them do, not all of them.
Most of them, at least
That does-
most.
Again, which
An
means that you can
overwhelming
be
majority of them.
progressive and not be for abortion.
So to get this right, if I
Hold
said
on, do
some
you disagree with
Nazis
that?
didn't want to
Can
kill
you,
Jews,
can
that
you
would mean
acknowledge
that
that you could be a
Nazis didn't want to-
progressive and be anti-abortion?
Yes, of course.
Okay, great.
What does that have to do with anything?
Okay, so then the progressive status
Do you
quo
know what
does not
status quo
necessarily have to contain.
In this case, if the overwhelming majority of progressives, which would make up the status quo, that would be what status quo means, literally, want abortion enshrined as a right. That would
but
be
if you
status quo. Yes
change
or no,
the
Wick?
again,
Yes or no,
if you
Wick?
change it, if you change
Yes or no,
it so
Wick?
that progressives did no longer wanted that, it would still be progressive and still be the status quo, meaning that abortion is not necessary
that would
to
be
the
a new
status quo of
status
a
quo.
progressive nation.
That
Yes
would
or
be
no?
a new status quo. No, that would be a brand new status quo, which would have nothing to do with
No, it
the
would still be a
status
progressive
quo.
status quo. When one law changes, that does not mean that the status quo is entirely not the same
when you're-
ideology.
So are you trying to defend the status quo of 200 years from now or the status quo right now?
I'm trying to defend the progressive status quo, not a
Which is
modern progressive status quo.
Right now, right,
Not
Whick?
the modern progressive status quo, but the progressive status quo, which again.
Well, I'm sorry. So status quo would be like 200 years ago would be the status
there
quo?
was a. Do you acknowledge that 200 years ago that there was a status quo?
A different status quo.
Yes, but it existed.
Yeah, but we're
okay.
not. We're arguing
Again,
about
we're talking
the
about the progressive
status
status quo. You did not specify the modern's progressive status quo.
Are you fucking serious? Your whole idea here is that you're arguing for the
I'm just
progressive
saying
status quo,
that
and you're going to bring
if you
up
wanted
a status
to
quo
argue
which
about
no longer exists.
modern progressivism, that's fine. You should have put it in the debate prompt, sir.
We did.
Hold
we
on.
did.
Can
put
you read
in
that, Sarah? Can you read the
progressivism
debate
is
prompt?
better.
Can you
That's
read
what
the
status
debate
quo
prompt,
means.
please?
That's
Sarah,
what status
can
quo
you-
means.
Can you, no, it does not, sir.
Yes, it does.
Sarah, can you read the debate prompt back to us, please?
Yeah, hold on.
The existing state of affairs, especially regarding social or political issues. The existing state of affairs, you fucking twerp.
Existing during a period of time, you dumbass.
Time, dipshit.
So again, there could be other periods of time.
Okay,
where the
then let's
status
argue
quo-
about whether Christian nationalism was good 800 years ago, you fucking dolt. Or are you arguing about Christian nationalism being bad right now?
Here,
It's
we'll do
both.
this.
Both,
What does
motherfucker.
Hold on. What does status quo literally mean?
The
status
existing
quo-
state of affairs.
Yes. What does the status quo literally mean? It says the status quo is the current state of things. So, like, everything is.
But in 200 years, the current state of things could change, Sarah. My name is Whick. I'm arguing about a status quo from 200 years from now, Sarah.
Hold on.
What a
If I
fucking
say that the
dipshit.
progressive status quo
status
in the
quo
1800s was
idiot.
different
Hold
than
on.
the progressive
Status
status quo
quo-
now, is that a correct
status-
statement?
Status quo is Latin for existing state.
Not non-existent states from 400 years ago, Whick. Oh, you fucking idiot.
Hold
Whick.
on.
That was so much
do you
fun to
acknowledge
do
that
to
the
you.
status quo can be the same as it was 200 years ago?
Yeah.
And that it would be, if one law changes, does the status quo change?
I can.
It can, but not necessarily, correct?
Sure.
Sure. So my argument is, if they change the abortion laws, it doesn't necessarily change the status quo, correct?
But it wouldn't change the fact that the status quo is that abortion laws remain unchanged.
They don't remain unchanged. They're being changed right now.
The status quo
Hold
from
on. The current
progressives
state of
is that they
affairs
want it
is
enshrined
that
as a
the
right.
current state of affairs that under the progressive status quo,
And by
that
the
there
way,
are absolutely the erosion of
under
abortion
the
rights.
progressive status quo of the last 80 years, they've wanted it enshrined as a right, Whick. Anything else? And by the way, it means existing now. And that is what progressives want right now, the current state of affairs, Whick.
Not all
You
progressives.
just got destroyed so many times in a
You
row. It
have
was
not
unreal.
destroyed me fucking once. This is crazy,
Whick,
Cope.
you didn't even know what
This
status
is
quo meant.
Crazy, Cope.
All right.
Got to be one of the dumbest people who's ever existed on Twitch, Whick. and
Yes,
that's
you
saying
are,
something.
sir.
I'm not on Twitch, dummy.
Stu Pedasso over on the Rumble side. A request for the poll: should Sarah grift the neighbor for wine again? Dear God, I probably should have. Aubrey
Yeah, the status quo is germane.
with $20 said, didn't Jesus make the statement because if his followers prevented his capture, it would prevent his crucifixion, thus defeating the purpose he was sent to us? It was spiritual. How long? Nate says Judean not okay, African not okay, Christian no.
No, I'm arguing that all nationalism is bad, but he's arguing specifically for Christian nationalism, and Christian nationalism is also bad.
Question for Whick: can you show us where Christ stated that he rejected earthly kingship because Christian stateship as such is wrong, rather than just his explicit reasoning he came to suffer and die?
Well, he could have suffered and died as a king, right? As him being made crowned king of a nation would not prevent his crucifixion, right? But he did, again, on multiple occasions, and if we agree that Christ is the great exemplar, by example, he always put a separation between the things of God and the things of Caesar or the state, right?
Is
He
Christ the
always
King of
maintained that
Kings?
separation.
Is he the King of Kings?
Yes.
What makes him a King of Kings?
What makes him the King of Kings?
The King of Kings, yes.
Because he is higher than the state.
And so,
which is why Christian nationalism is incompatible with Christianity.
Well, what is he
because
making?
Christian nationalism
Wick,
puts the
Wick,
state above
stop
Christ.
prattling, Wick. Stop prattling.
I'm not.
What
I'm
is he
answering
making,
your question.
What is he making a reference to when he says, "I'm the king of these kings"? What are those kings the kings of?
The kings of the world.
Okay, got it. And so he was saying that they're bad?
In some cases, yes. The reason he removed kingship from Judea was because they were not following him anymore. The kings were subservient to him. In nationalism, they put the state
hang on. Say
ahead
that
of
again,
Christ.
Rick. What'd you just say? What'd you just say?
I said they put the state in nationalism ahead of Christ.
No, before that.
The kings were subservient to him. Yes.
No, that he dethroned some kings? Is that what you just said?
He revoked the right of Judean kingship from David and things like that. Yeah, I believe.
What are you fucking? What are you even talking about, Wick?
Hold on.
Who are the kings he's pointing to, Wick? Who are they?
Who ruled over the Judea land?
Well, it has no bearing on what you just said, Wick. I gotta know. What are you talking about? Who did Jesus Christ revoke their kingship of? Who?
The line of David.
What?
This is why I say you don't understand Christianity.
Please show me. I'm willing to listen. Show me where he revoked the kingship of the line of David. Okay. Go ahead, Wick. I'm all fucking ears.
I'll find these scriptures for you. That's fine.
Find the scriptures for me, please.
Okay. It'll be a minute.
If he did that, though, wouldn't that?
It's going to be a real long minute.
Wouldn't that contradict what you're saying then?
I can answer your question, or I can find it. One of the two.
Go ahead and find it.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. And while you're looking that up, Jesus also said, "Give us unto Caesar, and give unto God, which is God." If we are really supposed to believe Jesus was completely against any Christian involvement in governing, why did St. Peter set up shop in Rome?
Sure. It's a Jeremiah. Oh, okay. I got this. Okay.
Oh, go ahead.
A Jeremiah actually prophesied this: the coming destruction of Judah and the temporary removal of the Davidic kings because of people's disobedience to God's laws. It's in Jeremiah. You can read the book.
Okay. Yeah. Give me the passage that you're referencing.
Give me a second. Okay.
Where he revoked the line of David.
Oh, he temporarily revoked rulership of Israel from the line of David. Yes.
Give me the passage.
Okay. Prophecies against kings of Judah is in Jeremiah 22 and 23. It's 2 chapters, and you can read them.
Yeah, give me the specific passage.
Do we want context to this or not? You got to read the fucking chapters.
I don't want to go through the entire chapter.
Thus saith the Lord, go down to the house of the king of Judah, and there speak this word, and say, hear the word of the Lord, O king of Judah.
Can you give me the passage, bro?
You who sit on the throne of David, you and your servants and your people who enter these gates, thus saith the Lord, execute judgment and righteousness, and deliver the plundered out of the hands of the oppressor. Do no wrong, and do no violence to the stranger, the fatherless, or the widow, nor shed innocent blood in his place. For if you indeed do this thing, then shall enter the gates of this house, riding on horses and in chariots, accompanied by servants and people, kings who sit on the throne of David. But if you will not hear these words, I swear by myself, saith the Lord, that this house shall become a desolation.
And so when did he revoke the kingship?
Do you know
what
book comes after Jeremiah in the?
I just can't wait for you to actually explain this.
Lamentations. What do you think he was lamenting?
Okay, so what was he lamenting?
Do you know?
I'm all ears, Wick. You're teaching me.
Do you know?
No, I have no idea.
Okay, I know you don't know, and that's a fucking point. You don't understand the scripture. You don't know the history. You are ignorant to all these things.
Educate me.
I've been educating you this whole life.
What is he lamenting?
Okay, I'm not casting my pearls before fucking swine here.
What is he lamenting?
I've given you the score where the word of God.
You don't know, do you? What is he lamenting?
The fall of the house of David, the destruction of Jerusalem.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I got this right. Jesus Christ revoked the line of the line of kings from David. Is that right, Wick?
Temporarily, yes. They no longer Judea was no longer under the rule of the house of David because they sinned.
Gotcha. Okay,
They went against God.
So this revocation was from Jesus Christ?
It was from God.
Okay, so you said Jesus Christ revoked
Is
the
Jesus
kingship
Christ
of
God?
the line of David.
Is Jesus Christ God?
Yeah, but you're talking about Jesus as he was incarnated as a man. Weren't you? So
Jesus
it's during
Christ,
this
when he was
incarnation that he
incarnated as
did this
man,
thing, right, Wick?
Was incarnated as a man during a time when this revocation was already taking place.
So Jesus Christ, as he was incarnate, did not actually revoke the kingship of anybody, did he?
Oh, you're
Because
so
if this is the case,
oh my God!
if this is the case, then Jesus
Because
Christ
there was
also
no
nuked a
kingship
city
to
full of kings,
revoke.
right?
There was no king in Jerusalem at the time that was Jewish. That
So
was
he
ruled
didn't?
over by the Roman Empire.
So he didn't revoke anybody's kingship? So you made it up?
He did when he was the God of the Old Testament, when he was Yeshua.
Okay, and so Jesus Christ
I did not make.
also...
Hold on. I did not make this up.
So Jesus Christ also prescribed that homosexuals have a wheel put around their neck and thrown into the waters, right?
At a certain point.
At a certain point?
Yeah.
Was that
During the
bad of
old
him?
covenant,
Hey,
but then
was
he
that
came
bad,
with the
was
new
that bad
covenant.
of him to do? Wick, was
Do
that
you know
bad
what
of
the
him to
new
do?
covenant is
Wick,
and what it's
was
referring
that
to?
bad of him to do?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure. Okay.
I'm not sure. Because
sure.
can God do something bad? That's a question. We can have a debate over it, right?
You're not sure if it was bad, if that Jesus nuked Sodom and Gomorrah, was that bad?
I don't know.
You don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Was it bad when Jesus flooded the earth?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No. Do you think it was bad?
No.
Okay, fair enough.
No.
So why are you challenging me on this? You realize that
Because
I was just correct
because
about
you're the
everything
Christian
I
who
said.
knows everything, right?
Hold on.
You just said that Jesus, when he was incarnate,
Hold
did
on.
this. You were
just
fucking
because
wrong.
I am not sure whether or not my morality aligns with that of the Old Testament does not mean that I am wrong on my interpretation of these scriptures.
So do you believe
and I
in
have
the Trinity?
Showcased to you.
Do you believe in the Trinity?
I don't know if the Trinity is scriptural.
Then why are you saying that you think that Jesus was God? And how could that be your reference then? That Jesus did this when you don't believe that he was God, Wick? You just got caught in 4K in a hell of a lie. Hell of a lie.
Hold on. If I say that Trump sent and deployed National Guard troops to California, but I say, well, no, actually, they came from this base. They were sent by their officers, directly from their officers. Would it be incorrect of me to still say, even though that happened, that's how it worked, right? That it was Trump himself that sent it.
Yeah, both would be true statements.
Yes, so both are true statements, whether the Trinity is true or not, right? Whether the Trinity, whether we have a Godhead or we have
now, if the Trinity is not true,
right? It does not matter if I say that
No,
Jesus Christ or God revoked the status of the kings of Judea, right?
No.
And I provided you the scripture, which he did. Okay,
Nope.
We can say this is just true. This is just basic stuff.
Here, I'll show you, Wick. If you don't believe in the Trinity, when you said that Christ was the one who revoked the line of kings, but you don't believe in the Trinity, then you couldn't have been referencing Christ there. You would have been referencing somebody who wasn't Christ.
I don't know if I believe in the Trinity or not.
I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I believe in it or not. I'm not sure on my Christology. I wish Andrew knew what he was talking about.
You don't.
Though.
You didn't even know what book came after fucking Jeremiah. You didn't even know that in the scriptures that for a time, temporarily, God removed and revoked the status of kingship of the house of David
Jesus
over
Christ
Jerusalem.
did that. That's what you were saying. That was your claim.
Jesus Christ,
and you fucking know that
dumb.
Was your claim.
You don't know these things.
Oh my God.
There are
Wick.
many things you just don't know or
that was
understand.
the most insane. That's the most insane mental gymnastics I've ever seen somebody do.
From you?
From me what?
Yes. Jesus Christ, you just don't understand.
Jesus Christ, who's not God in your view?
Oh no. Chef
he's not God in your view, apparently. Hold on. Do you think he's God?
Yeah.
Okay, then you agree with me that God and Jesus Christ revoked the status of kingship of Judea.
Well, not when Jesus was incarnate, which was what you were saying.
That's not when I said he did it.
I can prove that that's what you were saying because you don't believe in the Trinity, so you couldn't have been
This is
referencing
not
God
proof,
when
this
you
is what I'm saying.
referenced Jesus.
I'm saying I
Wick.
don't know if I believe.
You
I'm
couldn't
agnostic
have.
to it.
No, you said that's not what you said. You
Yes,
weren't
I am.
referencing Jesus Christ being God in the Old Testament. You were referencing him incarnate as a man on
I was
earth.
not.
We could all see it in 4K.
I said,
Wick, you were
No,
exposed.
you're
Wick,
just
exposed.
dodging
Wick.
here. You're just dodging here. You're
There's
doing
no
mental
dodge.
gymnastics.
There's no
You're winning the gold
dodge.
medal in it.
Yeah, okay, Wick. You just got destroyed again in 4K. It's fun to do.
You just destroyed your fucking self, bro.
Ow.
This is a
Jeff
cell phone.
Dylan comes in with
One
the
of the dumbest
25
people on earth.
Cash App and says, "Ryan, get your bear under control." Kyle says with the big 20, "Hey yo, chat, where you at?" Oh wait, did I read this one already? I think I did. Not yet, bud. Early Christians were instructed not to marry outside the church, but to be upstanding members of their society. Why does that say they were incompatible with nationalism?
That particular point does not. But that's not one of the points I raised, so.
Sean says, Wick, based on your AI overview definition of nationalism, when Jesus returns, he will be the embodiment of nationalism based on your definition.
And if Andrew here's argument was that when Jesus returns, we will establish Christian nationalism, he might have had a better argument, but that's not what he argued, so fair enough.
His
Would
great
nationalism be bad then, Wick?
If a nationalist nation, well, first of all, I don't think it would be Christian nationalism because Christ would be at the head. Therefore, it would not definitionally be nationalism because something would be ahead of the state, right?
Wouldn't he be the state?
Would he? Is
Yeah.
his kingdom a dictatorship? I don't know.
It's a kingdom.
Yeah, but is it a dictatorship? How is
Well,
it run?
yeah, I would
Different
say that
monarchies
Cor-
are run differently. Some
Is
are
anybody
subject
gonna
to
argue with Christ?
I just
do you
don't
think?
know.
Is
I just
anybody
don't know
going to
the answer
argue
this
with
question.
Christ? You think there's going to be open rebellion against Christ?
There absolutely is after the end of the 1,000-year millennium.
So hang on. So
Hey,
hang
hold on.
I just
hold
want
on,
to make sure
hold
that
on.
they're going to
No,
crash
just
the
real quick.
king.
Just real quick.
Mhm.
You don't know this? In the
What?
book of the Revelation, it prophesies that after Christ returns and establishes his church on earth, right? Like in his kingdom on earth and things like that. It will rule for 1,000 years.
So
but
what
at the end of
happens
those
for the 1,000
1,000 years,
years?
the devil will be loosed
Yeah, so
again.
what happens-
Rebels will come
what
up against
happens
that
during the
empire
1,000
and
years?
rebel against the
Yeah, so what happens during the 1,000 years?
The kingdoms. Peace reigns.
Yeah, and who's in charge of that?
Jesus.
The head of the state?
I'm not sure if Jesus just lets people rule themselves or if he's
You're not
the
sure?
direct ruler. I don't know. It doesn't specify.
Who's in charge over him?
No one.
Oh, okay. So then he would be the embodiment
Is your
and
argument that we
definition
can't
of the
have
state?
Christian nationalism until the millennium? I might grant that.
Okay, but you would be.
I
would be
might
fine with-
grant you that. I might grant you that during the millennium we will have a Christian nationalism that is compatible with Christianity.
Uh-huh.
But then my argument would be until that happens, all nationalism is incompatible.
So
with
if you have like a
Christianity.
Christ-like guy who's at the head of a Christian nationalist state, would that be good?
all have fallen short. None are like Christ.
Nobody.
No
nobody's
one
even
is like Christ. That's true. I think that there's
Well,
no
they're
one
not
who could
Christ,
reach
but-
the heights of Christ. Yes,
Do you, but
I
do you
would
agree
trust
some
no
people
one but
are more
Christ
Christ-like
to
than
rule
others?
a nation.
Would you agree some people are more Christ-like than others?
Yes.
Okay, and so if we had one of those people on the threshold who was much more Christ-like than all others, would you have a problem with him being at the head of a state?
Yes, because
yes.
not at the head of the state.
Under
at
a
the head
Christian
of
nationalist state.
Christian nationalist state, yes, because I would
Because it'd
argue
make
that
Christianity
him
subservient?
being head of a Christian nationalist state would automatically means that he is not living up to the Christian standard.
What standard is he breaking?
He is putting something, the state, above Christ.
And if he doesn't take any
Hold on,
power,
do you acknowledge that
if
that's
this guy
against the
doesn't-
Christian standard?
Yeah, no, I don't. If this guy doesn't take
Hold on,
power,
you don't acknowledge.
If this guy doesn't
you don't
take
acknowledge.
power,
Hold
is
on,
he
I just
still
want to be
doing
real
that?
clear,
Good God,
here.
all you do
that
is
you are
derail,
saying
Wick.
that someone in Christianity and could be compatible with Christianity could put something ahead of Christ.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
You just said that you did.
No, Wick, all you do is derail. What I'm saying
I'm
is
not
this.
derailing. I think
If
this
it
is
is the
germane to
case,
the conversation.
if it is the case that you don't, that this ruler doesn't rule, thus putting Christianity in this subservient position, isn't Christianity still in a subservient position to the state?
Under what conditions?
Under conditions of non-Christian nationalism, isn't Christianity?
Yeah,
still subservient to
nationalism
the
is
state?
bad. Yes, nationalism.
Yeah, no, but
is bad.
isn't it? That's
I
not my
wouldn't want
fucking question.
secular nationalism
Repeat
either.
my question. Repeat my question.
isn't under secular nationalism or non-Christian nationalism, isn't Christianity also subservient to the state?
No, under any type of government, wouldn't Christianity be subservient to the
No,
state?
not under any type of government.
Okay, which type?
Liberal governments.
Okay, how is it not subservient to the state?
Because the state, again, enshrines in its constitution, right, that there will be no infringement upon the rights for people to practice their religion, and that includes Christianity.
So if we had a democracy that did not enshrine that, you had this, all the conditionals are exactly the same, but there was no right for free worship, right? In this particular democracy, people voted that in, right?
Then it would be less liberal and therefore less good.
Okay, but in that case, are you saying that that would be a state where Christianity is subservient to the state?
Yes, if they
Yes.
did away with the First Amendment, that would just be true, that the religion would be subservient to the state, yes.
Most progressive states have a First Amendment.
Well, we're not a progressive state, we're a liberal state. Most liberal states have a First Amendment.
No, most liberal states don't have a First Amendment.
Or some version of it, yeah.
No, they don't even have some
Hold
version.
on. You don't think
Yeah, you heard what I
that
said.
most liberal states or progressive states have protections for Christianity and freedom
Some
of
of
religion?
them do. Some of them do.
Okay.
And, but not all of them have like for instance,
that wasn't what you said.
for instance,
Not
states,
all
many,
of them.
many
I would
states,
agree. Some have
Mhm,
less
yeah,
than
but
others.
many,
some have more
but
than
many
others.
states actually have many Western democracies have national religions still inside of their countries.
Sure.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't call those states progressive.
But you would say that those religions are wrong because they're subservient to the state, right?
I wouldn't say that the religions are wrong because they're subservient.
Well, they're
to
doing
the state.
Christianity wrong, right?
I'm
Like
saying
Anglicans
that
are doing
a Christian
Christianity
who
wrong.
puts the state ahead of their Christianity is
Isn't
no
that
Christian
exactly
at
what
all.
Anglicans would be doing in Europe
During which time period?
right now? The Anglican Church, which is the official state or the official church of England, the Church of England is doing it wrong, right? Because they're subservient, right?
Yeah, kinda.
So then any place, any of these Western
Christian should- but
democracies
a
which
Christian
have
should obey
a
God
state
over the state,
religion,
correct?
those people are, any of them who've declared a state church, those Christians are wrong, right? And Whick is right.
Hold on. I think that it is just a Christian like value that God comes first.
Nobody's disputing that.
Okay. If that's the case, if you are a Christian and you put something other than God first, you are in a state of sin.
You're not putting something other than God first. You're putting God first, then, right? You're putting Christianity, then you're putting the state.
Okay, but a nationalist state specifically
Yeah.
does
Yes.
not do that. And
Yes, it does do
specifically,
that.
Again, subordinates on purpose.
No, I would say the
religion
opposite. Whick, the opposite is
state.
true. If all of your leadership positions are filled with Christians and they're ruling through Christian ethics, they're still putting Christianity first, even though they're still ruling. It's not a subservient position. That's such a retarded take.
It's just true. It's
just
true.
not true. Just saying
Again,
something is
if
just
your
true doesn't
definition
mean
of
it is
Christian
just true.
nationalism is simply that you have Christian rulers in positions of leadership that want Christian
I'm
things,
not even saying
that's not
Christian
Christian
nationalism is.
nationalism.
I'm saying that-
Nationalism is a specific thing. Nationalism specifically makes the state subservient to the will, or that makes religion subservient to the will of the state.
But you haven't actually demonstrated how. Like, look, I'll show you. When you say if all Christian nationalism is that Christians can be in leadership positions, it's not. But that has nothing to do with your claim here, which is that Christianity is put in a subservient position if it is the case that Christians are governing. That's fucking crazy, Whick. How does Christian nationalism does not put Christians in a subservient state to the state? It puts God and Christian ethics first, and then yes, you rule from that prism.
Then it's
the
not
state would be second.
nationalism. Then it is not nationalism because of
Yes, it is still nationalism.
Places, it is not.
Yes, it is.
It is not.
It is.
Okay,
still,
well,
as
we could just
far
say
as your
it's not.
earthly,
Yes, it
still
is.
as
No, it's
far as
not.
the
Yes, it is.
earthly
No,
world
it's
is
not. Yes, it is.
concerned.
No, it's not.
No, it is. So nationalism
Definitely
would
show
be
you
the,
it's not.
Yeah,
And
nationalism.
my
is doing
evidence
what's
for that
best.
is every single fucking
Yeah.
Christian nation that has ever, the Christian nationalist nation specifically, that has
Yeah.
ever existed.
Which ones?
Okay, like apartheid South Africa.
What? So they were putting the nation before God?
Yes, they were.
Prove it.
Okay, they massacred some who were Christian in Sharptown. They put the needs of the state ahead of the people under there, the Christians that needed their help under there. I think that's a good.
Under there, they did some things under there, and then under there, and then there was some things that went on under there too.
The nation the nationality, the race,
That's
the
not demonstrating they
ethnicity
put God first. How do you
over
know? How
the
do you know
religion.
they didn't think God was speaking directly in their brains, and that's why they did those things? How do you know that, Wick? How do you know?
How do I know?
Yeah.
How do I know that they weren't like God wasn't directly speaking?
No,
in their
that
brain?
they thought God was.
They may have thought that. but
Then
that's
they would be
correct.
putting God first before nation,
Do you
right,
think
Wick?
that that's what they thought?
Yeah, I don't think anybody who claims that they're a Christian isn't executing what they think is the will of God, even if they're doing a bad thing, Wick.
Okay, you're just dumb.
Oh, the great argument, Wick. Just
I mean,
dumb.
you haven't made any arguments.
I just
that
made a
were
hell of a
better.
compelling argument, Wick.
Your argument is like, well, you know, you can't define X, Y, and Z. And,
I didn't ask you to define anything, retard. Did I ask you to define anything?
You're just dumb. You don't.
You're just
know
making
words.
shit up again. You have no arguments.
Sola scriptorum all over again.
His grace remains, comes up with the Big Ten, says Christ meant to respect authority, not that authority could not be Christian. Wick, you are wrong. Audacity says Joe Lewis. I don't know what that means. Hall Long Nate says Wick, citations of German and Irish marriage and divorce rates do not come from the secular population, but from the Muslim immigration. His grace says, dude, you failed. Why is your progressive worldview optimal? Still waiting. Audacity says, putting this $20 on Wick, the ex-Mormon, knowing more than this hipster Christian Wilson, Orthodox Christian. All right, dude, see you at the Modest Mouse concert, tool. Hall says, liberalism has shut down Christian churches at the same time as promoting deadly mass protests. Liberalism is incompatible with Christianity and attacks Christians.
Okay, I've given several citations where liberals have defended Christians, have allowed Christian churches to operate even when others would attack them. Like liberalism specifically protects Christianity in a way that Christian nationalism just does not.
PT says, not knowing the difference between subjective and objective shows how low IQ and bad faith Wick is. He is defending a position that holds no consistent morals or ethics. This is why he filibusters.
Again, the germane portion of what we are asking when we talk about scripture is the interpretation correct or is it incorrect? And if you think it is incorrect, you need to provide an alternate interpretation, first of all, and then evidence for your alternate interpretation. That's how these things work. Unless
Actually,
you're bad faith.
that's completely incorrect.
I know, because you're bad faith.
So if it's the case, well, no, I'm giving you a good faith, and you should learn how to debate. You'd know this.
You should learn how to actually make an argument.
The idea here that you can just say, I have a subjective interpretation. You can just counter this by saying
interpretation
any
is
interpretation, see what I mean? He's still doubling down on it. His interpretation is objective.
It is the objective truth. My interpretation lines up with the objective truth of the statement. Yes.
Okay.
They are the
got
same.
you. So your subjective interpretation lines up with the objective truth
of the thing. Yes.
And who gets to determine what's objective truth? You?
I think that God does. I think that.
And how does that objective truth come to you?
Objective truth is just true. No one determines.
Yeah, but how do you? Okay, if objective truth is just true, how do you know what's objectively true?
If you think I am incorrect, you have to provide evidence that I am.
No. The thing is, I am providing the evidence.
I have provided evidence. Here, I am providing evidence that my interpretation lines up with the objective truth of that. You have not provided any evidence to counter that.
No, you're just providing evidence that your interpretation
you just
feels
don't
like
understand
this to you.
Basic concepts, like real basic 101
like
shit.
Real basic philosophy. Like you can't say this subjectively lines up with my objective truth.
You just don't understand. Hold on. No, you don't get this. You don't get this 101 thing. You're laughing because you're too stupid to understand that you're self-owning right now.
I guess
you're retarded.
I don't get it.
We already solved this. Wick, he can simply say, like, if you say...
But that's not true, Sarah. He cannot.
Hold on. If
you can.
I mean, you can, but you'd look like a fool, which you have.
To who?
To everyone who's objectively watching this.
That guy who just sent Sarah a 20, you're going to only make $4,980 this month now, Wick.
I'll be okay.
I'm glad.
No, you're not.
No, actually, well, hang on. Yes, I am.
I might take that back. Hold on. You're correct.
Yeah.
I might take that one back.
Yeah, I don't wish any ill on you guys, and never have. I've never.
I will grant you this.
Okay.
Though, hold on. You did say you wanted to punch my tooth out. That is wishing harm.
Yeah, but that's like friendly.
Is that
okay.
subjective?
Okay.
Subjective harm?
You're saying it's not friendly though.
I mean,
Wick?
but you did say you wanted to punch my tooth out, right?
I don't think I actually said I wanted to punch your tooth out. Actually,
Or you said you wanted to see if my tooth holds. I forget the exact.
Yeah, I didn't say I wanted to punch your tooth out. You just made that up.
Hold on. You don't think that means you wanted to punch my tooth out?
No, I didn't say anything about punching your
Okay.
tooth out.
I don't know what to tell you.
I just asked where your tooth was because you were grifting your audience.
No,
and
that's
I
well,
wanted
you
to make
did,
you point
but
it
that's a
bunch of
different
times.
thing. I'm talking about when I quote tweeted some. It was either.
I don't think I mentioned anything about a tooth
erudite.
there either.
Oh, okay.
But maybe I did.
could find that.
Maybe I did, but I don't remember it.
Okay, I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure
but the whole thing is like, remember December, it's bare knuckle, no money. You promised.
I didn't promise.
Oh,
I said I'd
okay.
think about it, but I
Yeah.
don't trust you to keep your word anymore because you.
I will definitely show up. I'll tell you what, if I don't show up on December 15th for something that's at least possible for us to do and reasonable to bare knuckle it somewhere, and we have an agreement there. If I don't show up, I'll pay you $1,000. How's that for fair?
So much easier. Just
Well,
to
I
pay
would.
me
I don't know if
$1,000.
I trust you to pay me the $1,000 either. If I don't trust you to show up,
I'll have Sarah hold it for me.
Oh, we'll put it in
I will
escrow or whatever.
happily-
Not
You don't
in
need it.
contract.
Do you just not trust Sarah to hold it?
No, I trust Sarah enough.
Yeah.
Right.
Now, mind you, that you only get it if I don't show up.
I
Not if I show up and
Lose.
we go through. Yeah, I'll lose. Bad Wick. It's going to happen.
Maybe I don't know.
I mean, you're the one who wanted to do the call out thing. So remember, I'm running from you, Wick.
You did
I
run from
like-
me objectively in the 28th. You did not show.
Well,
No, I tried to get a hold of a fight promoter so that you could make some money, Wick.
Didn't.
I literally tweeted to you and subtweeted Keemstar, who's a fight promoter, so that you could make some money, you dipshit. That's not running. That was me trying to assist you.
Hold on. Did you or did you not show on the 28th of June?
Yeah, what did I say though? I said I'm going to try to get Keemstar, somebody like this,
Okay,
to
hold
do a
on.
fight
I
promotion.
didn't accept any promotion thing. That wasn't part of the deal. You offered me $20,000 to go 3 rounds with you in a boxing ring, and you asked me for a date.
Because
I
that's
gave you a
generally what they
date.
pay at
You
the
did
fight
not show.
promotions. Obviously, that was clear, Wick.
Whatever.
And by the way, that was me
clear.
doing you a huge favor. You would have got massive publicity for that. You're welcome,
Why do you
Wick.
think I accepted, but you didn't show?
Who would have been there to cover it?
I'm going to the rest.
You just wanted to get beat up
I'm
for
quoting,
money.
I'm quoting the teeth.
You just wanted to get beat up for money.
Hold on. I'm quoting the tweet.
Mhm.
The same deal, Wick. I'll give you $20,000 for 3 rounds of boxing. I want to see if the new tooth stays in.
Yeah, but I did subtweet Keemstar because he's the promoter, and I think that's what they pay is about 20 grand. And by the way, I would have given you my cut.
I don't know.
I don't
about this
care.
Keemstar shit.
Huh?
I didn't see the Keemstar shit.
Well, look at the tweets again because I definitely subtweeted him multiple times. In fact,
I'd have to look.
hmm
I don't remember.
well, I
Are
did.
we,
Wick.
Okay, chatters, figure it out for me. Okay, find out. Look it up.
It's just dead air. Is that what we're doing?
I mean, I don't know. Are we doing more super chats? Are we done? Are we?
I don't
good?
know.
Are we? I have super chats of my own I could read if you like. But that's rude
My
to do on other
apologies.
people's channels. So,
How much are they, Wick? $2, $3?
well, this one was 10.
Wow.
I mean, one was 50.
You might make $5,000 this month, Wick.
Actually, I'm probably going to. Yeah.
That's very impressive.
5,000 a month. That's what, 60 a year. That's not bad.
Not bad.
That's
Not bad.
I am
Not
happy
bad.
with
It's
that
more than
amount of
average.
money.
hmm
Yeah.
Okay.
And to do that, like what, just streaming 3 or 4 nights a week, I think that's
That's a lot of streaming.
for, well, what I'm saying is
2 hours
you don't
is
have to
2 to 4
go,
hours of stream. Like, I don't know, man. Like,
you're not doing a 9 to 5. You're not subjected to
yeah, I
anybody
think
else.
it's a
You're
great
your own
deal.
boss. I think it's fair.
It's awesome, but yeah.
I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. Audacity says, if Christian nationalism was so great, we'd be hitting that open panel dono goal, but I guess y'all broke because you expecting God to make your life better instead of progressing to any kind of wealth. Fair enough.
Jason Cassell, by the way, says that he'll match that if you'll actually do the bare knuckle thing, Wick.
Oh, he'll
in
give me
person.
$20,000?
No, he said that he'll match 1,000 with me if I don't show
Oh.
up. If I don't show up.
Oh, if you don't show up, all these conditions. Okay. We'll talk. Think about
Yeah,
it.
what condition? Just you show up or don't show up, right?
I don't know. I wanted the 20,000, brother.
I know, because like I said, you're a
20,000
whore.
lot.
It had nothing to do with fight. You just are willing to get beat up for money. Just admit it.
For $20,000?
Yeah.
I might lose, but I might win. I'd take that risk for $20,000.
Yeah, you just are willing to get beat up for money.
No, I'm willing to take the risk. Which
Of
is
getting beat
different.
up for money.
Sure, but
Yeah.
also the opportunity to beat the shit out of you for $20,000.
Isn't that what all boxers do then?
Yeah.
Get beat up for money. Chef Dylan says, Dono. Alchemist says, Andrew Wilson, you're wrong about X. Opponent, really? Well, what are your thoughts about X? Andrew Wilson, no. Many such cases. Imperial says, Council of Nicaea, Constantine, Luther, Calvin, King Henry VIII, and all Byzantine emperors disagreed with your subjective interpretation, which Andrew doesn't need to reinvent the will, you dolt.
Christ disagreed with all of them.
Yeah, I know. They were all wrong. Which
yes,
interpretation
Christ
is right?
is more important, and his words are more important than the words of man. Yes.
Got
Absolutely.
it. Even though these people lived a lot closer to the time of Christ than you do, I'm sure that they just got it all wrong.
When was the
Whick.
Council of Nicaea?
We just got it all wrong.
When was the Council of Nicaea?
I don't remember the exact date.
300-ish. I don't. Just give me.
That's a lot closer than you are. Whenever the Council of Nicaea was, is a lot closer to Christ
still
than you.
means no one was fucking alive that lived.
That's still a
through.
lot closer to the time of Christ than you are,
That
Whick.
doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think it does matter when you're talking about apostolic succession, especially, and how Christianity was transmitted from one bishop to the next. I think it matters a lot. And of course, they all got it right, but Whick gets it wrong. But the Whick gets it right.
I think they're wrong. Yes.
Yeah, I know. You got it all right.
In this specific case.
Mm-hmm. By the way, at these councils, like the Council of Nicaea, and councils after that, did they affirm the Trinitarian triune nature of God?
They did.
Yeah, but not you though, because they got that wrong too, huh?
Yeah, they might have. They might have gotten correct. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. You don't know.
I'm being honest with you. I don't know on that. Yeah.
Hall says, is Wick still using his triple combination to interpret the King James?
No, I was in quoting not only the King James tonight, but the NIV as well.
Yeah, but which one are the exact words? Because they don't have the exact
both
words.
lined up. The meaning was the same in all.
But they weren't the exact words, were they?
Hold on. The meaning of the words was exactly the same.
No, they used different words.
The meaning of the words were exactly the same.
So they're not weren't the exact words then objectively, were they, Wick? You lied, didn't you?
No, I didn't. What are you
Well,
on
it can't
about?
be objectively true if they weren't the exact words, right, Wick?
Just dumb.
Oh, Wick, you got me again with that. Oh, you're just
did get
dumb.
you again. You got yourself.
You're getting me real bad here,
I
Wick.
am. You're getting thrubbed.
Oh, thrubbed.
Yes.
Is that what you call it when you jerk off to fucking?
Why are you thinking about me touching my dick?
Is it thrubbing? Wick, you just made a new meme. Wick the thrubber. Are you going to go thrub one out after this, Wick? You going to thrub it out?
Why are you imagining me touching my penis?
You got to go thrub it out, bro?
Why are you imagining me touching my penis?
Oh, no.
What's that?
Why are you imagining me touching my penis? Do you often imagine
I don't understand.
people you're
I
debating
have to
touching
imagine
their
a
penises?
person touching their penis
Is
in
this
order
what
to
you're
objectively
doing?
think that a person probably
Why are you
does.
doing that? Why are you imagining me touching my penis?
Wick, nobody's imagining you
Yes,
touching
you
your
are.
penis. Why
You
are you
have
imagining
created
me
a
imagining
whole
touching your
fanfic
penis?
of me doing this.
You're the one who said you're going to go thrub
You're the
out,
one
Wick.
that's saying I'm going to go thrub myself and touch my dick
you're the one who
afterwards.
said
You're the
about
one
thrubbing
thinking
over
about
here.
it. Why are you
brought up
thinking about me
thrubbing, Wick,
touching my
the
dick?
thrubber. You brought
That's
up thrubbing.
pretty gay, bro.
You said, hang
That's
on.
pretty great, bro.
You said that you thrubbed me
Pretty
out, so you were
gay,
thinking
bro.
of my penis, Wick.
Why
You're
are
gonna
you
throb
thinking
me
about
out.
me
What does
touching my
that mean,
penis?
Wick? What does thrubbing me out mean, Wick? What are you going to try to do
I
to
didn't
me,
say
Wick?
thrubbing you out. I'm saying you're getting a thrubbing, which means I'm beating you.
You're getting a thrubbing?
Not touching your dick.
Oh, bro.
As much as you'd like me to.
Yeah, it's not- I
Sorry.
don't know.
Stick to
Stop
grinder,
trying-
buddy.
Stop trying to thrub me.
Stick to
Wick,
grinder,
Wick.
buddy.
Stop trying to thrub me.
Stop thinking about
Very
my
gross.
dick.
Very gross. Oh, you seem like you thought about my dick, not the other way around.
I don't
Never
want
mentioned your dick.
anybody's talking about anybody's dick. Stop, leave the dicks alone. JR sends 10 just to say no dicks on screen. Sunraku sends something. If Wick uses ChatGPT to generate his arguments, I can also generate and use an image of his true nature.
Good thing I didn't use an AI to make any of my arguments. I did use Google to get a couple definitions that I wasn't sure of, but that's a common thing. There's nothing wrong with that.
Jason says, not sure why Wick thinks he's smart. He can't even defend his own views.
Smart or not, I took the W in this debate. Clearly, I was able to coherently and concisely make my arguments, and they were not countered or refuted.
Did you objectively make arguments?
I was going to say, is that objective or subjective?
My arguments were subjective.
Is that
in
up
many
for
cases,
interpretation?
But they pointed to and agreed with the objective truth of the situation.
Is that the objective truth of the situation?
Yes,
that
it
you have
is.
two different Bibles that you're making a reference to and saying that they're both have the exact wording?
Sure. The both had the exact meaning.
But I thought it wasn't about meaning. You said these the exact words of
Hold
Jesus.
on.
And then when I said,
It
I'm
was
not sure about
meaning,
that.
The objective meaning of the words.
And the objective meaning of the words.
You're doing this thing again where you
what
know
thing?
you can't. You know you took an L all night on this.
Oh,
and
yeah.
You're trying
you really got me with this.
desperately to obfuscate.
I can't wait for the Phil Bros to tear us apart when you
I don't even know who the fuck those are.
Objectively
I don't
correct.
give a shit about what your gay little
I know that you
homo
don't
club
give a shit,
thinks.
Wick, and nobody gives a
I
shit about
know
you.
how I did in this debate because I know how the
Wick,
people
how long
who
have you been stuck
objectively
at 100
interpret this
viewers
debate.
anyway?
Hmm?
How long have you been stuck at 100 viewers? 3 years? Has it been 3
Hold
years
on.
that you're stuck at about 100
I
viewers?
vary wildly in my viewership. It depends.
Yeah, I mean, when you have big guests, I'm sure you have viewers. But you, by yourself, when you do a stream, what are you stuck
I don't
at? About
usually
100?
stream by myself. I usually have guests.
Yeah, but
It's very
when you
rarely
do stream
I
by
stream
yourself,
by myself.
what do you get when you stream it by yourself?
It depends on the day.
Yeah, usually though.
Anywhere
Just on average.
between, well, nowadays, anywhere between 50 to 150.
Ooh. How long have you been stuck there?
What do you mean stuck there? I grew to there. I
From
was
where?
stuck. I've been plateaued at various different points.
Yeah, but you've been plateaued at this point for a long time.
How long?
I don't know. Probably.
I don't
over a
know
year.
either. I'd have to
Over
go
a
look
year,
at my
least.
stats.
It's been at least over a year.
Maybe.
Yeah,
Which
over
point?
a year. Do you wonder why that is?
No, I'm pretty sure I know why that is because I don't
Why?
publish videos. It's all live streams. I don't have an editor.
No, that's
probably
not because
it.
of clips.
I
It's not
don't
because
have
of
clips.
Yeah, I didn't do clips for years either.
Okay.
That's not the reason, Wick.
I think I have more viewers than almost anyone else who streams.
Not even close, man. Sarah
Hold on.
trounces you
What
every
do you
time
think
she
the
goes
average?
live.
Hold on. What do you think the average streamer gets viewer-wise? What do you think? Give it a
Oh,
guess.
well, the average streamer gets barely any.
Okay, that's why I'm saying that compared to the average streamer, I'm doing very well.
Yeah, but compared to the
I am
low-level streamers, you are.
definitionally an above-average streamer, sir.
Oh, okay.
At least going by the metrics.
Okay.
But
I am
that's just
Dan
true.
said-
I'm just saying, like, if you want to know why
But
it
that's
is that
just
you're stuck there,
true.
I can tell you. And you can unstick yourself.
Yeah, I just don't. Again, I don't care what you have to say. I am enjoying
Yeah,
my
no, I mean,
content.
what do I
I'm
know
making
about it?
enough for me. I think I'm fine.
Wouldn't you like to make more?
Maybe.
No?
Sure. Why not?
Yeah. Do you want me to tell you how?
No, I don't care what you say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just saying, Wick. Like,
Are we done?
could help you
threatening?
with that.
I don't need your help.
Okay.
I am Dan says the prompt presupposes Christian nationalism is compatible with Christianity. Wick is arguing in bad faith and stonewalling because he cannot defend progressive status quo.
That's why you stuck at 50 live viewers.
I don't think the prompt presupposed that at all.
JR says, isn't Jesus just making this statement because it would have prevented his crucifixion? Wasn't that the whole point of Jesus allowing himself to be taken?
I'm assuming he's referring to the Pontius Pilate quote, or the one where he is talking to the Pontius Pilate guy, right? So, I think in part, perhaps, that could be an argument, right? But he could have said, I'm allowing you to take you. He could have said a lot of things that would have led to the same result, but he didn't. He used this specific phrase for a reason, and I take him at his word when he says, my kingdom is not of this world.
Yeah,
just take him
but
at the,
so does everybody.
Take him at his word.
Everybody takes him at his word there, that his kingdom's not of this world. But the whole purpose and point of him saying that was, don't interfere. This is what I'm tasked to do. Not that you can't have that nationalism is incompatible with Christianity. It has nothing to do with what Christ said, Wick. Nothing.
Absolutely, it does.
It doesn't. Nothing. It has nothing to
Again,
do with it.
He eschewed secular power over and over again. It wasn't just this quote.
No.
But
no,
it was when
the
he
thing
said,
is,
render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's, and unto God
for
that which
taxes,
is
yes.
God's.
Yes, he was asked a question about taxes. Yes, render unto Caesar what is Caesar's.
You just don't understand parables and things like that either. Fair enough.
Oh, I don't understand. Can you give me the parable of why nationalism's bad?
Okay, again, because nationalism puts
No, the
state-
parable that says it's bad.
Of course not. But
Of course
I can
not.
give you the
So you're just
principle-
making shit up again.
No,
That's
I can
all you
give
do
you
is
the
make shit up.
principle that Christ enumerated, right? And that is understood by almost every Christian I know. I haven't seen a Christian that's denied this.
all
at least.
the Christians
Hold on.
that you
Do
know
you
also
even
don't
agreed
believe
with
in the
this. You even
Trinity.
agreed with
and
me,
they don't
Mr.
know
Wilson.
if God is bad or not.
Hold
They
on.
don't know if
You even
Jesus did
agree
bad things.
with
All
Mr.
those
With
Christians.
me, Mr. Wilson, that a Christian puts God above all things, which
Yeah,
means that a
but Christian
state
nationalism
that puts
does that.
itself above Christianity by design is antithetical to Christ.
Yeah, but that's not what's going on. God is still coming first, and then nation. And by the way,
not
under
in
nationalist
nationalism.
states, that yes,
It
that is
never
still
has happened in
nationalism. You never
nationalism.
demonstrated that, Wick. You just
You
asserted
never
it.
demonstrated that it did.
I can demonstrate it.
But you didn't.
And I will again right now. There's nothing. There's absolutely no contradiction to saying that you have a nation, right, where the collective whole is working for the good of the nation, and that's what they're trying to do, and putting God first. There's no contradiction there.
Then it would cease to be nationalism. It would
No,
just
it's
be
you're
another
just trying
form
to
of
make something
government.
trivially true. That's not. It's only nationalism if you only put the nation first, and that's it.
One of the
Bullshit,
requirements,
Nick.
yes, one of the requirements of nationalism is that the state comes above all.
No, that's not.
Yes, that's just
Show me a historical definition for that. That the state must
historical
come before
definition
God to have
I
nationalism.
can show you historical examples of every nationalist nation.
Why can't you show
which
me
that
it's-
has been the case?
Nationalism is a historic movement. If nationalism is a historic movement, you should have historical definitions for this,
Keep
Wick.
going. I've already given him
Yeah, you
all
got
these
nothing,
definitions.
dude.
Just keep
It's the
going.
stupidest shit I ever heard in my life.
I'm just repeating myself. at
You
this
can't
point.
have nationalism and put God first. That's blah, 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 blah. It's fucking stupid.
Keep going.
X says Sarah can have a full refund. This guy is below Andrew and is literally unbelievable. Wick, big, giant L. Hall says, Wick, based on tonight, you would spend your entire evening in ChatGPT trying to keep up with me in a discussion of the Bible. Holy hell, you're fried.
Anytime he wants, he can he can try.
Hit the verve and go to bed, guy. Nobody's going to bed tonight. Ethan says, I wonder where Wick thinks the King James Version came from. Also, Wick say Protestant for me. Christos Anesti.
Protestant.
By the way, Wick, Christos and SD, do you know what that means?
Do you know what sola scriptorum means?
Yeah.
Well, after I told
yes.
you,
That means
you
scripture
used
alone.
it wrong. No, I don't know exactly what Christos Anesti means. It's true.
Yeah, okay.
I just don't.
I understand.
But you
by the
didn't
way,
know what sola scriptorum was.
no, I was the only
but you
one who
pretended
did.
to.
It's not scriptorum.
I didn't say scriptorum. I said scriptura.
No, you said scriptorum.
now.
You said it over and over and over again.
Oh, you're just dumb. But go on.
Mark says the prompt was never about whether or not Christianity and nationalism are compatible. Wick successfully derailed the debate. That's why he's. Did I read that already?
You did.
Yeah, you did.
It feels
I think that came through twice.
You already did.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
weird. Hall says, in our hearts, none of us really wanted to deal with Wick on a panel, evidently because we couldn't halfway to the goal. L's in the chat. Yeah, you failed, chat. Take your L's. 2/3 of the state in a constitutional convention can overturn the entire constitution and replace it. The state.
But they would be subservient to whatever that new constitution was. Or they would cease to be a liberal democracy, which
Well,
happens.
Then every state is subservient to its own laws.
But those laws and what they enact, okay, are different. So in a liberal democracy,
they're
the laws that are made they cannot violate individual rights. They cannot violate these, again, in the U.S., which I'm most familiar with, they cannot, for example, violate your freedom of religion or freedom of speech, okay? But
Unless
not
they
every
overturn those laws.
country has laws like that,
Yeah, but nobody said that they do. But this idea that you're still not subservient to the state's fucking insane. The idea here is that the state is the one ultimately is in control in both these systems. And all you're saying is that people are subservient to the laws of the state in nations that don't have
That's not
constitutions
all
and
I'm
in nations
saying.
that do have
And I've
constitutions.
repeated this over and over and over again. You can just go look back at the VOD if you want to have this argument over again. It's 3 a.m. It's 3:43 a.m.
Stop whining, Wick.
Hall says Wick wants to give Christianity just the tip. Chef with the big 50, Wick got whacked. Oh, was that the poll that you were asking? What was the poll again? I forget what.
I think it had me at 99%.
I know you're an audience of retards. Yes.
Your audience can come out vote us.
My audience wouldn't ever go to your show.
I think there's a couple of them here
That's
right
why they're
now
smarter.
who were saying in my chat, I'm here from Wick's chat, literally. Are you sure? Are you sure about
I'm not
that,
sure
Wick?
about that. Right?
Yeah.
I might go to your show. I
Yeah.
don't know.
Trib says, to be clear, we didn't get why whichever situation is better than the other from either party, really. But the point in Wick's favor is that the status quo isn't Christian nationalism when it used to almost be that centuries ago.
Well, we couldn't get to any of the points because every time I'd bring them up, Wick just refused to address them. He only wanted to stick with this. I interpret this objectively, of course, section of the Bible to try to make a refutation instead of getting into any of the actual propositions of Christian nationalism because he agrees with them. Because he agrees with them. Just like on abortion. He still never refuted that point. He can't.
You haven't made
He just
any
says some
points.
progressives are
You haven't made
against
any
abortion.
points. You've, again, just misidentified what nationalism is. You've you haven't even tried to interpret scripture or see what Christ has to say in the matter, right? And you continue to dodge, weave, duck, weasel out of actually having any positive claim here and haven't provided evidence of yours. You took a big fat L.
Wick, all I need to do to win any argument with you is just say, you're just dumb, right?
That's all I needed to do, apparently.
That's all
and you did
do.
the rest by fumbling the whole thing.
We're just dumb.
You are just dumb.
Someone in my chat said one's in the chat for giving Wick a wedgie.
Man, all these keyboard warriors.
Yeah, people are real afraid of you, Wick.
You were. You didn't show up to the boxing match, you little
I know,
bitch.
which is why.
You little bitch.
And that's
you
why
my little bitch.
You won't do one with no money?
Maybe. I don't know if I'd touch you for
won't
free.
Do it. You ain't gonna do it. Come on, Wick. You just want to get beat up for cash. Just admit it.
Think about it.
We'll go 15 minutes tops, and then we'll close down. How's that sound, gentlemen? Because it is almost 4 a.m. 10th Amendment, that any power is not explicitly given to the federal government by the Constitution and not prohibited to the states are reserved to the individual states or the people. GGWP?
Good game,
I don't know
well
what
played.
that means. Oh, okay.
You know what the 10th Amendment means, though.
That any power is not explicitly given to the federal government by the Constitution and not prohibited to the states are reserved to the individual states or the people. Yeah.
I don't know where we're going with this.
I'm not exactly sure what the chatter
I'm not sure.
is going with.
By the way, Wick, Christ denied Satan's temptations because Christ is God and he has no need for Satan's temptations. Flossie says, hi, Andrew. And Sarah, you are beautiful.
Well, I am anyway.
You would argue whether ice is cold. Jesus Christ.
Ice can be hot.
Oh, no. I fucking hate you so much right Wick, show the performative contradiction, the P and not P in Christian nationalism.
You can go back in the It's like 3:45 a.m., bros. Okay, I am kind of gassed out.
Gassed out
a little bit, yeah.
That's fair. First time I've seen Wick debate the whole my interpretation of the Bible as objective thing coming from a practicer was disgustingly dishonest.
Yeah, this guy's disgustingly dishonest, but fair enough.
Wick, you need to give up debating until you learn how to answer a question directly and the difference between subjectivity and objectivity.
I think that the most important aspect of a debate is the correctness or the incorrectness of a statement. And if you can't demonstrate that my statement is incorrect while I've given evidence to show that it is correct and you've provided no evidence to contradict that, then I think I take the W.
Yeah, but what Wick fails to understand here, and he's always going to because he's dumb, is that the second he says this isn't a subjective interpretation of something I consider to be an objective truth, he already lost the point.
Yeah, this is because he doesn't know exactly what the correct interpretation is because he doesn't read the Bible. Well, you don't.
One
Wick,
shot says
I don't.
full-
I'll tell you what, Wick. I just want to make sure that we're clear. Are you saying that there's not video evidence of me reading the Bible live over and over again with people?
Hold on, you obviously don't understand it. If you do read it, you do it.
Okay, so
performatively.
what was your claim though? Is that I don't, right?
See this whole game you play, right?
Of you making a claim and me holding you to it?
If you want to go rounds over scripture again, we can. I'll just
Maybe we can.
beat the
Well,
shit
then
out
we
of
would
you
have to
again
have a
on that.
debate about actual theology. That would be great, which is not what this was supposed to be. But in any case, it's really funny to me though. Wick, are you standing by the claim that I don't alive
No,
on stream read the
I'm
Bible?
not standing by that claim.
Okay, so then that claim was false, that I don't read the
Perhaps,
Bible? Okay.
One shot says full of shit, Wick. Is the debate to delete the United States and claim United Christian or to promote Christian values through as an established nation's foundation? Either I don't get it or is Wick tarded as he sounds?
It's not surprising to me that the audience of Andrew Wilson just does not understand the debate. That's true. I mean, yeah, you don't understand what was going on, and
That's true. They probably don't.
Chef Dylan says, Wick, do you just forget what you say? You're so logically inconsistent that my head is spinning.
I've been, again, very consistent this entire time. I've given evidence. I provided quotes. I provided examples. All I get in return is that subjective or objective? Is that subjective or objective? And a failure to contend with a single one of my points.
In fact, the opposite's true. So not only did I
You
contend
could
with each
just
one
say
of his
that, but
point-
we could go back to the VOD and
I
showcase
went,
that it's
I went
not.
through each of his points one by one.
You
every
haven't
time
gone
he
through a
brought one
single
up.
of my points.
And then on top of that, the only thing he demanded that we stay on that. So I have to talk about the subjective interpretation because my opponent fucking demanded the entire debate that's the only thing we were allowed to talk about. That's what he demanded. Every time it was his turn, Andrew Wilson still won't contend with the scripture. He still won't contend with this. So I had to bring up the fact that the dumb fuck doesn't even know that he's giving a subjective interpretation and then trying to hold his standard to us as though the interpretation is true.
You should demonstrate that Christianity and nationalism are compatible when there's clear evidence that it is not. And I've given that
I
evidence.
gave you so
those
much
arguments.
overwhelming
You did
evidence.
not.
I gave
You
you
did
the
not.
divine rights of
You're
kings. I gave you the
just
synergistic
incorrect
relationship
here.
between church and
You're
state
just
multiple
incorrect
times.
Here. You're just incorrect here.
Oh, I'm just incorrect.
Yes.
Okay, not so
Go
erudite.
back in the not so
Good
erudite.
job, not
Eat
so
your
erudite.
fucking lunch.
You are just incorrect here.
You are.
Have an argument, Wick.
I gave you the argument.
You never gave any arguments.
I
You
did.
suck.
We can
You
go
don't know
back to the
shit.
VOD. You're just making shit up because
literally
you're a
retarded,
liar.
Wick. Literally retarded.
And yet this retard took you to the cleaners and beat the shit out of you, rhetorically.
It's never happened yet, Wick.
It happened tonight. It happened
Yeah,
when we
sure
debated
it
on
did, Wick.
China. It happened
Never
when
seen-
we
Wick,
debated
you
on
took such a brutal
violence
L.
and things
It's
like that. It
unbelievable.
happens every time. You have yet to take a W. You keep
Wick,
getting
This
embarrassed.
was probably the most brutal L of your career.
This
that
is the
subjective,
biggest W
objective
I've taken in a long
was the most
time.
hilarious shit I've probably ever seen.
You are going to be made into a fool and a meme.
By
you understand
who?
that, right?
By who?
By
36
me
of your
tonight.
live
That
viewers?
is what has been done.
36 of your live viewers? You couldn't get everybody you know on Twitch and match me for a meme, you fucking loser.
Hold on. Do you think
heard
that
what
the
I
number
said.
of people in my chat has anything to do with whether or not I beat you in this debate?
No, I just think that you turning me
exactly.
into a
Yet you
meme is
bring it up
hilarious.
this non-point as if you're saying something profound, but it has nothing to do with the
That
subject
you're
at
gonna
hand.
turn
And
me
you're simply
into a meme
pretending.
because you took
You're
a fat
just
L?
dumb.
Got you, Wick. You're just dumb.
Yeah, you
it's just
took
not
the L
true. You're
all
just
night.
dumb. I have
All
no
night.
argument. My name is Wick.
Wilson
Look
the
at me. My name is
Weasel.
Wick.
Weaselin' Wilson. Weaselin' again.
Yeah, thrubbing Wick over there, thrubbing away.
Please stop talking about rubbing my dick.
Thrubbing away.
Please
I
stop
didn't
talking
say
about
anything
rubbing
your
my dick.
I said you're thrubbing away.
Please stop talking about rubbing my dick.
Wick, nobody's talking about rubbing your dick. You gross fuck.
For the last every time you bring
Wick,
up
I'm
rubbing,
not sure you have a dick.
Oh.
I'm not going to show it to you.
I don't.
Sicko.
Well, you know the thing is,
Again,
like you probably show it to your trans boyfriend.
Stick to Grinder, sir.
Grinder? You go on Grinder?
Not I.
Oh, gross. Gross, Wick.
All right. Walter Mellon says, "Can Wick answer if the Vatican is a Christian nationalist state? If not, why?"
I'd have to think about that more. I don't think so because it doesn't put the state ahead of Christ, but I could be wrong. I'm just not that familiar with the Vatican specifically.
Great. So the United States should be like Vatican, and then won't be like Christian national.
That has nothing to
nationalism,
do with
according to Wick.
anything that was asked or said. You're
No,
just
it
saying
would.
words.
It wouldn't be a Christian nationalist state if the United States became like the Vatican. Thank you, Wick.
I just don't know enough about the Vatican specifically.
I just lost my place. Hold on. Almost there. Scroll, bitch, scroll. Okay, there it is.
He did. I got the clip. By the way, you accidentally said that you go on Grinder. Now that's accidental, and I'm not so bad faith that I would use that against you, even though it's fucking hilarious. But you did misspeak there, Wick.
All right, I'm going to skip and just do the 20s to finish this off here. Wick, you just contradicted yourself. 20 minutes ago, you said the Constitution is the pinnacle authority of government, but you just said the state is the pinnacle of authority.
Hold on, I might have been talking about two different countries. In some countries, in nationalist countries, the state is a pinnacle authority, yes. But in liberal countries such as America, the Constitution is the pinnacle of authority. So I'm not exactly sure what
it's all state power. Even the Constitution, it's just all he's doing is moving the goalpost one step and just saying that, oh, we have a Constitution, even though it's still state authority we're adhering to.
Right. What's the difference between a state and a nation?
They're not the same. So in our nation of the United States, we have various states which are localized governments. I don't know the exact difference off the top of my head, and at least not at 4 a.m. Okay.
Yeah, when we're talking about the state, I think Wick would agree with me here. We're just pointing to the governing body of authority. In this case, we would say that was the state, and we would say that a nation has specific criteria to it. Is that fair, Wick?
Again, it's 4 a.m., so I hesitate to make any strong claims at this point because I'm.
It's not a gotcha or a trap.
Okay, maybe. Yeah, I don't know.
Matthew 28:19-20. Therefore, go and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit, and teaching them to obey everything I have commanded you.
Yes, that is anti-nationalism because it does not put one nation above the other. He's saying to go to all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father and the Holy Son and the
There's absolutely no reason for us to accept this proprietary definition that nationalism requirement that you have to put the state before everything else. There's no reason for us to believe this proprietary definition or how it intersects historically with nations.
It just happens in every nationalist state that has happened to exist.
No, it doesn't. I would argue this is a nationalist state.
You haven't given me an example of one where it doesn't.
Yeah, I've already given you the multiple examples of where you can have a state and you can put God before the state. And by the way, you can also separate these things, appeal to God for your spiritual health and appeal to the state when it comes to things which exist materially. Like, it's not the case that that you have to put the state ahead of all other interests for nationalism. That's fucking crazy, Wick. There's no historic definition that would ever concede to that, ever.
Just keep going.
All right. Gigi says, it may be winter down under, but I'm sitting enjoying this debate in objectively perfect sub-IQ room temperature, 72 degrees Fahrenheit, right under Wick's. Unfortunately, I now need to sell my Warhammer. Warhammer.
These are Warhammer figures, and I think that's what he's referring to.
Oh. Very nice. Andrew, you cannot box him. He'll show up with play school gloves and Transformers backpack and his mother carrying his packed lunch. I also saw a race car bed in the reflection of his glasses.
A race car bed? Okay.
Race
You
car
remember-
beds are cool.
Those were awesome.
What's
I
wrong
used
with
to be
race? What's wrong with race
jealous.
car beds?
When I was growing up, I had a water bed. That was awesome.
Water beds suck.
I liked it. It's like I was on the ocean.
Sarah, you're a legend, keeping a straight face while Wick has been cooked all evening. Thanks for letting everyone speak with fairly. Here are your flowers. Geez, what a bad night for Wick.
I think this was great. I'm going to, if I can get an editor to do this for me, I'm going to make clips out of it, and it's going to be amazing. And I'm going to, again, it's just clear evidence of how to deal with bad faith debaters like Andrew Wilson and just beat the shit out of them. Record.
Bro, if you want to do a clip,
if you want to do a clip war tonight,
if you want to do a clip war, that's your call. But just
have an
remember that
editor, I
you will
just
be
have
the
to
one
sign
who
one.
started it, not me.
Okay.
Ooh. Garrett says, just in case you need a drink, because I know you do. Yes, this is not a night to not have a drink. That's for sure. I'm new to these debates, but this Wick dude is tarded, and any of my 4 young kids could wreck you in Warhammer 40K. Win the other guy.
Well, I'm not that great at Warhammer 40K, so that might be true. But I just won this debate, so it's just on the merits, on the points.
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough. Q for Wick. Are you acting and getting paid, or are you genuinely cognitively handicapped?
Well, given the fact that this cognitively handicapped, as you describe it, just beat the shit out of Andrew Wilson, I don't know. You tell me.
Last one. In Matthew 5, Jesus teaches not to resist evil. How can Jesus teaches not to resist evil? How can a Christian nation justify defending itself? Nobody?
I don't know who that's to.
I'd have to look up the exact verse there and see what he's saying.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, that was 20s. It is 4 a.m. If either of the two of you would like to leave, you are more than welcome to.
It's 4 a.m. I'm so sorry, but I hope that everyone here has enjoyed the show. I know I have. This was amazing. Thanks for hosting, Sarah. And
Absolutely.
Yeah. See you guys later. Cool.
Thank you so much, Wick. I appreciate you.
Okay, give me a second. Give me a second, kings and queens. Okay, we're going back. We're going back. Okay, give me a moment. Let me click the button. Let me click the button. Oh, are we back? Are we here? Are we ready? Are we... Oh, gosh. Did you guys like that? Did you have fun? Did you enjoy it? I know I did. It lasted a little long. But, man. I just... Whew. I give myself an 8 out of 10. And the only points I will take away is because I let it go on for far too long. I should have been like, okay, it's my time to just leave now because I got tired in the last 30 minutes. Okay. But yeah, I was just correct. I demonstrated it was correct, and he wasn't able to refute my points. Wick W indeed. Crazy shit. But I would love you guys, if you think that I was wrong or you think I did poorly, review the tape. Go look at it. I'm going to have it up here. Everyone can see, everyone can look. I'm happy with how I did. Okay. Straight out of the gate, it was, yeah, I know that from the opening, it was just, he didn't understand how to deal with it. He didn't expect how, like, he had no idea how to handle the Christian nationalist debate from the Christian angle. But yeah. Synergy, Victor, you guys are just sub-IQ. You don't understand, okay? I took L's. That's why I'm an 8 out of 10 instead of 10 out of 10. There was a couple points where I may have misspoke or something. That's fair, right? Yeah, Ergris Talandis says, I'm sorry, I'm mispronouncing your words, or I'm mispronouncing your names. Forgive me, it's late. Says, your ability to directly ask questions that others won't ask are exactly why you rock, sir. Thank you. I appreciate that. Paul Shack says, that shows integrity. I mean, yeah, like, not every line was a W for me, but most were. I did mispronounce Solar Scriptura, right? Sola Script. I'm sorry, I'm doing it again because it's late, right? But it was amazing to me. He did not know. Like, he brought it up. He used it the opposite of what it was. I called him out on it, and he just pretended like that didn't happen the whole night. Yeah, I didn't even need to get in depth on the national part to trounce him. Watching Big Papa Fascist fodder like that was so great. Yeah, true. Why am I still live? Because we just finished going toe to toe with Andrew Wilson. I think I took a big fat W here, actually. How long did I have to prefer the debate? A day. Well, hold on. Was it a day? Might have been 2. It was after Monday. It was Tuesday that I got the message, I think. Ask me this tomorrow, and I'll have a better answer for you, right? But it was after I defeated those Christian nationalists on Monday, me and you, Chris. We just trounced them, right? And then I got a message from Sarah saying Andrew Wilson has challenged me to a debate. And so I had from Tuesday to today to prepare for that. So Andrew Wilson is a waste of time. Yes, but the time I enjoy wasting is not wasted time. Okay. I had fun. Yeah, obviously Sarah was on his side. Like, she knows which side of the bread which side of the bread gets the butter, okay? I don't blame her for taking sides, okay? I don't hold that against her. But just to be clear, I did win a 2v1 against the moderator and the person I was debating, right? Ugh, am I black screen? Sorry. Of course she took sides. She took sides in her, again, the whole night. She didn't do it a lot, but when she spoke up, which was several times throughout the debate, she did take his side. Yeah, KO Dave. So many chatters were so butthurt about having to defend the Christianity part. It was hilarious. Well, that's why I led with that line of attack. I wanted to demonstrate, which I think I successfully did, that Christian nationalism isn't Christian, and they don't care about the Christian bit. They literally do not care about the Christian bit. It's not important to them, okay? They're just in it for nationalism and power. That's why he couldn't defend how Christianity was compatible with nationalism when I gave arguments, very coherently, by the way, that they were not. And he goes, well, subjective, objective, blah, blah, blah. T-Bird the Third says he won in his own mind. That's what matters. I mean, fair. Maybe. Majin says mostly all the super chat she read was in bias to Andrew. Well, yeah, it's his audience. He has a larger audience than I do. Yes, absolutely. Confluence says, I got to make a video on this, and you didn't make it easy for Mick Whick. This is going to be so long to comment on and edit. Jesus fucking Christ. It's a lot of content. Make it a series, okay? iCalrich said, I've always wanted to see Andrew approach from that angle. It worked out as well as I thought it would. Are you saying I did well, or are you saying I did poorly, iCalrich? Which one? That could be interpreted either way. I did well, thank you. Again, I acknowledge it was an 8 out of 10, not a 10 out of 10. But it was a solid W. I have like what? I know most of them are in bed because it's 4 fucking a.m. But I have quite a bit on YouTube. I don't know how many of you are still around on Twitch. Oh, what's it doing? Why's OBS doing this for me? Why is it doing me dirty like this? I don't know. To be clear, I trounced him. Yeah, obviously. Ugh, man, oh man. Okay, yeah, Nyerstock said Mr. Big Bad Christian Nationalist couldn't give his take on the part you read out. Was very telling. His only answer was, "That's your opinion, man." Crazy, crazy. I am very pleased. I was okay. So going into this, I was confident, but I was like, does he have a trick or a trap for me that I don't see? Is there something that I'm missing? And so I was, in the back of my mind, I was like, is there something I'm missing here that he's going to trick me with? Is he going to have a gotcha? Luckily, he wasn't. He floundered the whole night and couldn't even address the major points of the debate. So I didn't even need to, in retrospect, I didn't need to worry about that, but yeah. Crazy. Yeah, he gish gallops a lot, and he'll claim the other side is gish galloping, and he'll interrupt you, and then claim you're interrupting. I know his tactics. I've seen him before. This isn't the first time we've tangoed, okay? Garrett Jax, I am very proud of how I looked in this debate, okay? If you think I looked dumb, I don't trust you to, like, operate a motor vehicle. Rich says, I know you didn't like the time format, but he relies on interrupting and laughing over his opponents. He can do that with his format. Fair enough. It was interesting having the 2 minutes. It was interesting. Well, I am terrific. It's because he challenged me to a boxing match a few months ago. That's why it came up. It's because he challenged me to a physical fight. And he offered me $20,000 for it. And then he ran. Yeah, the status quo part wasn't my strongest bit. I'll admit that, Max Turbate. That was why it's an 8 out of 10, not a 10 out of 10. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, he did ran, Mr. Enigmatic. He absolutely ran. I'll do a poll later. I don't know. I don't, to be clear, I don't like Andrew Wilson. Like, as a person, I think he's a bad person. So I don't respect him. But I gave him at least a modicum of it. I did obey the moderator. What were you saying? Hold on, I'm trying to look at both chats and it's really quick. Majin says, in Whick TV, whoever was talking that shit on 40K actually triggered me. You don't ever undersell yourself? Oh, you know what? Look, I'm not as good at 40K as I am debating. It's just true. I don't know. Mr. Enigmatic says, you're a bad person. How? In what aspect? I mean, maybe. Can you show me? Why is Andrew a bad person? Because he lies. He attacks people, my friends, for no real good reason. He obfuscates. He promotes a ideology that I think is unchristian and harmful. What else do you want? I think that's more than enough to show that he's a bad person. He lied in the debate tonight. He claimed sola scriptura meant one thing, and he was just proven wrong. And when he was proven wrong, he lied again, right? And covered it up, or tried to cover it up and backtrack and weasel his way out of it. We just saw it live in 4K. I don't know what to tell you. You can just go back and look. Truth's on my side. He used it objectively wrong, Garrett Jacks. He used it objectively wrong to counter my interpretation, saying, well, you have, it's 4 a.m. Go look. Go watch that portion again. He was just wrong on it. Did I get sex or money? I didn't get sex. I got some money. I didn't get sex from this. That's weird. What are you talking about? I am pretty tired, Avalon Apple. It's 4:13 in the morning. Okay, that is true. I am very tired. It was a bit of a workout beating the shit out of him rhetorically. Oh, I know. You just don't understand the basics of what actually happened here tonight. And that's okay. That's okay. This is why Andrew Wilson is a lolcow. You understand that, right? He doesn't understand when he's been beaten. Well, I think he might, but he tries to machismo his way through it, and everyone looking at him just basically laughs him out of the room. Every serious debater, every serious contender just basically laughs this guy out of the room. Takes massive L's over and over and over again. The only people he can sometimes take a W against are against these e-girls on whatever podcast, okay? That's why he spends most of his time debating them. But he doesn't respect me or like me, which is fair. I don't respect or like him. And so he thought he'd get an easy dub here. He was just fucking wrong. He got trounced. Max Turbay, I wouldn't be fighting a grown man. I'd be fighting Andrew fucking Wilson. He's a child. T-Bird the Third says, to be fair, some of those e-girls have made a coherent argument. Yeah, he doesn't always take W's against them. KO Dave, Andrew Wilson's audience is brain dead. Well, if they're watching him, yeah, it's the fish rots from the head. John Driver's Cars says the debate was all over the place. I think you both had great points. A lot of confusion on definitions, I guess. If I was more awake, I'd interrogate you on that, and we could go over it, but I'm not. I'm probably going to go away now. I love you guys. We have a show tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern, okay? Where we will be talking about AI. It'll be fun. Audacity's going to be there. We're going to have Dat Darn Kitty. We're going to have Logics. It'll be fun. Van All In will be there. But yeah. Okay. Man, you don't have to call yourself that, wino. Why are you calling yourself that? Weird. Just say you're transsexual. You don't have to use a slur for yourself. I will talk to you guys later. I love you all. Good night.